Sir Hecarim brought one close to him and started reading it carefully. Felix didn't say anything else as he just remained seated waiting for Sir Hecarim to finish. It took almost 2 hours before Sir Hecarim lifted his head and started questioning Felix about the terms. You wrote that the explorers needed to be wearing AP bracelets and especially the one who possessed the coordinations. Sir Hecarim nodded his head in approval. This will ensure that no trickery will occur during the exploration to cheat you out of your money. As Felix said, he knew what he was doing. All the terms written in those contracts were worked by him and a professional contract writer who got paid to see through the loopholes and close them. The guarantee contract did have quite a few loopholes, and the most dangerous one would be exploring the ruins first without wearing bracelets. Then, when the real client explores them while wearing the bracelet, he would show the queen that ruins were empty of treasures unlike what he was promised. However, rarely would anyone try to pull those tricks off since it was hard to fool the queen when she was literally in people's minds. Still, it was better to take precautions. Felix was confident that the ruins had treasures within them since Asna looked it up in his memories and saw that all of them were proclaimed to have bountiful treasures. Meanwhile, Sir Hecarim kept asking questions on each term that brought his interest. Questions ranged from when Felix's map would be auctioned and what's position would be given in the auction. Were some of them were going to be placed near the end, marking their importance and such or not. Felix was satisfied by some answers and some he wasn't pleased by. But this was how negotiations were supposed to be. He couldn't be winning them all. This back and forth quest and answer finished after 3 hours. Would you like something to eat? Sir Hecarim offered while rubbing his eyebrows with a stalk of his brown hair, controlling like it was part of his limbs. Unreactive to such a sight, Felix shook his head and said, I still have an auction that I need to catch up to, so let's conclude the deal first. I see. Sir Hecarim nodded his head and brought the contracts close to his face. Without hesitation, he signed all 3 contracts next to Felix's name. There was still an empty spot for the client to sign as well. After seeing so, Felix brought out the notepad where he wrote the coordination of each ancient ruins map and sent it to Sir Hecarim, who got quite excited after reading them. Naturally, since he signed the contract, he was forbidden from sharing this information with anyone. Even the auction owner didn't have the right to know the content of this deal. This would make the entire transaction include only Felix, Sir Hecarim, and the buyer. Good, good. Sir Hecarim bubbled in his mind. I will earn at least 40 million SC from this. I want to sign another contract for early payment. Felix abruptly sent this message. Oh, Sir Hecarim asked, how much do you want for them? Give me your minimum estimate of their total price. Felix said. Sir Hecarim thought about it for a second and said firmly, the worst price they could bring you would be 21 billion SC. Oh, that's a bit higher than I anticipated. Felix's eyes beamed in elation. He totally believed in Sir Hecarim's estimate since he was a professional who was doing this for years unlike him. Are you satisfied with the amount? Sir Hecarim asked. Immediately after seeing Felix nodding his head, Sir Hecarim sent a pre-written standard contract that was always used for this kind of deal. Felix had already read one previously and everything was the same besides small differences. The contract's gestation entailed that Felix would be receiving an initial payment of 21 billion SC. When his products get auctioned successfully, the house would deduct that amount from the final earning and send Felix what's left. If the estimate was wrong and the maps ended up getting sold cheaper than 21 billion SC, Felix would be required to pay back what he owned. After Felix overlooked a loophole, he signed it and kept a copy of it. Tearing. You have been wired 21 billion SC from the aquatic auction house. Felix smiled widely after seeing the notification emerge in front of him. He never got wired such a large amount at once, and it felt excellent to see those many zeros in his bank account. Felix's ego even started to inflate after knowing that he currently possessed 36 billion SC total. In his eyes, with this amount, he would finally be joining the whales in this event and compete with them for jaw-breaking treasures. This was quite a pleasant deal. Sir Hecarim spoke out loud for the first time in those couple of hours. Princess Bird, who was sleeping peacefully above Felix's head, opened her eyes groggily at the abrupt sound. Likewise, Sir Hecarim. Felix proclaimed with a satisfied smile while standing on his feet. He bowed his head politely and said one last time, "Let's meet again someday." Then, he turned around and opened the door of the room. He closed it shut after he heard Sir Hecarim's polite response. "What did you sell?" Princess Bird asked for the millionth time while floating in Felix's front, trying to block his path. Alas, Felix treated her like air and floated right through her. "Stop ignoring me, you prick," she cursed while chasing after him. "She is truly the living incarnation of you, Asna." Felix fired shots without care. "Fuck off. Don't compare me with that whiny kid," Asna cursed while glancing at his situation from her bed. "Just saying." Felix shrugged his shoulders as he glanced at his bracelet. Upon seeing that there was only 15 minutes before the auction for energy stones begin, Felix stopped fooling around and requested the queen to show him the way. Like before, an arrow that was pointing forward emerged in front of Felix, and he swiftly floated in that direction. "Arg! Stop dragging me around. Tell me, where are we going at least?" "Nope." A couple of minutes later, Felix was sitting in a packed, noisy auditorium, appearing like many baby spiders stacked together from high above. From a single glance, anyone would guess that at least thousands of people were sitting in this curved auditorium facing a well-lighted stage. Obviously, there were VIP rooms, but they had been already taken by individuals who came way earlier than the rest. In this yearly event, there were no pre-booked VIP rooms for the guests. That's because everyone had weight on their words and actions, and it wouldn't be fitting to give some rooms and others not. Hence, the rooms were taken on a first-served basis. That's only for those types of open auditoriums. Since Felix was quite late, he ended up getting teleported in this chair that was right in the middle of the auditorium. Honestly, no one seemed to complain about sitting close to each other since everyone was considered a worthy peer. If those individuals were placed in an auditorium filled with commoners, their reaction wouldn't be this cool. Pong pong. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Belverian auction house. After hearing a greeting from an elderly white-haired man who had manifested in the center of the stage, the chatter quietened down. "I am just here to welcome you and wish that you enjoy your time under our hospitality." The elderly man smiled gently as he said so. Then he disappeared again. But this time, a holographic image of an otherworldly beauty had emerged in his place. She had an expressionless face as she glanced at the people who had their focus placed on her. "I am the Queen AI and I will be acting as the auctioneer," she said with her usual monotonous voice. It was a bit unusual for Felix to see the Queen while she speaks, but he didn't react much since he knew that her body and face were fake. It was known knowledge that the Queen had never been seen before. Hence, every race had its own self-created versions of how the Queen would look like. In this case, she appeared like a goddess with her artificial beauty that was too perfect to be true. "Let's begin." Without further ado, she displayed the first auctioned item, which was just a bunch of pitch-black stones bundled together. They kept emitting dark waves ceaselessly. Those weren't added animations, but the stones were truly capable of doing so in reality. The reason why: the first bundle is 500 high-grade death elemental stones. She added expressionlessly, "The starting bid is 500 million SC. Before her voice could even trail off, noisy chatter broke off in the auditorium, followed by a vicious war of bidding. 600 million SC from room 15. 670 million SC from the seat 199. 710 million SC from the seat 1788. She kept calling the bids clearly, even though only a few individuals. 999 million SC from room 70. 999 million SC from room 70 going once, twice, sold. Clap, clap. Felix joined the applause as well, but his eyelids kept twitching at the sight of the last bid, for only 500 high-grade death element stones. Heck, he knew that those stones weren't going to be used for anything besides research purposes or as a material. Yet, the price still reached 1 billion, and this made him sweat a bit at what was waiting for him when the illusion stones make an entry. "Dear Lord, have mercy on my wallet," he prayed in his mind while easing down on the applause like the rest. The moment the applause stopped, The queen displayed the next bundle. This time it was filled with orange stones, and it was obvious that the number was way more than what was shown before. The second bundle is 100,000 high-grade fire elemental stones. She followed with, the starting bid is 100 million SC. Naturally, the death elemental stones were placed at the start to fire off the auction and set the start's intensity. But following it, the other bundles were just from either common element or uncommon element. Felix merely kept spectating as everyone fought for tooth and nail for them since energy stones were a must commodity to have. There was never having too much when it comes to energy stones. Before long, 100,000 high-grade sand elemental stones were auctioned as well. Princess Bird floated in front of Felix and asked with her eyes narrowed, "Why aren't you bidding for them? Or are you bidding telepathically?" She got closer to his expressionless face and started examining him, wanting to see if he would show any reaction. Alas, he was as stoic as the British Queen's guards. "Tisk!" Princess Bird clicked her tongue in annoyance and promised, "I will find out what you are doing one way or another." Still unresponsive, Felix scratched his chin while thinking, "What's my maximum bid for illusion stones? I should probably set it at 5 billion SC. If it goes above it, I can only give up on it." Just as he thought so, the queen had removed the bundle that had just got auctioned successfully and replaced it with another one that was full of peculiar-looking stones. They didn't have a specific set of colors as they kept constantly changing between them. Sometimes they were colorless and sometimes they turn into shimmering rainbowed stones. "Illusion stones, finally!" Felix exclaimed in his mind, but his reaction on the outside was the same as others next to him. Enthralled and fascinated. The 24th bundle is 10,000 high-grade illusion elemental stones. The queen carried on monotonously. The starting bid is 650 million SC. Before Felix could even try to bid low so he could test the water, the price had climbed to 720 million SC from a single bid. This is going to be tough. Felix rested his chin on his hand and kept watching the ongoing fierce bidding. 840 million from room 33. 950 million from seat 133. 2.3 billion from seat 98. Only after the bid reached this amount did the queen started to slow down her calls. Even the bids weren't getting increased by hundreds of millions anymore, lowering the intensity for a bit. Felix could see with his enhanced vision that most interested parties that were bidding fiercely before were starting to exhibit signs of discontentment. Yet they were still going at it, increasing the bid by 50 million SC each time. In a few moments, the price was about to reach a whopping 3 billion and Felix's palms were starting to get sweaty, since he noticed that more than 5 bidders had no intentions of stopping soon. Fuck it. I can't let them keep hoping that they might win it if they kept increasing slowly. Felix decided to bid big, and big he did. "Queen, please increase the B. 3.2 billion from an anonymous guest." The queen announced abruptly, cutting off one of the 5 bidders in mid-sentence. He was just about to increase the bid by 40 million SC before the bid jumped from 3 billion to 3.2 billion, increasing by a whopping 300 million at once. "Motherfucker, did you have to do that in my turn?" The bidder cursed in his mind while closing his mouth shut, not daring to follow up after that. He was already past the budget deducted to this auction, and he had no intentions to follow that madman. In his eyes, this was just an auction for energy stones, and capital should really be saved for other treasures and items in different auctions. He wasn't the only one thinking like this, as the other 3 also decided to withdraw silently from the bidding war. This left only Felix and another man, who didn't hesitate to increase the bid by 50 million. Felix waited for 2 seconds until the queen repeated the latest bid. Then he increased it by 100 million SC. This time, the other bidder didn't raise instantly like before. 3.350 billion from an anonymous guest. 3.350 billion from an anonymous guest. Going once, twice. 3.400 billion from seat 5. FCKU. Felix bawled in his mind, annoying both Asna and the Jormungandr, who had just started a new game of chess. "Mute him," the Jormungandr said calmly while setting up his side of the board. Asna did so by a finger snap and started working on her own pieces in utter tranquility. Good thing they disconnected, as Felix kept cursing each time that fucker increased the bid after him. 3,600 billion from a seat 5. 3.700 billion from an anonymous guest. The other guests were left speechless by the ongoing bidding war, as they didn't doubt for a second that the amount proposed was not worth it at all for those energy stones. After all, 10,000 high-grade illusion stones would never bring them back the same profit if they used them as materials for potions or substances. As for using them to recover energy, no one was a fool to waste them like that, since recovering energy could be done using medium-grade stones. Plus, the illusion bloodliners never reached the 4th stage of replacement, since Tier 5 illusion beasts were either extinct or hiding. Felix knew so as well. Hence he was quite pissed that he ended up against a bidder who seemed quite desperate for them. However, he still had no intentions of stopping, since the final bid had yet to hit his limits. Thankfully, it seemed like even that bidder was starting to feel the brunt of the large price, as he kept waiting until the queen was about call trice. Then he adds an extra 20 million. 4.100 billion from an anonymous guest. Fuck it, if he added after this, will leave it to him. Felix couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to keep going until 5 billion, but he felt that a vein would definitely snap if he did so. He was doing his very best to keep appearing as stoic as possible when his heart was about to burst out in flames. 4.100 billion from an anonymous guest. Going once, twice, sold. The queen struck the gavel forcefully without giving even a second to Felix's contender to make a comeback. Clap, clap, clap. Honestly, Felix didn't even know if he should feel happy by winning the bid or not, as he felt that he had gotten cheated out of at least 500 million in this bidding war. Sigh, no harm was done. Money can be earned again, but chances like those were hard to land on. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he smiled faintly and started clapping his hands, joining the deafening applause. Princess Bird didn't notice his emotional turmoil, as she was engrossed in the bidding war before. If it were the chief sitting next to Felix, he would have noticed everything. So, it was a blessing that Princess Bird was accompanying him. After the applause died down, the queen sent a message to Felix. Congratulations. The serial code of the bundle had been sent to you per email. Felix didn't respond, as his attention was stolen by a holographic notification, entailing that 4.1 billion SC had been wired to the Belverian auction house. Felix sighed softly and removed the cursed notification from his face. However, he still didn't teleport outside the auction like some guests were doing after securing what they wanted. He wasn't stupid to leave right now, since Princess Bird could guess that he had already gotten what he wanted. Hence, he waited for extra 10 minutes before snapping his finger, activating the teleportation process. Wait for me! Princess Bird beseeched with a panicked tone after seeing that he was breaking into light particles. Since she was just a hologram, she couldn't really teleport outside like Felix. Thus, she had to float outside of the building manually. By the time she reached the gate, Felix was nowhere to be found. Landlord! I will kill you! Princess Bird bellowed with flushed cheeks in anger after realizing that she got ditched behind. She quickly chose a direction and started searching for him. She didn't want to inform her father now, as she knew that he would scold her for losing him in the first place. While she was searching everywhere like a woman on crack, Felix was walking casually in the streets while having a different face on and clothes. He even removed his name from above his head to stay settle. Currently, he was heading to one of the 3 bloodline auctions in this event. He marked it previously, since there was an epic tier 6 sand bloodline within their items list and an epic tier 4 illusion bloodline. He wanted to secure them no matter what, since the customs taxes between empires didn't apply to the attendance in this event. If it weren't for so, Felix would have coughed blood after reading the customs taxes for the 10k high-grade stones. After all, the weight of such a large delivery was definitely going to make him pay extra 50 million SC. In a short while, Felix could be seen sitting inside a small-sized room that had only 2 chairs and a glass window. This wasn't a VIP room, but just a regular one inside this auction house, which didn't have any seats in it like the previous one. Everyone had his own small room that was peeking at the holographic image of the queen. She was floating in the center while displaying a bottle with dark liquid within it. This is an epic rank Tier 6 Lavania Bulldozer bloodline. The starting bid is 700 million SC. She followed with, "Its full details are on your screens. You have 2 minutes to read them properly before we begin bidding." Felix glanced at them but didn't read them carefully. Instead, he scrolled on the updated items list, wanting to see what items were added recently by the guests. While he was reading them, the bidding for the bloodline had already started and the price had climbed through 1 billion SC without any signs of stopping. "Oh!" Felix exclaimed in delight after seeing that another epic Tier 4 illusion bloodline was recently added. He was already aiming to buy one epic Tier 4 illusion bloodline from this auction and another one that would be placed on a different day. He knew that only by buying a lot of them could he actually obtain 1% or 2% of the illusion primogenitor. After all, they were just a Tier 4 beasts. If it was for any other uncommon element, Felix wouldn't even bat an eye on them. Alas, if he ever wanted to utilize his illusion element, this was the way to go. Clap, clap, clap. Felix joined the abrupt applause after the successful auctioning of the item. When it quietened down, the queen displayed another bloodline and Felix lowered his head in disinterest. It wasn't what he sought, and probably it was going to take a while until the bloodlines that he wanted to make an appearance. After all, there were multiple elements. Even if the auction decided to display a single bloodline for every element besides rare, the number of bottles could reach hundreds. As expected, Felix had to wait for an entire hour until the queen mentioned, "This is an epic Tier 4 Spectrum Mornling bloodline. The starting bid is 250 million SC. She gave them 2 minutes to read its details and Felix decided to reread them since he didn't remember much. Bloodline name: Spectrum Mornling. Tier 4. Rank: Epic. Element: Illusion. Passive abilities pool: Illusionary Vision, Skin Hardening, Hallucination Immunity, etc. Active abilities pool: Elusive Suggestion, Illusion Reflection, Illusionary Skin, etc. History: Spectrum Mornling is a worm species beast that uses illusion element to avoid predators. It's currently being bred domestically by the Welsh family in Bardo Empire. Felix wasn't surprised in the slightest by the fact that the beast was being domestically bred instead of hunted in the Andromeda Galaxy. He understood that 99% of the illusion bloodlines in the markets were all sold by the breeding families. As for the hunted illusion beasts, they seldom make an appearance in the auctions. If they did, it would just a pitiful Tier 1 beast. That's because it was almost impossible to hunt them down with their peculiar abilities. If even Tier 1 was giving this much trouble to hunters, how about Tier 5+? Until now, no one actually knew if there was even a Tier 5 illusion beast or not since they were never spotted before. Felix knew about the primogenitor's existence. He understood that probably even Tier 7 illusion beasts were existing. After all, for the illusion primogenitor's bloodline to reach even Tier 1 beast, it was impossible not to reach higher-tiered beasts first. He believed that the only reason no one was finding those high-tiered beasts was that they were disguising themselves. The Jormungandr had stated before that no one had seen the real illusion primogenitor due to his constant realistic shapeshifting. Those beasts might not be able to shapeshift as good as the illusion primogenitor, but they could at least fool humans. So, those illusion beasts might have been spotted millions of times by hunters unbeknownst to them. Please begin bidding. Felix closed down the details after hearing the Queen's announcement. 280 million from room 14. 310 million from room 133. 390 million from room 63. By now, the price had already exceeded the known epic Tier 5 bloodlines in the market and it was still climbing slowly but surely. Felix decided to join the fun by increasing 60 million at once, pushing the price to 450 million. After a couple of back-and-forth bidding, Felix ended up winning it after his last bid that reached 590 million SC. That's double epic Tier 5 sand bloodlines. Yet, Felix wasn't even bothered by it as he knew that his money would return one way or another after he places those bottles back in other auctions. If it wasn't against the rules to place them back in this event, he would have done so after extracting the essence. Alas, the auctions didn't want to see guests buying products in this auction and resell them in another. That would mess up the entire 7 days event. A couple of hours later, Felix had already secured the other illusion bloodlines after paying 510 million for it. Now, he was simply waiting for the epic Tier 6 Sand bloodline to make an appearance. It was kept at the end of the event with 5 more bloodlines with the same rank and tier. Thankfully, it was presented sooner than the rest as the Queen had displayed the bottle in the air and told them that the starting price was 650 million SC. Felix reread its details in those 2 minutes of wait, and he couldn't help but hope that everyone's reaction would be lukewarm since the bloodline's abilities weren't really the best compared to its counterparts. That's due to being from the cat species. After all, the evolutionary traits of cats weren't really that compatible with the sand element. But they were amazing if the element was darkness. That same concept applied to other species. For example, bird species with water element weren't going to be as good as marine beasts with the same element. Hence, compatibility should also be taken into consideration when choosing a bloodline. Felix never bothered by any of this since he was simply seeking the primogenitor essence from those bloodlines. 690 million from room 1784. 730 million from room 986. 790 million from room 41. 820 million from room 1784. As he hoped for, the Queen started the auctioning. The bids were coming from just 4 rooms and the newer bids weren't increasing by much. So far so good. Felix smiled faintly. I will make a move when the price reaches 1.5 billion SC. It took at least a minute before the bid reached it since only 2 bidders were left at the end and they were increasing by 20 million each time. Queen, please add 50 million SC. Felix requested out loud, not bothering to speak in his mind since no one was with him and those rooms weren't accessible by the ghosts. 1.550 billion from room 99. The Queen announced. The 2 bidders went silent after realizing that another competitor had joined them. However, they still wanted to test Felix's limits as one of them increased by 40 million and the other followed after him by 30 million. Queen, 200 million. Felix said calmly. With that, the final bid had reached 1.820 billion SC. Those 2 bidders wanted to jack up the price a bit more just to spite Felix for ruining their chances at buying the bloodliner cheaper. But they didn't dare to. After all, they didn't want the bloodline to end up in their hands with that price when the beast species wasn't even the best in the market for sand element. They could purchase a Scorpion Epic Tier 6 bloodline by just adding 200 million SC or so. Hence, they stopped bidding at once. 1.820 SC billion from room 99. Going once. Twice. Sold. Bam. Clap clap. Phew. Finally a lucky break. Felix sighed in relief after hearing the gavel sound followed by the applause. However, he didn't stick around to bask in them as he needed to catch up to another auction that was selling potions, substances, materials, etc. His main target was elemental potion. If he found it cheaper, he wouldn't hesitate to grab one. Felix would always be needing new elements if he wanted to continue on his unique primogenitor's bloodline path. However, if the potion was too expensive, Felix could only give up on it and continue relying on materials to concoct it. After all, its market price was 5 billion SC. Since there was no supply, this price could multiply with the snap of a finger in this event. Although the rest of the humans who awakened a new element with the elemental potion weren't going to enhance their affinity rating as fast as Felix, still they could totally reach 50% if they were willing to pay big bucks. Anyone aiming for the elemental potion was beyond filthy rich and could afford to waste tens of billions to raise it. Felix didn't want to commit most of his leftover capital to fight it out against them. He still wanted to buy a decent body artifact, other potions, the elemental potion materials, and more. After Felix's body got reconstructed outside of the gate, he massaged his temples with an irked expression. I can't stay hidden from that brat lest she tells her father and he ends up joining me. Felix knew that ditching Princess Bird for a couple of hours wouldn't cause any issues since the chief wasn't going to kick him from the event because of it. However, if he kept pushing his luck like this, it would appear too disrespectful to the chief who was the sole reason he could attend this auction. Who knows, he could end up getting kicked out by the chief if he felt displeased by him. Felix didn't want to get kicked out on the first day of the event, as he knew that after each day, the quality and rarity of items would keep increasing. At the end of the event, there would be one final co-hosted auction that could be accessed only by guests who spent at least 5 billion in the event. Felix didn't want to miss it, even though he had no idea what items would be auctioned in it. Hence, he switched back to his previous disguise and showed his landlord's name above his head. Then, he walked in direction of a restaurant, wanting to grab a bite, since the next auction on his list wouldn't start until 2 hours. Well, it had already started and finished selling their first batch of items. Felix was planning to attend the second batch in the day. This was how every auction was operating in this event, to give the guest a chance to visit as many auctions as possible while also not missing out on too many items due to time constraints. In a few minutes, Felix had reached the entrance of an ancient-looking building that was only 2-story high. Felix waited for a couple of seconds for his turn in the queue before going inside. Just like always, space inside was enlarged immensely, making it possible for thousands of people to eat on tables. While he could see that the restaurant was packed and bustling, he realized that the noise never went beyond a certain limit. This made the scene seem lively, but at the same time tolerable to sit in and enjoy one's food. "Queen, please teleport me to an empty tab." "For real?" Felix's request was cut short after his eyes landed on the chief, staring at him speechlessly, with Princess Bird pouting by his side. There were a woman and 3 men sitting with him at the same table, which was placed near the entrance, making it pretty visible to anyone who entered. "I will be damned." Felix's eyelids twitched as he swiftly turned his head left, acting like he didn't see them. Alas, the moment Princess Bird saw him, it was nigh impossible for him to escape sitting with them. "There he is." Princess Bird pointed her finger at Felix and grumbled to her father. "He ditched me at the Belverian auction house. I even searched hours for high." Before she finished on her rant, she hastily covered her mouth shut with her hands, appearing like she said something she shouldn't have. The chief displeased expression as he eyed her made pretty obvious that he didn't like what she just mentioned. "Didn't you tell me an hour ago that you felt bored and left him in the auction?" The chief questioned her telepathically with a deep frown. "Daring to lie to me now? I didn't want you to scold me." She sent a message with a wronged expression. "Plus, it's that bastard's fault. We did him honor by inviting him, and he took it for granted. Shift the blame all you want." The chief gave her a strict gaze. "You are still not escaping punishment for lying. This is so unfair." Princess Bird's eyes got watery as she knew that a hellish training awaits her after the event. "As for landlord, I will deal with him on my own." The chief sent this message while gesturing kindly with his hand for Felix to approach the table. "God damn it. Should have fasted for the day if I knew this would have happened." Felix complained in his mind while walking towards them with a polite smile. After reaching the chief's side, he nodded his head respectfully towards him and the seniors on the table with him. Then, he glanced at a grieved Princess Bird and asked shamelessly, "Where did you run off? Didn't we agree to meet at the auction's gate?" Princess Bird's eyes widened in disbelief at the crap he was spewing without a change of expression. Just as she opened her mouth, wanting to deny his bullshit, the chief laughed loudly and said, "Do forgive my daughter. She could be a bit clumsy and forgetful." Felix shook his head and said with a satisfied expression, "I beg to differ. I truly enjoyed her company, and if I didn't lose her, I would have loved to have her around in the previous auction." "You?" Princess Bird managed to utter only this as her quickened breaths from rage were making it impossible to construct a sentence. Looking at her reddened cheeks and ears, Felix smiled gently. "I am glad that you feel the same way." Not wanting to make her cough out blood or faint, Felix turned his vision to the 4 seniors and requested politely, "May I join you for dinner? Be my guest." A man with a long white mustache that was reaching his chest gestured for Felix to take the empty seat near the chief. "Old Eagle, aren't you going to introduce us to your friend?" Zojia tucked a lock of hair behind her ear as she asked calmly. Meanwhile, she sent a message to the chief. "Should we ask him about his backers here or keep it as planned? Let's wait. It's too public and there are many ghosts around us." The chief responded while extending his hand at Felix. This is Landlord, a mid-tier gold player, owner of 3 unique titles, and also one of the nominees to the Loiello Yearly Best Player Award. Amazing! So this is the player who created a ruckus 15 days ago? What a remarkable young lad. The 4 seniors all acted astonished in their own way, making Felix wave his hands as he replied, "You are giving me too much credit, seniors. Heh! They are thinking that I don't know about them and their little alliance." Felix smirked in his mind as he looked at the otherworldly youthful faces of those fogies. If it wasn't for Felix's previous life memories, he would simply know about their backgrounds but not their hidden alliance that wasn't out in the open currently. How could he not know about the anti-royalty alliance that was going to declare war against the Mariana Empire 15 years later if the timeline wasn't messed up by him? It was the first massive war in the Milky Way galaxy for hundreds of thousands of years. As the progenitors, he had remembered vividly. Zojia Everglow, a legendary peak 6-stage bloodliner and the future queen of the Everglow Kingdom. Felix started recalling the pieces that he knew. Her family was allegedly assassinated by the royal family, leaving only her uncle behind, who was sitting on the throne. Felix didn't know exactly if the royal family truly had any relations to the assassination or not, but he knew that the Everglow Kingdom was the strongest kingdom in the empire. The king was an Origin Realm bloodliner while their fleets were over-equipped. They could even give the royal family a run for their money if a war had occurred. This was the reason why everyone assumed that the royal family was responsible for the assassination, since the kingdom was clearly started to be considered a threat to the empire. This was all that Felix managed to remember after seeing Zojia's face. Meanwhile, for those 3 fogies who were appearing even younger than he was, Felix recalled that they were the 3 leaders of the Sanctum Federation. This federation was known for being the 3rd strongest superpower in the empire since it was created by a tight-knotted alliance of 3 kingdoms. Tight-knotted in the sense that their territories were sharing the borders and all big decisions in each kingdom were being voted on. This was as much as Felix's shitty memory could help him identify those 4. However, knowing that he was being targeted by the entire anti-royal alliance instead of just the Maganda chief changed Felix's perspective about the entire matter. At first, he believed that the chief was aiming for his backers to obtain the method to create those abnormal bloodlines to empower his people. But now, he was 70% certain that they were desperate to obtain his method to empower their bloodliners for the incoming war. It seems like I am going to fuck up the timeline pretty heavily this time. Felix sighed in his mind while joining in meaningless flattery and conversations with the seniors. None of them mentioned anything private about him or the bloodlines. They kept the conversation flat to the point Felix started to doubt his judgment. Alas, his doubts evaporated after he was requested to meet them up in the final co-hosted auction. If you don't manage to secure a spot on your own, we will invite you as a ghost to spectate the greatest auction in the galaxy, the chief informed. Thank you for the offer. I will make sure to be there. Felix smiled politely while standing up. It was truly a pleasure to meet you seniors. The pleasure is ours. The seniors smiled back. Go with him. The chief warned the disgruntled Alicia. Don't create any more troubles for Sir Landlord. Father, you are. Just as Princess Bird wanted to go on a rant, she was glared at by the chief and she held her a grievance in. Princess, let's enjoy ourselves. Felix grinned faintly as he walked towards the door. Bastard. Princess Bird's cheeks reddened while floating behind him. Don't say such a bullshit that could be misunderstood. Seeing that he was far from the seniors, Felix dropped his act and ordered, Brat, if you don't want to get ditched again, you better stop annoying me in the auctions. Who do you think you are to order me around? Princess Bird scoffed. Not even my father dare to order me around. No wonder you turned into a spoiled brat. Felix murmured while checking on the map. After setting up his next destination, he set off while being chased by the grumpily Princess Bird. 6 days had gone by quickly. Felix had ended up purchasing only a couple of useful potions and an expensive body artifact that cost him 5 billion SC. But it was totally worth it since its defenses were capable of holding against even peak 4th stage bloodliners and had other utilities that were too perfect for him. Naturally, this artifact was using rechargeable engraved futhark, making it possible for Felix to continue using them for a long time. Sadly, he didn't get his hands on the elemental potion since its final price had climbed to 9 billion SC. Felix felt that it was more worth it to commission it as he did previously than spend that amount on one. However, since the concoction wasn't 100%, Felix was risking losing all of his materials when it fails. So, this method could end up costing him even more if he had an unlucky strike and failed 3 times in a row. Still, Felix spent 4 billion SC to secure an entire batch of materials in the materials auction. He preferred holding into his game points whenever he could buy anything with coins. In those 6 days, Felix had spent a total of 16 billion SC and was left with another 25. The reason it got increased by 5 billion was due to his ancient ruins maps getting auctioned at a higher price than the minimum estimate. He was given 20 billion SC at the start by Sir Hecarim, and after they got auctioned, Felix received 25 billion SC. Obviously, the aquatic auction had deducted the 20 billion SC that they owned plus 1% fees for each auction map. If it wasn't for this yearly auction event that was packed with filthy rich lords from all corners of the galaxy, Felix would have merely gotten 15 billion SC off those 5 maps. That's because he didn't have the necessary channels to get it into the hands of those high echelons members. Thankfully, it all worked well, and now he still had enough capital to join the biggest auction in the galaxy while still having secured all of the marked items and materials that he needed. Well, not all of them, since he was missing one last thing. Currently, Felix was walking with Princess Bird towards that auction. She seemed quite embarrassed as she kept blushing at what Felix was saying. "Are you sure about coming with me to this one?" Felix stressed. "They are auctioning slaves from multiple races, and they would be all nude. Even humans." "You are lying to me," Princess Bird replied while lowering her head. "They are not slaves but servants. So, I doubt that the auction would strip them out of their clothes." "Hee. You are too naive for your own good," Felix insisted. "Servant is just a nice term to describe slaves in our modern era to make it morally justifiable to buy and sell people who signed a slave contract." He chuckled. "Do you think that the auction would dare sell them without showing their assets?" So what?" Princess Bird stuttered with her ears turning red. "I am old enough to see people naked, and I don't mind doing so." "Old enough, my ass," Felix scoffed. "You are barely 13 years old." "I am not 13 years old," Princess Bird yelled in agitation. "I am 16 years old. In my tribe, I am already an adult." "I see." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "I guess it's fine then to see other people's genitals together." Upon hearing so, Princess Bird's heartbeats started accelerating after imagining that sight. She might be 16 years old and considered as an adult in her tribe, but she was still a child in her heart due to her father's spoiling. For a child like her who still didn't even grab hands with a man, it was a giant leap to straightaway look at nude people with a man. She tried to toughen it up to not appear like a child, but on second thoughts, she realized that she would die out of embarrassment if attended this auction with Felix. "Cough, my father is calling me." Princess Bird glanced at her bracelet and swiftly took off. However, she didn't forget to leave behind a snarky remark. "Just to let you know, I would have totally gone with you if it wasn't for him. I am not a child." Hee. Finally I got rid of her. Felix smirked in his mind while increasing his speed towards that auction. Felix was always planning on buying 2 or 3 servants that were loyal to him and could ease up some of his burdens. However, he never had the capital or the network to buy strong ones either in the 4th stage of replacement and above. As for below, he never considered them as a worthy investment. After all, he wanted to help his servants continue their integration, and it was better if they were higher, making it possible for him to push them into peak 6th stage of replacement. Felix even had plans of giving them a primogenitor bloodline at their 6th stage of replacement, making them be the strongest bloodliners below Origin Realm. There were hundreds of elements, and this meant there were hundreds of primogenitors. Felix couldn't use all of their bloodlines, and it was going to be extremely foolish to not take advantage of the rest. He had far-reaching plans of creating a loyal platoon of primogenitor bloodliners that could accompany him and always be on his service. Naturally, to avoid awakening the primogenitor's consciousness, Felix wasn't going to make them reach even 90% in their integration. After all, he was 100% certain that none of them would betray him or make a move on him due to the Queen's existence supervising every small disloyal thought they had. However, if the primogenitor woke up and actually possessed their bodies unlike what the Jormungandr did, those contract restraints would break since the consciousness would die. Felix would be left to fend for himself against a primogenitor in his servant's body. With that being said, Felix was only thinking about those matters for now, and it wasn't going to happen until quite a long time. At least until the servants that he was going to buy reached the 6th stage of replacement. He chose that stage specifically because it was impossible to replace the primogenitor's bloodline without Asna's presence or the owner of the bloodline. Even using another primogenitor bloodline wouldn't get the job done, but make it even worse since those bloodlines would fight it out when there was oppression on them. That's without considering the fact that the primogenitor would end up waking up before the bloodliner even reached 99% of integration to replace it. All in all, the 6th stage of replacement was the best stage for other humans to utilize the primogenitor bloodline, unlike Felix's situation. In a short while, Felix could be seen chilling inside a room that somewhat resembled the one he was previously at. The only difference would be its size, as this one was quite bigger. However, there were still just 2 chairs in it. In front of Felix, there was a glass window that was peeking into the holographic image of the Queen. But unlike before, there was a floating circular white stage that could be seen by every window in this auditorium. "Let's begin," the Queen said expressionlessly while pointing her finger at the center of the circular stage. Felix paid close attention to the gathered light particles that were shaping up to a human body but had a weird head and a tail. After the lights went off, Felix exclaimed in shock, "They actually forced one to sign the contract. How?" It wasn't just him who reacted this excessively after seeing a pale white boy with furry gray legs and arms. He had a thick fluffy gray tail as well. Yet Felix's attention was on the boy's face that resembled a fierce winter wolf with his long ears that were on top of his gray hair. He was wearing only his underwear, hiding his sensitive parts. He appeared like he was dozing off as he could barely keep his eyes open. "This is Lil-I-Am from the Winter Wolf race in the Bloodstream Galaxy. The starting bid is 800 million SC. She carried on indifferently. His full details are on your screens. You have 10 minutes to read them properly before we begin bidding." They really got one from that race. Felix truly had his eyes opened after seeing a member of the Winter Wolf race who was widely known in the UVR for being impossible to enslave due to their uncompromising dignity. They had no issues dying and seeing their closed people dying with them if it meant keeping their dignity intact. This made it impossible to make them willingly sign the slave contract. Naturally, there were other ways to turn one into a slave, but none of them would be as good as using the AP bracelet and the Queen. After all, chips and such that forcefully manipulate the thoughts of the slave were going to bring down the quality of the slave. Meanwhile, using other ways to threaten their lives like an electrical collar or such wasn't any different than using the AP bracelet. Those willing to die before signing the contract would also not hesitate to get themselves killed by betraying their owners. Thus, AP bracelets and the Queen were the best of the best when it comes to those immoral matters. There was also a good advantage of using the slave contract. That was secrecy. No one would know if someone was a slave or not since he would be wearing just an AP bracelet like everyone else. If he was ordered to lie about his slavery, he was bound by the contract to do so. This would leave anyone wondering if the person they were speaking to was a man of his own or just a slave. That's quite sickening, actually. The fact that people could get enslaved to keep their lives but no one would ever know about it or try to help them out of their plight. Besides the Queen, who could only send an emergency protocol at the first time. She couldn't do it anymore when someone signs the contract, as it makes them property without rights. This was quite ironic, as everyone assumes that with the advancement of technology those immoral issues would be destroyed once and for all. But in reality they just got even more prevalent. In this current era, slaves, or Queen's servants as they were referred to by anti-slavery activists in the UVR, had been already embraced by the majority whether they liked it or not and became a part of the universal society. Just like them, Felix also was forced to embrace it after being in contact with the UVR for more than 20 years in his previous life. He felt disgusted by it at the start, but year after year of seeing his clanmates taking with them their queen's servants to missions and surviving only due to them, Felix stopped going against the stream. If even the SG Alliance didn't want to stop slavery by simply adding a new rule forbidding slavery contracts, why would Felix keep rejecting it when it was going to stay when he was alive and after his death? Right now, he was merely spectating indifferently those bidders fight tooth and nail to buy that winter wolf boy. He had no intentions of joining the fun, as he wasn't interested in raising that kid. He wanted useful servants, and that kid still needed years of effort and resources to turn him into the killing machine his race was known for. Plus, it was too high profile to own him, as Felix couldn't just keep him hidden in his basement or something. Lastly, any race besides humans couldn't really utilize the bloodline system since they had their own paths of cultivation and systems. Felix wanted human servants for those two reasons. Bam! In the end, the queen struck the gavel after calling for the third time, and no one seemed willing to raise the price. It was a steep price even for Felix, who had 20 billion in his pockets. 8 billion for a winter wolf kid. Felix sweated a little bit. Hopefully, peak fourth stage bloodliners would remain under 5 billion, just like I read online. After the winter wolf boy got auctioned successfully, a couple more servants followed after him. Most of them were from different races, which weren't really that high up in the SG Alliance power/authority tree. If they were to be placed, they would utmost have a tiny branch just like the human race. Naturally, those races in the ruling power would not be sold in any public auction like this, since it would offend the race they belong to. Those races at the top, like the witch race, dwarf race, etc., always had fewer numbers, but they were more united than ever, unlike the human race and others. They couldn't accept that one of their own people was enslaved by a lesser alliance member. Hence, each of them had created over the years countermeasures against the slavery contract and those who kidnapped one of their kin. Just like the space worm race, who created the lifelong contract to give their juniors backing whenever they were doing their deliveries or just playing around in space by opening up random wormholes. Therefore, if one planned on kidnapping a dwarf or a witch, they better make it impossible to find them. If they were going to auction them, it would be done in black market auctions, not this one. Meanwhile, no one would give a shit if a human got kidnapped unless he was famous or had a noteworthy figure or background backing him up. Unsurprisingly, most races were just like humans in this case, making it possible to kidnap them and force them into a slave contract just to be sold later on. Just like what was happening for the past hour since the moment Felix had stepped foot in this auction. A slave after another kept passing by Felix's numbed expression, as he was merely waiting for a good bid to appear. So far, there were many third stages or fourth stage bloodliners that had been sold. But Felix didn't like their details. Some of them had high-profiled mutations, while others were still resisting the notion of being a slave, which was totally within their rights, but Felix didn't want to buy trouble. He already had enough troubles and wanted loyal subordinates to help him deal with a few issues like the Gamma organization situation. He didn't want to lie by comforting them that they would be freed from the contract if they worked hard enough. Felix had no intentions of releasing anyone exposed to his secrets unless he got strong enough to not give a shit about his secrets being exposed. Hence, his servants shouldn't be mentally unstable, but those who were willing to serve him. He believed that would take work to really deserve their loyalty instead of being forced upon them. But Felix was ready to go all out on gearing them up and making them part of his inner circle. That wasn't the only reason he kept rejecting each auction servant, but also due to their elements. Felix hoped to get one with a common element so it wouldn't be expensive as hell to gather the primogenitor's essences. Thankfully, he wasn't left waiting for long, as the next servant that the queen had brought was to Felix's liking. He was a well-toned man with 2 long white feathers attached on top of his smooth, bald head. That's as much as Felix managed to see since his face was censored. Naturally, the auction would either use this or give them a random face to hide their identity. Even the details didn't have their full name or exactly their background, so both the auction and the buyer would avoid trouble if there were authoritative figures looking for them. Not bad. An epic peak 4th stage bloodliner with the primary element being wind. Felix was reading off his details while glancing once in a while in his direction. His background is clean, and he never exhibited any worrisome actions. Felix closed off the details hologram and focused on the starting bid that was written in the window. 700 million. Hopefully, I won't snap a vein in this bid, Felix murmured while cracking his neck. But you will definitely bleed our ears. Asna snorted while snapping her finger. She instantly disconnected their minds and refocused back on the chessboard. Felix called twice and shrugged his shoulders after not receiving a response. Time's up. Please start bidding. Immediately after the queen said so, she followed it up by calling loudly bid after bid. Since the number of bids sent to her was too much, she simply chose the biggest one of the bunch in a millisecond and call it. 1 billion from room 194. 1,300 billion from room 116. 1.900 billion from room 11. It didn't take long for the price to cross the 2 billion mark, yet it was still climbing fiercely. Felix didn't react much to this result since all the previous bids had crossed at a minimum of 4 billion SC. Considering that one was buying an epic peak 4th stage bloodliners and such, it was expected that the price would be this high. After all, just the epic tier 5 bloodline used by the bloodliner to reach his 4th stage was at least 400 million SC. Not mentioning other bloodlines, resources, and most importantly the efforts needed to reach that strength level. None of this was cheap, and the price should rightfully be above 4 billion for each one. After a couple of minutes, 4 billion SC was crossed, and only now were the bids started slowing down. Felix straight away jumped into the fun after the numbers of bidders remaining had fallen sharply. After a bitter back and forth bidding, the queen voiced the last call. 4.9 billion from room 74. Going once, twice, sold. Applause rained down on the already drenched Felix from sweat. He was clutching his heart tightly, feeling pained about losing billions in each goddamn bid he made. Don't crumble now, Felix. You still need to buy another one. Felix addressed himself while taking deep breaths, trying to lower his blood pressure. Congratulations on winning the bid, Sir Felix. The queen asked, Do you want me to send your bid to your room now? Felix waved his hand dismissively and said, Not now. The queen didn't bring the matter anymore, and Felix was left to continue listening to the following bids. 1 hour later, Felix was cleaning himself up by changing into new clothes. He had already successfully won a bid on another epic peak 4th stage bloodliner by paying 5.1 billion for her. This brought down his leftover capital to 15 billion SC. Currently, he was preparing himself to meet them both in his room and see up close if his bids were worth it or not. Queen, please them send in, he requested. Immediately after he said so, light particles started to gather in the open space next to his seat. The room was bigger than usual just for this reason, as the auction had taken into consideration that the bidders would want to check their winning bids. After a moment, the light had gone away, leaving behind him the bald man with 2 white feathers on top of his head and a woman. She was quite a sensational woman, as her hair was orange like the sun being seen from afar and remarkably long, reaching down to her kneecap. She had a well-proportioned body, appearing like she was taking good care of herself. Meanwhile, her face would have appeared even more gorgeous if she wasn't staring coldly at Felix with clear hostility. Unlike the other dude who was checking the place like he was on a vacation. Both of them were using their real faces and bodies since they were in the presence of Felix. Hello, Felix greeted with the warmest smile that he could muster. After all, no need to be all bossy from the start and create a separating bridge that would never be crossed. Hello, the man greeted back coolly, but the woman didn't even bother to nod her head at Felix. She merely kept staring at him like he killed her parents or something. Felix didn't mind how she was looking at him, as he believed that he would also react like that if he was ever in her situation. Heck, the dude's carefree manner was actually even weirder than the woman's silence. Can you please introduce yourselves? Felix requested. He already read their details and knew about their names and such, but he still wanted a proper face-off introduction. As expected, the man didn't voice any complaint as he started introducing himself. I am Eric Bogus, an epic peak 4th stage bloodliner. I have 2 elements, wind and magma, but I never bothered to integrate with a magma element beast since the element affinity rating is pretty low. What else? Eric paused and started pondering for a couple of seconds before continuing. Oh, my current bloodline is from the fierce Atlanta pheasant. He stopped to ask, Do you want to know about the rest of the bloodlines that I used and such? Felix shook his head and stated with a contentful tone, "No, that was perfect. Let's leave the rest for later." "Got you." Eric winked at Felix, making him roll his eyes speechlessly. He started to doubt the validity of the Queen's information as Eric was starting to appear like he was a bit retarded. Sigh, at least she appears normal, Felix thought while looking at the silent woman who didn't seem like she had any intentions to share a single thing about herself. Felix waited for a while, giving the woman all the time she needed to respond. Alas, she still seemed reclined to speak. "At least your name?" Felix showed a tight-lipped smile as he looked at her. The woman traded eye contact with him for a couple of seconds in silence until Felix started to lose faith. "This will take more time than anticipate." Just as Felix wanted to sigh in dejection, the woman said coldly, "Malik Solorio." Then, she went quiet again. But Felix was still satisfied by hearing her voice, as that made him feel like she wasn't a helpless cause that might take months just to approach. "Now, let's get into the sticky question," Felix thought solemnly. Hopefully they wouldn't react excessively. "May I know how both of you ended up in this situation?" Felix sugar-coated his question as much as possible. He understood that anyone signing a slave contract seldom came without a shitty experience that was too hard to recall. By asking them this, he was doing nothing but opening up their wounds. As expected, Malik's expressions turned nasty instantly. She didn't seem like she was targeting Felix with her look. "Well, she ain't answering that." Felix shook his head lightly after seeing her reaction. When he turned to Eric, Felix saw that he was being given a look meant for morons. Before Felix could feel baffled by that look, Eric said with a casual tone, "Obviously because we signed a recruitment contract." A desolate silence had descended in the room as both Felix and Malik felt like their brain had short-circuited. They kept staring with a dumbstruck expression at Eric, making him feel a bit weirded out. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Abashed, Eric scratched his nose and said, "I am getting embarrassed. This can't be right." Felix shook his head and fired off multiple questions at once. "You were joking, right? About the recruitment contract? You do realize that you signed a slave contract, right?" "Slave contract? What are you talking about, boss?" Baffled, Eric snapped his finger and displayed a holographic contract. He pointed his finger at the title and said, "See? It says recruitment contract." Neither Felix nor Malik knew how to react after reading the title. It wasn't because it was written recruitment instead of slave contract, but because of Eric's sincere bewilderment about the situation. They knew that all slave contracts never actually have a title that said slave contract. Could be recruitment, servant, subordinate, lackey, etc. Anything but the term slave, since it would be the same as adding salt to injury. Yet, this idiot truly appeared like he didn't know about it. Please don't tell me he got cheated to sign it? No one can be that stupid. Don't even mention a fourth-stage bloodliner like him. Felix massaged his temples with his eyes closed shut. After regaining control of his wits, Felix opened his eyes and asked with a soothing tone, "Can you tell me exactly what happened when you were about to sign the contract? Did anyone force you or something like that?" "No one has forced me to sign it," Eric continued with an appreciative tone. "During my great escape in the universe, I have run out of food, water, and I didn't know exactly how to get some." "Oh no." Felix could already see that his narration would end horribly, but he still didn't interrupt him. "Thankfully, I wasn't left starving for long, as I have luckily met with a bunch of gentlemen in space." He praised sincerely. "They treated me like their close friend after I explained my situation to them. They fed me and took great care of me. They were the ones who told me about this easy way to earn coins so I can support myself." "You mean they made you sign the recruitment contract?" Malik inquired, not able to stay silent at his messed-up narration. No. Eric shook his extended arms and clarified. "They merely told me about it, and I requested to sign it, since I didn't know any other method to earn coins." Felix took a deep breath, trying to suppress himself from shouting at this retard. He had so many questions, and the most important one was, "Did you read the terms of the contract carefully? Like really carefully?" "Of course." Eric replied firmly like it was only natural to do so. Felix's lips trembled as he asked again. You have read that betraying, attempting to kill, retaliating, and disobeying the orders of your recruiter would get you either punished or killed based on the wishes of the recruiter and the contract terms? Yes. Eric quickly nodded his head, appearing quite comical with those two feathers flailing around. Yet, neither Felix nor Malik found anything funny about his agreement. They only felt wonderment while gaping at Eric, appearing like they were admiring an exotic creature. Why are you looking at me like that again? Eric tilted his head and said, Isn't that term normal? After all, I will be recruited and it is only logical that I will be punished or killed if I betrayed my boss. He added smartly while pointing his finger at highlighted term. Plus, I know that my boss can't order me to kill myself or do anything that is against my beliefs, morals, dignity, etc. He shrugged his shoulders. So, as long as I stay loyal to my boss and respect the terms of the contract, I will be paid 2 million SC per month and I will have nothing to worry about. So why are you referring to this contract as slave contract? Eric looked at them in utter confusion. Those fine gentlemen that saved my life also had signed it with their captain, and they looked like they were enjoying their life in their spaceship. After hearing all of this, both Felix and Malik were left stumped by his logic that seemed correct, but it was still flawed big time. They knew that everything he had said was indeed correct and within the contract terms. After all, slave contract came in many varieties. There were extreme contracts that robbed the signer of every basic right that he had. If the owner ordered him to kill himself, the slave must obey or the queen would pop his consciousness. Naturally, only a fraction of people signs this contract that was worse than death itself. As for the majority, they all sign a contract that ensures what Eric had mentioned above. That's why Felix wanted to create a boss and subordinate relation instead of a master and slave relationship. He might be slightly narcissistic and proud, but he wanted none of that shit of feeling superior to another person. On the other hand, there were temporary contracts that had a lifespan. It could be 10 years or even 10,000 years of service before the slave gets released from his slavery chains. Then, there were permanent contracts that could never be broken unless the owner died or he broke the contract from his side. Currently, Eric and Malik had signed a permanent contract with a monthly payment of 2 million SC, unlike the temporary contract that didn't offer anything in return. So in a sense, Eric truly had signed a recruitment contract since he wasn't forced to do it. He probably got cheated but not forced. Meanwhile, Malik was most likely threatened with either her life to sign it or by another matter. Whatever it was, she clearly didn't seem to enjoy her situation, unlike Eric. You have no problems with being my subordinate for life? Felix asked. As long as we are going to do some fun stuff, Eric said with a foolish grin. Have fun, Malik said. Excuse me, but how old are you? I am turning 20 this year, Eric replied casually. Then how could you be ignorant about so many matters? Malik exclaimed in disbelief. Felix didn't show much of a reaction as he already saw his age in the profile details. But, just like Malik, he was quite surprised that a 20-years-old man was completely out of touch with the UVR and the universe. After all, he referred to pirates as gentlemen, not knowing that he got played into signing the contract and sold in this auction or the party who placed him here. Whatever it was, they had earned 4.8 billion out of him without his knowledge, or probably he knew that he was going to get auctioned after being lied to again. After all, the pirates could simply fool him into believing that he was being auctioned due to his talents, strength, or some bullshit. Based on Eric's naivety or stupidity, he would most likely believe it. This what both Felix and Malik concluded after piecing the dots. However, there were still many inquirers that were eating their brain out. Like Eric's ignorance about making coins in the UVR, obtaining coordination to a populated planet so he could resupply, not knowing that he was actually signing slave contract, etc. Such basic knowledge was known to even 8-year child. Don't even mention Eric. Why do you think I escaped my family? Eric complained. My mom kept me locked up in my palace since the moment I was born. Even when I leave it, I get accompanied by her, and no one dares to talk to me or look at me when they see her. Isn't that taking sheltering to the extreme? Felix's eyelids twitched after understanding the source of Eric's lack of knowledge. How about the UVR? Malik asked. Weren't you given access to it? I did have it, Eric admitted sadly. But I never realized that it was this big with multiple cities, and such since my access was limited by Mom to only enter my UVR room. He chuckled in nostalgia. Though, it was quite fun playing in it since it had all the games that I wanted to play. Denying even access to the public UVR? Felix frowned his eyebrows. Was that really his mom, or he was kidnapped and imprisoned? In Felix's eyes, locking someone up in fear of having him killed or kidnapped was a horrible thing to do but understandable. However, denying even access to the UVR and making him only enter his UVR room? That's too extreme since it would serve no benefits. Heck, it would do more harm since the UVR was a safe spot to learn about the universe and its cruelty to idiots and naive people. If his mother was anxious about him that much, she could simply teach him about the do's and don'ts in the UVR to avoid having him cheated into signing a disadvantageous contract and scammed. So Felix was truly bewildered about his backstory. Was that his birth mother or not? What family does he belong to? Is it a normal one or a behemoth that needed to worry about? Questions like those coursed in Felix's mind, and he wasn't planning to add Eric into his inner circle unless he got a clearer vision. If Eric's background turned out to be what wasn't written in the details, Felix had the right to send him back and get the money he lost. He wouldn't hesitate to do so since he had no intentions to buy extra trouble. Eric, can you tell me more about your family, especially your mother? Felix requested while resting his chin on his hand. Well, my family isn't really that big as there is only my mom, aunt, uncle, and me. Eric carried on with a level tone. We own a planet and a couple of deserted planets near it for mining purposes. As for my mom, how can I say this? She is quite overprotective when it concerns me. Maybe because I am her only child, he said while scratching his nose. So far everything is matching with the details written beside his mom. She was never mentioned in the details. Felix nodded his head in approval and inquired, how about the Empire? Is your family really in the Bardo Empire? Yes. Eric nodded his head. Good. Although Felix knew that the Bardo Empire was at a higher level of advancement and strength compared to the waned Mariana Empire, he still preferred having Eric's and Malik's background be as far as possible from him. The Bardo Empire was nowhere near the Mariana Empire as they were on the opposite sides of the galaxy. One last question. Felix narrowed his eyes and asked, does your family have an origin realm bloodliner? As far as I know, my family is focusing on the business side and not the bloodline side. Eric answered truthfully. Phew, had me worried for a second. Felix believed every word mentioned since the moment he recruited them and got their contracts. They were not allowed to lie to him. Well, they could totally lie, but the Queen would notice this and inform Felix about it. Then, he would have the right to punish them as he saw fit but within the contract constraints. He couldn't just kill them after they told a single lie, but he could totally do so if they exhibited any signs of ill intentions towards him or planned to betray him. With the Queen's existence, who was supervising every thought they had, he would get straight away notified if any of the above occurred. In case they attempted to make a move and backstab him, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to pop their consciousness before they took even a single step towards Felix. When it comes to killing, the Queen was the fastest executioner in the entire universe without a single contender. With that being said, Felix got quite muddled, since so far everything that Eric had mentioned was written properly. Even other details were written but not mentioned by him, like his favorite food, what he liked and hated, his bottom line that shouldn't be crossed, etc. Details that could help Felix stay in favor with Eric without any issues arising between them. Queen, please run a quick search on the Bogus family in the Bardo Empire. Felix requested while smiling faintly at Eric. In a split second, the Queen reported her finding, which was just the detailed version of what Eric had mentioned, like the name of their planet, mines, industries, culture, etc. Felix spent 2 minutes listening to the Queen's report while asking Eric at the same time to confirm it. In the end, everything turned out to be clean and Felix couldn't help but sigh in relief. He understood that by owning those two, he would be targeted by their families, backgrounds, friends, masters, and anyone close enough to care about their disappearance. Whether it was Malik, Eric, or another recruit. The only difference would be the intensity of the search based on the background's resources. Hence, it was a must to have slaves with families like Eric to avoid bringing more trouble. Naturally, those slaves couldn't share information about themselves or contact their families when they logged in to the UVR. The moment they did so without the owner's knowledge, they would straightaway get killed by the Queen since it would be deemed as a betrayal. Felix knew about all of this since he wasn't a retard to get himself two slaves without knowing how the slave system works and its contracts. You said that your mom is overprotective. Felix coughed. I don't want to get into your family matters, but don't you think that your mom would be searching for you everywhere? Don't worry. Eric showed Felix a thumb up and said with a confident tone. I have left a note behind, telling her to not look for me and that I will be fine on my own. Fine my ass. Both Malik and Felix felt the need to beat Eric up for his baseless confidence. The dude got cheated and sold the moment he stepped into the real universe yet still was clueless about it. What's worse? If he didn't get found out by the pirates, he would have died from starvation. Sigh. I know that your mom fucked up when she locked you like that, and I don't want to know why she did it. Felix smiled bitterly. But you should treasure your mother's unconditional love, as you will miss it only when it's gone. Felix might not show it, but there wasn't a single day that had gone by without missing his parents dearly. Although he already let go of them since it was a long time since they died, he would trade anything in his possession just for another chance to meet them again. Thus, he understood where Eric was coming, as being locked up for 20 years in a palace without even full UVR access would result in taking extreme action as he did. But leaving a note behind wouldn't make his mother less heartbroken and worried about his absence. Felix didn't like that one bit. Whatever, I was planning to tell you about this when you make it to my place in real life, but it wouldn't hurt to tell you now. Felix looked at them solemnly and promised. If you showed me that you are willing to serve me full-heartedly, I will not hesitate to modify the contract to allow you to contact your families and loved ones. Felix added lastly, I want you to feel like you are working for me as subordinates and being paid monthly. Hence, if you stayed loyal to me, you will never be treated as a slave or even think of yourselves like that. That goes without saying, boss. Eric didn't seem like he understood the implication of Felix's offer, as he merely thumped his chest twice in agreement. On the other hand, Malik's eyes widened in shock and agitation, as she had never expected to receive this offer. When she signed the contract, she always believed that she wouldn't see her family until her owner dies or breaks the contract. Yet, she still signed it since at least there would be a chance to meet them again, unlike getting killed straight away. Now, hearing what Felix had mentioned and seeing his sincere eyes as he looked at them, she sensed that he meant every word he said. What do you mean by modification, and when are you going to keep your promise? Malik fired off two questions while trying to suppress her agitation. Naturally, I can't allow you to see and talk to your families freely since they will definitely ask you about your location, Felix said calmly. So, I will make sure to modify it to discourage you from any attempt to pull any tricks. As for the date, Felix shook his head and replied, that depends on your attitude, behavior, loyalty, obedience. All in all, give me a reason to reward you and I will most definitely do so. Malik closed her eyes and went quiet for a second after hearing so. Meanwhile, Eric merely kept making grand promises that Felix doubted he could even achieve one of them with his naivety. After a couple of seconds, Malik opened her crimson eyes and entered a staring contest with Felix, wanting to see if he showed any signs of deception or trickery. When she didn't notice any smidgen of fakeness, she nodded her head willingly and said, If I can see my family again, I will do my utmost best to support you in your journey. You have my word. Felix smiled widely after hearing so and said, That's exactly what I am hoping for. Just as Felix planned on excusing them, he remembered that Malik still hasn't introduced her background. Eric left him traumatized about trusting details fully as they could be deceiving. Hence, he swiftly asked her if what was written in the details was real or not. Malik nodded her head in agreement and added a couple of details that weren't included. First of all, She was a fire elementalist with a high affinity rating of 74%. But she didn't have a secondary element. Honestly, it was useless having a secondary element if the affinity rating wasn't going to be as high as the primary element. Meanwhile, her story was the same as Eric's but also different. While Eric had met with pirates and was exposed to their fake friendliness, Malik had faced the vicious side that they were infamous for. She told Felix that she was traveling with a few clanmates towards a Tier 1 ancient ruins that had been discovered, and they were sent to scout the situation. However, before reaching the ruins, they were intercepted by a pirate group who seemed like they were camping there specifically for them. Malik figured as much since the pirates weren't weak in the slightest. The crew had tens of peak 4th stage bloodliners, while their captain was a peak 5th stage bloodliner. Her squad didn't have a single chance of winning as the moment the pirates entered their spaceship after destroying its thrusters and engines, a massacre had unfolded. It ended only when less than 5 of them survived. They were offered either an agonizing death or to sign the slave contract. It was clear what was Malik's choice. One should never trust a ruins coordination, even if it was bought from secure channels. Felix shook his head at Malik's story. He understood that, in this universe, most coordinations shared in the UVR were either fake or traps set by pirates. Traps in the sense that those ruins were actually real and still unexplored. What those pirates do was simple. They sell the coordination to a targeted clan that was studied by them and then wait for them next to the planet, laying an ambush. Since the contract signed entailed that the ruins were real and unexplored, that clan wouldn't hesitate to send a squad to scout ahead for the main exploration crew. Felix's sold ancient ruins map were going to receive the same treatment since no one could trust that the ruins wouldn't be infested with pirates ready to jump on them. The pirates had to be creative in their approaches since just wandering around in the infinite cosmos wouldn't make them rich anytime soon. It wasn't easy to luck out on a spaceship on their radar. This method of laying down traps was quite a good one to earn coins since the caught hostages could be sold back to the clan for billions of coins, and if the clan was unwilling to pay the ransom, they would be auctioned as slaves. Malik had told Felix that 3 of her clanmates had made the same decision as her. If they had the same integration level as her, then it meant that the pirates had earned at minimum 20 billion SC out of them. When compared to the criminal organizations like Gamma that target weak planets, pirates were earning a shitload of coins in each operation they make. Naturally, the danger had increased significantly since no one knows if the trap was going to work out or just invite trouble. This was one of the reasons Felix wanted to build a loyal squad, so when he aims at the unexplored ancient ruins in his memories, he would have some backup, unlike going solo like a moron. Alright guys, you have shared more than enough and I am really appreciative of that. Felix smiled faintly. As much as I want to share things about myself, I can't do so unless we meet in reality. I hope you understand why. Malik nodded her head in understanding while Eric kept looking at them in confusion. Felix wasn't planning on explaining anything as time was of the essence. I will be paying for your journey, Felix informed. I need you to reach me as fast as possible, so I will be paying for the VIP Wormhole Expressway. Felix chose the VIP Wormhole Expressway since he knew that the regular expressway had a long queue before getting access. That's due to the space worm checking on those without permits by setting up stations in front of the Wormhole Expressway. After all, if the wormholes weren't watched properly, everyone could just use them wantonly without paying fees or having a permit. Naturally, most pirates weren't given permits to make it difficult for them in the universe. Meanwhile, the VIP Expressway only had space fleets guarding it. Since the moment one paid for VIP treatment, he would be given access straightway without stopping to get checked. This removed the queue time that might take up to days of a wait if one was unlucky and met with heavy traffic. Although they would be traveling at the best Wormhole Expressway, Felix knew that it would take them at least 2 months before they reach him. That's because planet Earth was isolated from the centers of civilizations in the Alexander Kingdom. They were positioned in the borders of the Alexander Kingdom and the Coronia Kingdom. This implied that neither the Wormhole Expressway nor the VIP version was even close to them. In the case of deliveries, this wouldn't have created any problems for Felix since Fatty Botted could simply open up a wormhole in his bedroom. However, for human transportation, the spaceship had to travel the entire distance from the center of the kingdom to Earth. With that being said, Felix wasn't bothered that much by waiting 2 months since his Dark Deviant spaceship was currently on its way, and it would be arriving in a month and a half at best. It was a must to have it arrive before those two since Felix was planning on meeting up with them in it. He couldn't have them enter the Earthling team headquarters since the anti-surveillance barrier would detect them instantly. It wouldn't let them get inside without scanning them. That simply meant giving permission to the Queen to inform Mr. Rodriguez about their names, backgrounds, integration level, etc. Naturally, this process was only for outsiders since the ESG organization wasn't going to allow strangers inside without fully checking them out, unlike their known team members. Felix didn't want to expose Malik and Eric's strength lest they end up getting exposed to the Gamma organization. If all went well, Felix was planning on sending them to retrieve the pieces of the artificial symbiote after he makes his move against the Gamma organization spaceship. After all, he wasn't a prophet to foresee that the Gamma organization was truly going to perish once and for all from his red plasma weapon. Those two would be his plan B when shit hit the fan and everything derailed from the script in his mind. After Felix sent them away, he contacted the auction and gave them his address. He would be responsible for the payment, but they would take care of the transportation for him. Felix didn't want Princess Bird snooping around him due to those sensitive discussions and information. Now that he was done, he sent her a message to accompany him to the last auction of the day. He wasn't planning to buy anything in it, but he was willing to attend so he could broaden his horizons. Plus, he was left with only 15 billion SC and he wanted to save it for the biggest auction tomorrow. At that time, he would be accompanied by the Anti-Royal Alliance and not just Princess Bird. I need to concoct some high-quality bullshit to throw them off. It will be even better if I manage to turn them into my allies. Felix rubbed his chin while gazing absent-mindedly in front of the auction's gate, waiting for Princess Bird's arrival. Good thing you are an expert in that. Asna chuckled. True. Felix laughed back and started brainstorming for tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, at the Androxa house at 9 p.m., Felix was sitting in the living room all dressed up neatly, appearing quite handsome. He was video chatting with his grandfather, listening to the difficulties his family company had run into in their main business venture. Naturally, his grandfather wasn't the one who called to whine about them, but it was Felix who wanted to check on them. The millions of coins that he kept sending them discreetly were used properly to get themselves a small footing in the UVR. Naturally, they couldn't afford to create a company in Androxa City, but they did manage to place it in the third biggest city in the Alexander Kingdom's UVR territory. Unsurprisingly, they started with the easiest industry and also one of the most profitable ones if it was done right. Cuisine. They took advantage of Earthling's diverse cuisine by implementing it in the UVR. Naturally, they couldn't just steal recipes and call them their own, as they had to legally purchase them from the owners by paying them in dollars. That's why private clothes brands, recipes, patents, and all for the data that was sold to the Queen wasn't placed by her in the VR store. She was simply buying the information to increase her database and also help new planets get a better footing. Hence, besides public information that was accessible to everyone, nothing else was posted by the Queen in the public database. Thankfully, it wasn't really that hard to get recipes from chefs since they couldn't really be copyrighted in the planet. But in the UVR, that was a different story. After those recipes became the family's property, they legalized it based on the UVR rules and it truly became theirs. In other words, unless one received permission or the Maxwells turned the recipe public, no one could use it in restaurants or sell it for profits. This was possible only due to the Queen AI. After they collected multiple recipes from every cultural cuisine, ranging from pizza recipes, pasta recipes, steak recipes, Costco's recipes, etc., they had officially started a business by placing their food in VR store, cuisine section, where Felix used to pick his food from. Naturally, there was an infinite number of different food in that section, making it almost impossible for their food to get some spotlight in the list unless it got picked constantly, turning it into one of the favorites in the section. But for their food to get purchased in the store, they needed to be spotlighted first. Hence, the dilemma that the Maxwell elders and Felix's grandfather were facing. We were quite naive when we believed that our Earthling food will turn the UVR upside down due to their deliciousness, Robert said while rubbing his eyelids with a fatigued expression. He seemed like he wasn't having enough sleep or rest due to the family company hitting the roadblock in their path. I warned you before. Felix shrugged his shoulders. I told you that the cuisines industry shouldn't be underestimated. It is indeed a fact that a single popular recipe could turn one into a multi-billionaire, but that is just gambling with resources and hoping for luck to take the wheel. Felix indeed warned his grandfather by saying so. But in all honesty, Felix already foresaw that the Earthling cuisine was going to fail hard into making an impact in the UVR. He had 20 years of future knowledge, and not a single recipe had managed to leave a mark and raise above the trillions of different recipes. Those recipes were just for the human race without mentioning the other races. Frankly speaking, Felix always believed that Earthling's food would have made an impact if it was heavily advertised in the UVR. But who in his right mind would spend hundreds of millions to billions of coins to advertise a single recipe when they didn't even have half that amount as their capital? What's worse, the recipe could still fail to attract enough interest, thus killing off the investment. It was too risky to advertise a recipe. If one was willing to do so, he needed to study extensively the science of food in correlation with the majority of consumers in the UVR. If it wasn't for so, Felix would have chosen his grandfather and the elders' plan way before them. However, that didn't mean he wasn't investing in the food industry at all, as his primo investment company was owning one restaurant and investing in one food company. Felix knew that down the line, the restaurant was going to create a heavenly recipe while the food company was going to invent a new cooking tool. So he might be dipping his feet in multiple industries, but all of his projects were bound to succeed sooner or later. Sigh. We should have listened and switched to another industry. Robert sighed with a discouraged tone. Now most of our capital had been invested in this company, and we can't retreat anymore. Old geezer, are you giving up already? Felix taunted with a mocking tone. What happened to the prodigy businessmen who single-handedly turned the family into a business empire? Did you get overwhelmed by the business side of the UVR? Robert chortled softly in derision. Don't I have you? If I failed to make money, I can always live off you. I see your shame hasn't returned yet. Felix chuckled and said, Gramps, I told you many times to come to me for capital if you failed your projects. I don't care if you failed 1 or 100. I will always have your back. Felix bragged shamelessly. Unlike you, my projects are bringing me more profit than I could handle. You are just as shameless as him. Asna rolled her eyes after hearing him bragging about his projects that he cheated with his future memories. Felix ignored Asna's jap and sighed after noticing that his grandfather's expression had gone strict all of a sudden. Fine, I won't say this again. Felix knew that his grandfather was too proud to ask money out of him. Although he joked about it, he would never actually live off Felix when he was healthy and vigorous just like his younger self. How about I invest in your company then? Felix suggested. I can buy 20% shares in advance with 100 million SC. 100 million? Robert's eyes widened for a bit after hearing such a large number. He always knew that Felix was filthy rich, but he never asked him about how much he was making or the names of his projects. Unless Felix came clean about them, he wouldn't stick his nose in his grandson's matters. In his eyes, he was already a man of his own. No, that's too much. Robert shook his head vehemently after regaining his senses. The company net worth is barely 30 million SC. True. Felix admitted it with a head nod. Then, he followed with a confident tone. But, I firmly believe that under your leadership, the company would earn more than that, and I will recover my capital in no time. Ver. Before Robert could respond, Felix's bracelet started vibrating. Felix glanced at the screen and noticed that it was from the Maganda chief. Gramps, I will call you back later in the day. Felix swiftly added before hanging up. You can expect the money to be wired today. Good luck. Why? Clunk. Felix hung up and quickly turned off his phone and messages so he wouldn't be reached by anyone. Then he requested, Queen, wire 100 million SC to my grandfather. Oh, and wire addition 100 million SC. Tell him to bet on the Earthling team winning the first game. The Queen asked for confirmation since the number was quite large. Felix confirmed it and the Queen sent it immediately. After seeing the notification that marked the successful transfer, Felix chuckled to himself. He must be fuming right now. Verver. Better get going before they assume that I ditched them. Amused, Felix stopped thinking about matters concerning his grandfather after his bracelet vibrated again. He swiftly clicked on the small screen and noticed that it was truly an invitation to the chief's auction room. It simply said that he was eligible to accept it and join the final auction in the event. That's because Felix had spent more than 5 billion SC in the last 6 days and could automatically enter the final auction if he wanted to. However, he would have gotten a single room to himself, and that wasn't proper when he had made an agreement to meet with the chief and the rest in a single room. Queen, please accept it, Felix requested after choosing a random disguise. Inside an enormous star-shaped building that had its endings supported by humongous floating boulders, thousands of authoritative individuals were spread out, each in a room or multiple in a single one depending on their choice. What mattered most was that anyone attending this auction had spent 5 billion to earn their room. Heck, some of them spent it on items they didn't even need just to get a ticket inside. They understood that the items showcased here were the best of the best. If one couldn't obtain an invitation, he could always turn into a ghost and enjoy the show without the ability to access rooms. Inside one of those rooms, Felix's body was in the process of reconstruction. A second later, he opened his eyes and was met with the sight of the Maganda chief, smiling gently towards him, and the rest of the anti-royal alliance sitting each in a chair of their own. Not sensing a single ghost presence, Felix looked around him and noticed that Princess Bird wasn't in the room. I guess he didn't want her to hear the content of our conversation, Felix thought to himself while bowing his head respectfully towards the seniors. Thank you for having me. Haha. No need to be polite. The chief gestured for Felix to take a seat next to them. Felix nodded his head while seating himself right in the middle of them. There were 6 seats in the room placed horizontally and only 1 meter next to each other. The only seat left open was the one in the center, making Felix get sandwiched by the chief to his left and Zojia to his right. The rest were spread on both sides. Felix didn't know that the chair placement was meant to make him feel important or just to build pressure on him, since he was literally being sandwiched by legendary peak 6 stage bloodliners. Whatever it was, Felix didn't show much of a reaction. In fact, he had placed one leg above the other, getting comfortable sitting within them like he was their equal. Why wouldn't he feel like that when he was always sharing a table with Asna and the Jormungandr, 2 beings whose statues were cosmos away compared to those seniors? It seems like you have enjoyed your time in the past 6 days, Zojia said calmly. Felix smiled politely and replied, Indeed, it was a fruitful 6 days, all thanks to the chief. I am glad, the chief said while laughing in a heartful manner. However, the conversation he was having in his mind was nothing but that. As we decided, Zojia, you will be the one who breaks the ice and start the conversation about his bloodlines. Understood. Zojia sent a message while having a forced faint smile, like she was trying her best to not appear cold and indifferent. Gabrielle, stop staring at him like that. You are creeping me out. Don't even mention him. Chief sent another message to the youthful man with a long white mustache that reached his chest. Truly, he was staring at Felix like he was his son-in-law, sending shivers down Felix's spine. However, after the warning, he coughed and regained control of his emotions. He was the man from the previous gathering who proposed to invite Felix into his palace to check out his daughters. He seemed like he still didn't give up on that thought, even though he never received a response from Felix. Well, Felix didn't even see his email as he filtered only the auction ones before. Just as the mood was about to grow awkward since no one was speaking, the window in front of them started reflecting bright blue light. After a second, the blue light was replaced with a beautiful blonde woman who was wearing a long tight dress and moon-shaped earrings. She was standing in a circular stage while appearing as clear as crystal to everyone no matter their distance. She smiled charmingly and spoke with her arms spread apart in a welcoming manner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual co-hosted auction that was brought to you by Aquatic Auction House, Beethoven Auction House, Daylight Auction House, and lastly, Dragonair Auction House. Clap, clap, clap. Resounding applause replied back to her greeting, making her smile get even wider. After a short moment, it died down and she began speaking again. This might be your 100th time attending this yearly co-hosted auction, or it might be your first time. But as always, let's take a look at the auction's rules together, since they are quite different than what you are used to. Felix listened carefully to what she had to say, as he never attended this auction even in his previous life. He didn't find a lot of information about it after extensive research. The presenter manifested a hologram that had 5 rules written boldly in red color. After reading them in his mind, Felix noticed that he only knew one rule out of them. That was the fact that there were only 10 auctioned items and they weren't known to any bidder. It was written that only the auction's owners who were co-hosting this knew about the items, and they signed a contract to keep it to themselves. The second rule was simply stating that one must bid with a minimum of 500 million SC each time. The third rule was about the time allowed to make a bid. It had gotten increased from the usual 15 seconds to 1 minute, allowing the bidders more time to consider their bids. The fourth rule was also about time, but it was related to the time allowed to read the details. They were given 10 minutes this time instead of the known 2 minutes. The fifth rule and the last rule implied that it wasn't allowed to place assets as collateral or asking for a loan from the auction. The only method accepted was hard cash. After the presenter read them out loud and explained each one briefly, she bowed her head with a beautiful smile and said, "Enjoy your time bidding and good luck." Poof! She exploded into light particles, emptying the stage. However, it didn't stay like that for even a second, as the holographic image of the queen had manifest in her place. Without nonsense, she brought out the first item, which appeared as a triangle-like white flask filled with black matter, and said, "The first item is a flask of immortality concocted personally by Madame Sandra, a rank 5 witch." She paused for a second and followed after, "The starting bid is 2 billion SC. You have 5 minutes to read its details and start bidding." Dear God, if this was the first item, then what the fuck are they going to auction as the last one? Shocked, Felix gulped a mouthful while staring at the flask and its mind-blowing details in the window. Yet, the 5 seniors didn't seem to care about his reaction, as their entire focus was placed on the details as well. They appeared more agitated and shocked than Felix, since this flask concerned them even more. Madame Sandra finally pulled it off again with her 2% success chance. Gabriel pounded the armchair with his palm in excitement and eagerness. "You going for it again?" the chief asked. "Grand Elder still didn't find anything else to prolong his life?" Gabriel sighed while shaking his head. "Unfortunately, he has only 10 years left to live, and he had already given up on the search after gaining immunity from the longevity potions." "I see. Then I won't fight it out with you for it." The chief and the rest decided to give up on it for Gabriel. Meanwhile, Felix had just finished reading the drawbacks of the potion. He couldn't help but marvel at witch Sandra for concocting such a heavenly potion. As far as he read, it provided the user with extra 10,000 years to live. It might not sound like a lot, but the potion wasn't made for commoners only, but could be used by even Origin Realm bloodliners who were at their last stretch of life. Potions that could extend the life of bloodliners were always rare and expensive as hell. Even hundreds of years were almost impossible to get for normal bloodliners. Don't even mention the flask of immortality. Should I try to get it for Gramps? Felix pondered deeply. Commoners could utmost extend their lives to 500 years with longevity potions meant for them. But this one could extend his life without drawbacks, unlike the lesser counterparts. Felix glanced at Gabriel, who was coiling his mustache around his finger with an eager expression, and frowned his eyebrows. "I doubt I can outbid him with my pitiful capital. Please start bidding." Felix's focus was brought back to the Queen after hearing so. "Whatever, let's attempt it. Queen, please increase the bid to 4 billion SC." Alas, the Queen didn't even entertain him, as the latest bid had already surpassed 5 billion in the blink of an eye. 6 billion from room 544. 8 billion from room 978. 16 billion from room 641. It didn't take even 10 seconds before the price surpassed Felix's entire capital and was still not showing any signs of stopping. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be poor again? Asna didn't hesitate to throw jabs at the silent Felix, whose ego was being brought down to the ground with each 2 billion plus bid. When he had 36 billion in his pocket, he always felt like he could buy anything that his eyes landed on since he never actually saw something getting sold with more than 20 billion SC. Naturally not including cosmic bodies, coordination, etc. Yet, seeing that the flask of immortality had reached 25 billion SC and still climbing fiercely, made him know that even if he didn't buy anything in the past 6 months, he doubted that he would get anything from this auction. He truly got his horizons broadened. The usual. Felix shook his head and smiled brightly again. I am used to the feeling of being a small fish anyway. Although Felix said so, he didn't show any signs of planning to remain one for a long time. He may not have reached a whale level, but he would get there eventually if he kept doing his thing. In a short while, 45 billion from room 641. 45 billion from room 641. Going once, twice. Sold. Bang. In the end, the potion's price had finally halted at 45 billion, making Felix marvel at how much people were willing to pay to prolong their lives. Sigh. I am sorry it didn't work out. The chief patted Gabriel's shoulders, comforting him after he lost the bid. All of them did the best they could by loaning him coins to secure it. Even Felix shimmed in with 5 billion SC to show support. Naturally, it was a contract-based loan and his private details were hidden from them by the queen. Still, it wasn't enough. Although they were kingdom's leaders with assets worth hundreds of billions SC, but when it came to liquidity, they truly didn't have much. No sane or smart king would keep holding into 100 billion SC in his pocket when it could be used to better their kingdoms, invest in research, upgrade their armies, etc. Everything revolved around their kingdom, and holding 40 billion SC for personal matters was already too much. Since it was against the rules to place assets as collateral, Gabriel was left hopeless. Well, at least you raised the price until the other buyer would feel hurt by it for a long time. The chief tried to brighten the mood with a joke. After all, their main target from this auction was actually sitting right in the middle of them. Gabriel wasn't required to be told twice as he swiftly switched gears back to being natural. When Zoja saw so, she glanced at Felix, asked softly, Mr. Landlord, did you by any chance place a unique bloodline in this auction? The chief and the rest all held their breaths in anticipation of his answer. This question might seem like a normal yes or no type of question, but it had multiple layers to it that could decide many things based on Felix's response. So that's why they wanted me in this auction. Felix recognized their target instantly. He understood that the seniors didn't meet with him in any other auction, since if he had auctioned his unique bloodline, it would straightaway be chosen as one of the 10 best items to be auctioned in the entire event. After all, it was a mythical bloodline placed by Landlord himself. By meeting here, they had an actual way to bring the subject to light without appearing aggressive or demanding. The seniors thought of everything to make Felix feel like he was a friend of theirs invited to enjoy his time and not be interrogated. Although that was indeed the case. They wished dearly for the answer to be yes, since it would mean that it was possible to obtain Felix's bloodlines. They wanted just one bottle. Not for their use, but to be experimented on and researched. They wanted to reverse engineer what was done to the bloodline to make it always stronger than its counterparts. If they acquired that, Felix wouldn't even be needed anymore, since they could create their own unique bloodlines. That what they were planning on and hoping to achieve. Alas, all of their wishes and hopes were dashed after Felix replied with a simple, "Nope." The chief and the rest all exhibited some signs of a disappointment for a split second before their expressions returned to normal. Why so? Zoja asked casually. I believe that you will earn at least 50 billion SC for one of them, even if it was just a tier 1 bloodline. Simply because those bloodlines don't belong to me, Felix replied with a leveled tone, like he was stating a matter of fact. The seniors went quiet for a second after finally receiving an indirect confirmation. Well, they didn't fully believe that it was the truth, since they only have Felix's body language to guess if he lied or not. Since Felix didn't really lie, as those bloodlines belonged to primogenitors, he didn't exhibit a single subtle subconscious sign of lying. The seniors could only somewhat believe what he said and move on. I don't know if I mentioned it before or not, but I have watched all of your games and was quite fascinated by your ability's uniqueness, Gabriel confessed. This made me appreciate the owners of your bloodlines and also intrigued about their research. Oh, is that so? Felix asked, smiling. Haha, I am also quite curious, the chief said while laughing, trying to make the conversation stay on the casual side. The rest followed after him by voicing their desire to learn more about Felix's bloodline. Felix looked at them and replied with a light chuckle, I guess that makes 6 of us. Zojia arched her eyebrows in displeasure and asked, What do you mean? I am also curious about their research results and how they created those bloodlines. Felix shrugged his shoulders while admitting, Too bad. I have no clearance to such a sensitive intel. Haha. How can it be like that? The chief laughed as he doubted. I mean, you are using their bloodlines, right? So how can you not be an important asset? Important asset? You will be surprised if you hear what's my position in the organization. Felix chuckled faintly in ridicule. Organization? Is his position that low to mock himself? Again, I didn't see any signs of lying. Still, take every word that he said with a grain of salt. The telepathic conversation between the seniors never stopped for even a second as they analyzed every word and action that came out of Felix. While they were assuming that he was meaning the organization, Felix was hinting at his universal social status compared to Asna and the Jormungandr. Hence, he truly didn't lie. Can you tell us more about your organization, then? Zojia asked. Instead of answering, Felix rested his hand on his chin and remained silent. Is he thinking whether to tell us or not? He must have signed an NDA contract not to divulge information. I believe that he is considering what can he say without breaking the contract's terms. Agreed. It could only be so. While they were trading messages without a change of expression, Felix was rechecking on his bullshit story for any last loopholes before committing to it. After not noticing anything wrong with it, Felix removed his hand from his chin and looked at them with a solemn expression. For smart, experienced individuals like you, I assume that you know that I have signed an NDA contract. The chief and the rest nodded their heads. But what you don't know is that immediately after saying anything that could expose the organization, the Queen will pop my consciousness. Felix informed. Before the senior's expressions turned dark, Felix looked at the chief and said, But since the chief treated me like a close friend, I am willing to tread on a fine line to give non-sensitive information about my organization. Although the seniors were still not liking the sound of that, as they knew that Felix was probably going to give some useless information that couldn't be taken advantage of, they remained silent and placed their entire focus on his words. Let's start by the grand purpose of my organization. Felix smiled faintly and said, It's to make the human race replace one of the 10 ruling powers in the SG Alliance. Silence engulfed the room after the last echo of Felix's bold and preposterous words resounded in the senior's ears. Is he talking for real? Ruling power? What a joke. Felix could see the disbelief and doubt that had emerged in their eyes after hearing him out. He didn't blame them for feeling like this, as the purpose that he chose was truly impossible even if the entire race had united somehow and worked as one towards it. Yet, he just told them that an unknown single organization was attempting to do so. They didn't know if they should laugh at their unfold arrogance or applaud at their boldness. But Felix didn't care how they see it, since he only wanted the organization to appear like it was too otherworldly. Cough, Mr. Landlord. I mean no offense when I say that your organization's goal is truly on the point of insanity, Gabriel said. Even the chief, who always seemed optimistic, was nodding his head in agreement. Felix spread out his arms in a carefree manner and replied, It's not like I support it or have a say in the organization's decision-making. What do you do exactly? Zojia asked with her eyebrows frowned. My job in the organization is pretty simple and anyone can do it actually. Felix scratched his cheek and continued bullshitting with a straight face. I am experimenting with bloodlines given to me in the games, so they would obtain data off it. Experimenting. Thoughtful. The chief rubbed his chin while trading glances with his allies. It does sound logical. But if they wanted to test and get data, why not do it hiddenly without needing to expose the bloodlines in the first place? Ask him. After a quick telepathic conversation between them, Gabrielle was left to ask Felix, "Don't you think that it's much better to carry out experiments hiddenly?" "They already did so." Felix pointed at himself and clarified, "I am the final experiment and was meant to compete against the strongest fighters in the entire SG platform to see how the newer bloodlines fare against the rest." The chief and the rest traded glances again, making Felix wonder what they were thinking about his bullshit so far. Were they buying it or not? Honestly, he doubts that they wouldn't buy it since they had no other option but to. Unless they got to him in real life and extracted information forcefully from him by reading his memories or using some fucked up item, anything that he said was the truth and nothing but the truth. "What's the final goal from your experiment?" Zojia rephrased her question after realizing that it didn't make sense. When will the experiment end? Did they give a rank set in mind? Or after they finished gathering all the data they required? "It will end when I reach the origin realm while using from awakening to 6th stage of replacement. Nothing but mythical bloodlines." Felix dropped a bombshell on them while hearing Asna's enticing laughter. She seemed like she was enjoying the show, unlike the seniors who were left utterly dumbfounded after hearing Felix naming his bloodline. Mythical bloodlines? Stirred and excited, the chief exclaimed loudly while standing up on his feet. His brain got shut down the moment he heard the mythical term, not processing the rest of the sentence. It was an understandable behavior for someone obsessed with new bloodlines to place in his collection. "Easy now, Chief." Zoja's eyelids twitched as she sent a message. "You are starting to drool in front of him." The chief hastily wiped it out with his sleeve in a single motion while returning to his seat. He looked at Felix and noticed that he was looking at him weirdly. However, he didn't even explain himself as he straightaway asked solemnly, "Was it you who named the bloodlines after seeing everyone calling you mythical bloodliner or the organization?" "Naturally, it was me." Felix didn't lie this time as he clarified. "The organization was using a shitty numbered name for the bloodlines, and I think it's much better to call it mythical bloodlines." He did lie partially, but it was a must. He wanted to make them know that the organization was responsible for everything and that he was utterly useless without the ability even to name a bloodline. He knew that he could have gone full ham in his lie by mentioning that bloodlines were named mythical way before it got spread in the network. But in his eyes, that was a breach of the NDA contract. Because he was telling them the actual name used by the organization. Names were banned based on the contract terms, like the organization's name, the researcher's name, staff's names, etc. Hence, the reason he mentioned shitty numbered name on the fly. Felix always needed to be on his tiptoes against those monsters who lived for probably thousands of years. Mistakes like those were too fatal to his story and would expose him in a heartbeat. Felix wanted to avoid that since he had plans to take advantage of them by relying on the fake organization. "Not official, huh? That's unfortunate." The chief was slightly disappointed by the sound of that. After seeing that the chief stopped bothering Felix with the rank, Zojia swiftly took over by requesting Felix to clarify what he meant by reaching Origin Realm. "I guess that should be enough fake information. Too much and loopholes will start to manifest on my story." Felix made an instantaneous decision after seeing that they were getting too comfortable with their questioning. "I don't mind sharing it." "Well, only by reaching that real." Felix stopped speaking midway and kept staring into the void while trembling in his seat. This sight confused everyone but Zojia, who guessed what happened to Felix due to prior experience and sharpness. Shit. He must have received a warning from the Queen after starting to mention something vital about the organization. Damn it. I was wondering, why does it seem familiar? The seniors all exclaimed one by one in their minds in agitation and worry. They understood that to receive a warning meant that Felix wasn't going to speak a single word about the organization lest he ends up getting killed straight away. Just as they expected, Felix looked at them with a bitter smile and said, "Sorry, but I can't share much. I have been given my first strike by the Queen." The chief and the rest signed in dejection and disappointment after hearing so. There were a lot of questions in their minds that needed to be answered. Naming a few, why was Felix the only one chosen to experiment in the games? What's the background of this organization and where did it come from? Felix's information might sound good, but he didn't mention anything concrete that was usable by them. We don't know if he is faking everything or he truly meant every word due to the chief. Whatever it was, we need to contact the organization backing him up and speak to them personally. Zojia sent a message while showcasing a gentle smile towards Felix, appearing like she was comforting him. Agreed. We already have a head start than the rest and we need to take advantage of it. Chief, you deal with it. Leave it to me. The chief looked at Felix, who appeared like he was pondering deeply. The chief patted his shoulder and told him, "No need to squeeze your brain for more intel. We appreciate what you have shared with us so far." "Are you sure?" Felix insisted with a guilty tone. "I feel like I didn't pay you enough for the invitation and hospitality." The chief pointed at his eagle logo in his chest and said, "We have a saying in my tribe. If you spent a week with a person without troubles arising, you would become his friend, his partner, and his ally. Since you spent an entire week with my daughter and said that you enjoyed her company, that makes you a close friend of my family," the chief said with a sincere tone. "So don't consider yourself as an outsider and keep feeling like you need to return a favor." Upon hearing all of this, Felix didn't know if he was being bullshitted or the chief was talking for real. However, he still bowed his head respectfully and said, "I am honored, Chief, to be a friend of the tribe." Felix smiled innocently and requested, "Please feel free to ask if you require anything from me." "Haha. As a matter of fact, I do have a small favor." The chief rubbed his chin and requested, "Can you contact your organization for us?" Instead of responding, Felix leaned back on the chair while going completely silent. The chief and the rest didn't bother or rush him as they waited for a response while holding their breaths. They finally took the bite, but I need them to feel unworthy for the organization. Felix thought, "I don't mind at all, but please give me 4 days to prepare." Felix clarified with a troubled tone, "I need to make sure that when I voice my request it will be taken seriously and delivered to the higher-ups." "You never cease to amaze me with your acting and bullshit level." Asna chuckled while covering her glossy lips. "You already reached a godly level. Thank you for the compliment." Felix replied while looking at the seniors nodding their heads at him. "Please take all the time you need. Indeed, we are not in a rush." They accepted what Felix had said since they understood that in large organizations, small fry never gets taken seriously. In their mind, if everything that Felix had said was real, then his contact request would be ignored if it wasn't serious. They really hoped to meet with the organization as the anti-royal alliance plan depends on Felix's bloodlines. Meanwhile, Felix has done his very best to make himself appear smaller in their eyes since he knew that if he showed them that he had useful information and was hiding it, they would use everything in their possession to get to him in real life. That's only if he showed them that he got info about the bloodlines. Now imagine him selling or auctioning the primogenitor's bloodline. Indeed, he would earn 40 billion SC or more from the sell, but he would be exposing that those bloodlines provide users with 10 abilities instead of 6 like Tier 1 to Tier 7 bloodlines. What's worse, they could manage to awaken the primogenitor and know that Felix had been using the primogenitor's bloodlines instead of the made-up, mythical bloodlines. He wasn't ready to receive that kind of attention and hunt that would most definitely move even the monsters hidden in the galaxy. Hence, Felix's bloodlines must not land in any human's hand unless they were loyal to him and would never release his secrets. Felix also knew that he could have used some bullshit lie like he had an Origin Realm bloodliner behind his back or such. However, he also understood that wouldn't really work since it would seem like he was attempting to scare them off actively. Felix didn't want to leave that impression since it would appear like he was afraid of them. It was 100 times better when someone else brings the subject of those indirect threats. With the seniors getting baited to contact the organization, Felix would simply respond to them by using a fake high-echelon member of the organization. This would lead them to put their focus on the organization instead of Felix in terms of contact. By then, he would have every opportunity to make them give up on trying to locate the useless member that he had built as landlord. This was merely the beginning of his plan. It might work or not, but he was willing to take a shot. The moment that the conversation had died down, everyone's focus was brought back to the ongoing auction. Currently, 3 items were auctioned during their conversation, leaving 7 more. Those last 3 items were just as good if not better than the Flask of Immortality. There was even a flying serpent that resembled one of the dragon species, sold as a tamed mount for 29 billion SC. Naturally, it was probably going to be used for statue and reputation instead of transportation. Felix could only watch as those items flash past his eyes without any means to acquire one. The 15 billion in his pocket felt like 15 pennies in this auction. Absolutely useless and couldn't even help him raise the price 3 times to spite others. Whatever, at least I have bought all the things I required for my integration and to further my plans. Felix comforted himself. Plus, if I used all of my capital to buy an item here, I will be broke and I can't have that now when I need to collect primogenitor essence for 4 bloodlines. Although it was an attempt to make himself feel less bad about missing out on those items, Felix was speaking the truth. 1 bloodline essence was already hard enough to collect. Don't even mention another 3 added to the mix. Fuck it. Better get myself busy than continue staying here for no reason. Felix quickly decided to ditch the auction while it was still ongoing. Seniors, I apologize, but I have to leave for an urgent matter, Felix said while tapping on his bracelet screen with a bitter smile. Oh? Is it the organization? Zojia asked in intrigue. Felix nodded his head and straightaway activated the teleportation process after seeing that no one was adding any more questions. Please do remember to take care of our matter properly, the chief reminded him with an easygoing smile. Leave it to me. Felix waved his hand while disintegrating and said his goodbyes. The moment he disappeared from the room, everyone's expression turned from friendly to solemn real quick. Let's carry on our conversation, Zojia said out loud. It seemed like they never stopped talking telepathically in the presence of Felix. As I said, we have to prepare for both situations, the chief informed. If we manage to get contact with the organization and found out that they were real, we will go all out to ally with them. If we found out that that lad is playing us, Zojia smiled coldly, we will hunt him down to the ends of the universe until we find out about his abnormality. Hopefully he didn't lie, Gabriel sighed. 4 of those 5 suspects turned out to be not him, leaving only Aladdin Musk. If he also turned out to be not him, we will need to spend billions of coins and at least a year of effort to get some positive results unless landlord gave us other clues. How's the situation with your target chief? Zojia inquired. Is he still hiding? The chief clicked his tongue in irritation. I have been using all of my resources to locate him on his planet, but the environment is making it extremely difficult. Who would have guessed that everyone is living under the deserts? Barry smiled wryly. Don't think too much about this matter, the chief promised. I will catch him eventually. Hopefully he is going to be landlord. Zojia wished softly while looking at the auction. Meanwhile, in Felix's Androxa house, he was sitting in the living room while having a hologram displaying all the acquired items and their serial codes underneath them. On another side, there was another hologram displaying a list of witches. Felix was checking it currently, wanting to see if there was any other witch besides Hala with a 49% success rate or above in concocting the elemental potion. After a thorough search, he managed to find 3 of them. They had a 70% success rate. Alas, they were all rank 5 witches and they rarely accept commissions for elemental potion. They were focusing more on concocting rank 5 potions like Flask of Immortality. Even if they accepted one, Felix would be required to wait at least a year for his turn in the queue to arrive. Then pay triple the fees than what he paid to Witch Hala to make it worth a rank 5 witch. I guess it wouldn't hurt to commission it to Madame Hala again. Felix scrolled back up on the list and clicked on Madame Hala's profile. After a swift read, he noticed that her reviews had increased and that her queue was smaller than last time by a couple of orders. Felix went to the dial button and called her. Just like before, he was answered by Madame Hala's assistant. After a quick back-and-forth negotiation to reduce the price, a deal had been made. It was for Felix to pay the full amount of fees without reducing a single coin. Since he was using an uncommon elemental flower again, he had to pay 360 million SC for the concoction. Well, at least he would need to only wait 30 days this time for his turn to arrive, unlike last time. Miss, Can I be notified before Madame Hala start the concoction? Felix requested. I am interested in watching the process of my potion concoction. Naturally, the assistant replied enthusiastically. You are more than welcome to watch. But you will need to pay 2 million SC so Madame Hala could accept you around her. Understandable. Felix's eyes twitched, but he still wired the extra fees on the original paid amount. 2 million SC was quite worth it to watch live a witch during concoction. Felix wanted to watch her previously on his last order, but his bracelet was shit, not having the ghosting feature. With his new bracelet, he could ask for permission to show himself as a hologram in which Hala's concoction lab. After so, he excused himself and hung up. Let's check on that fatty, Felix murmured. He must have gained weight again after lazing for almost a month. Ring ring. Cluck. Fatty, you dead yet? Felix inquired lazily. I will be soon if you don't give me a delivery. Fatty Botadai whined. I am about to starve. Heh. Did you burn through all of your cash in a single month? Felix mused. Cough. Something like that. Fatty replied with a held-back tone. Felix got curious after realizing that he wasn't lying. But he didn't want to get privy to his private matters, just like Fatty was respecting his privacy as well. Hence, he changed the subject to the deliveries he needed to be brought back home. Don't worry about coins. I have multiple deliveries for you. Felix glanced at the list to his side and informed. I have 3 things in the SG Mariana Empire warehouse, and 5 more in the Guardian Empire. Aight. Send me the codes so I can calculate the shipment amount. Fatty called eagerly. Felix emailed them to him with a simple request from the Queen. After waiting for a couple of minutes, he received the price, 10 million SC. Felix wasn't surprised by the number since he was making a cross-empires delivery, and that was a long journey even for Botadai. Especially when it was from the Guardian Empire, situated on the opposite side of the galaxy right next to the Bardo Empire. He was thankful enough about getting relieved from paying the custom taxes on those auctioned items. If it wasn't for so, he would have winded up with paying a minimum of 500 million SC just to get them to the Mariana Empire. Then pay again to get them to the Alexander Kingdom since it was separated from the Mariana Empire. By the time they reach him, his wallet would have beaten black and blue. When should I expect them? Felix inquired. 4 days. That's good enough. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction and hung up after saying his goodbyes. He wired him the payment and closed the holograms. Then he called Eric and Malik to check on their situation. After hearing that they were about to depart in a spaceship, Felix wished them good luck and told them to meet up with him in the Androxa Capital's training center tomorrow. Felix wanted to check on their combat up close since neither of them was an SG player. What's worse, Eric possibly didn't fight much in his life due to his mom. Based on his young age and high integration level, he must have been integrating non-stop with integration materials until he reached peak 4th stage of replacement. This implied that he rarely fought with his abilities since he replaced them the moment he gets them. Thankfully, he still had his etched permanent abilities, making it possible to just integrate to the peak 4th stage of replacement then start practicing combat with them. This integration method was more prevalent in rich families who were able to buy epic or legendary bloodlines from Tier 1 to Tier 7. After all, no one would want to waste his future by using rare bloodlines or below unless he was retarded to rush it or truly hopeless for a way to get them. Honestly, with the existence of the SG, there was always hope to secure those high-end resources. Anyhow, Eric was probably integrating with this method. Felix didn't know if it was his mother's choice or not, but he didn't care much as he would carry on using this method for both of them. That's because he wanted them to reach peak 5th stage of replacement as fast as possible so he could turn them into Primogenitor's bloodliners. I need to buy some epic Tier 5 bloodline bottles for wind and fire element. Felix rubbed his temples after remembering this only now. He knew that it was better to buy them now and send the serial codes to Botadai so he could bring everything at once. But first, he needed to know about the species of the fire primogenitor and the wind primogenitor. Elder, do you know the species of the fire primogenitor and wind primogenitor? Felix asked politely. I have met with the fire primogenitor once, and she was from the bird species. Thoughtful. The Jormungandr rubbed his purple gawadi while trying to recall those old memories. Oh? Wait. Let me enter the consciousness space so I can see her. Felix closed his eyes quickly after he received a positive confirmation. In a short while, Felix grouped up with the Jormungandr and Asna, who were chilling in a mist-made beach. The sand was gray. The water was gray. Everything was gray, making Felix feel gloomy just by the sight of them. The Jormungandr and Asna were holding two soft gray drinks while lying on beach chairs. Felix frowned his eyebrows and thought, if only there was a way to connect them to the UVR, it would be much better to have them hanging there with me. Felix thought about this issue the moment Asna entered his consciousness. Alas, he didn't find a method to help Asna connect her consciousness with the Queen. After all, to connect with the Queen, an AP bracelet was a must. The one he was wearing was already bound to his consciousness only. This meant the Queen never actually knew about the existence of Asna or the Jormungandr. She could hear Felix speak, but not them since they weren't connected to her. This made it seem like Felix was talking to himself like a retard always. The Queen in his bracelet was just a basic version meant to assist him, so she never thought too deeply about matters not concerning the rules. Felix even attempted before to request the Queen to log Asna in the UVR, but she simply told him she didn't know what he was talking about and gave him the protocol to log into the UVR. Since the protocol required an AP bracelet, Felix was left stumped. Don't mind us. The Jormungandr smiled gently after hearing his thoughts. We are enjoying our time as it is. Don't lump me with you, old snake. Asna removed her sunglasses and glared at the Jormungandr. I want to leave this shitty place. If you spent less time whining and more time thinking, you could have found a method to connect to the UVR. Annoyed, Felix scolded while taking a seat next to her. Asna went gloomy after hearing so. Felix raised his eyebrows in confusion at her reaction. He didn't know what came up to her to react like that instead of cursing him back. But, seeing that she just wore her sunglasses back and stopped talking at once, Felix didn't continue pondering on the matter. If she didn't want to talk, then he wouldn't force her. Elder, can you please show me the fire primogenitor? Felix asked while leaning closer to the Jormungandr. The Jormungandr waved his hand lazily, and a darkened mirror-like screen was manifested in front of Felix. A second later, it brightened up and displayed the fire primogenitor. SSSSS. Felix couldn't help but drew a deep breath after seeing an image of a cosmic swan-like bird nesting on an active red star that was probably 1,000,000 times bigger than the sun. Felix barely noticed her at the start since her entire body was burning, making her appear like she was made from fire. Seeing his shock, the Jormungandr chuckled and said, She is called Phoenix, and her few worshippers refer to her as the Star Goddess. The Star Goddess? Fit perfectly. Felix praised with a slight head nod. The Jormungandr laughed in mockery. That's just a glorified title for a lazy head like her. What do you mean? Felix wondered. She spends 90% of her time sleeping on a star since it's warm and cozy. The Jormungandr smiled wryly. She was one of the few primogenitors who missed the packed meeting as she forgot to wake up for it. For real? Felix was left speechless by the sound of that. He didn't think that even primogenitors could sleep over important matters. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock after rethinking what the Jormungandr had mentioned. Does that mean she is still alive to this day? The Jormungandr lifted his sunglasses just to give him a side glance meant for morons. This made Felix feel embarrassed as he didn't know what did he say wrong. I just told you that she spends 90% of her time asleep. The Jormungandr wore back his glasses and said, Why would she get depressed like us and seek death when she wakes up for only a couple of millennials then sleep for millions of years again? That's true. Felix face-bombed after realizing he was indeed a moron. Plus, I doubt she can even kill herself. The Jormungandr added with a sympathetic tone. Just like flames can burn for eternity, she will always revive from the ashes no matter which ways she killed herself. So she is a true immortal? Felix's thought process was different than the Jormungandr, as he was only interested in the fact that she couldn't be killed off like Asna's Unijin race. The Jormungandr nodded his head calmly, making Felix feel slightly envious of Malik. She was going to use the Phoenix bloodline, and there was a high possibility of unlocking an ability related to the revival of eternal rejuvenation. Felix always looked down on common elements, thinking that uncommon elements were much better and more unique. But just now, he realized that was flawed thinking. No, more like subjective human thinking. The Phoenix was the fire primogenitor, controlling one of the most common elements in the entire universe. Yet, she was actually unkillable, unlike the Jormungandr and the Sphinx. The fact that she owned something unique to her than the rest of the primogenitors changed his entire perspective on elements. So what if it was common, uncommon, or rare? What I should be thinking of from now on was the compatibility of the elements I am using instead of their rank. Felix made a firm decision to start ignoring his prejudice against common elements. Idiot! It's good that you have corrected your flawed thinking. While Aeson straightaway insulted, the Jormungandr praised Felix with a faint smile. Then, he asked, "Do you want to see the wind primogenitor?" "Yes, please." "He was a buddy of mine, and we have spent a couple millions of years roaming together." Nostalgic, the Jormungandr sighed while waving his hand, replacing the Phoenix's image with an image of a celestial bird that resembled an eagle. However, he had autumn-brown feathers and a smooth-scaled head with a yellow sapphire color. His eyes were red and had a black slit in the center, appearing like a black hole with his mind-blowing size. Unlike the other times, the image was moving as the eagle-like bird could be seen flapping his wings once, and he was already gone from sight. Before Felix could blink his eyes, the bird returned while grasping a small gas-like planet with his pitch-black claws. This was from one of our hunting sessions for energy during our aimless wandering. We ended up eating that gas planet since we didn't find another alternative. The Jormungandr chuckled nostalgically. That caused him to burp and fart throughout the entire journey? "Oh, good old days. Good days my ass. You nasty snake." Asna pulled her chair away from the innocent Jormungandr who was simply retailing his stories. It wasn't like he was the one who was farting, since it was unlikely for him to be affected by gases due to his poison immunity. Meanwhile, Felix's image of the primogenitors was crumbling each time he heard a story from the Jormungandr. Lady Sphinx was an oddball who spoke in riddles every 10 sentences. Lady Phoenix was a lazy head who missed one of the most important meetings in the history of the universe due to her sleep. Now, he heard this about the wind primogenitor. Felix was quite scared to hear about the rest, as none of them seemed normal. "What's his name, Elder?" Felix coughed as he asked. "Oh. I am used to calling him Rocky, but his real name is the Rock, and his worshippers refer to him as the Celestial Rock. Sometimes even as the Cosmic Predator." The Jormungandr responded. Upon seeing how the rock was clasping into a planet that was hundreds of times the size of Earth, Felix believed that title fit him perfectly. "So both of them are from the bird species." Felix abruptly frowned his eyebrows after realizing that another issue had just come up. Bird species were 20% more expensive than others due to the possibility of providing wings mutation or ability. Whatever, at least they are from a common element, and there are plenty of firebirds and wind birds. This was some consolation news, since Felix would have a faster time collecting the essence. "Thank you for the information, Elder." Felix bowed his head and said, "I will be on my way to the market. Don't mention it." The Jormungandr waved his hand dismissively at Felix and closed his eyes behind his sunglasses, returning to his chilling position. Felix stood up and went to Asna, who was lazing under a gray beach umbrella. He looked at her from above with a wicked grin. "What do you want?" Thud. "Ouch! Are you seeking death? You bastard!" Asna immediately raged after getting tapped in the head by Felix's knuckle. Alas, Felix's body had already exploded into mist after the deed was done. "That's for hiding something from me," Felix criticized. "Every time I meet you and you don't mention it, I will tap you in the head." "You!" Asna wanted to insult him but held back. She merely kept massaging her head in silence. The Jormungandr turned around and saw that she was a bit downcast. "Little Asna, just tell him," the Jormungandr advised gently. "He will definitely agree to your plan and won't hate you for mentioning it. Who knows, it might work and you can use the UVR just like him." What do you know? Asna turned to the opposite side while murmuring, I have already screwed up once and he forgave me for it. I won't repeat the same mistake. I saw his memories. The Jormungandr chided her. If you haven't noticed, by not telling him, you are repeating the same mistake. Seeing that Asna wasn't responding, the Jormungandr shook his head in disapproval and closed his eyes again. He said more than enough already, and it was up to Asna to make a decision. Will he really not mind it? Asna covered her eyes with her hands as she sighed to herself. For days later, in the Earthling team headquarters inside the drop, Felix had just returned to his room from the cafeteria after eating his breakfast. He got out of the VR pod today since his delivery was expected to arrive in 30 minutes. But since it was delivered by the unreliable Fatty Botadai, it was delayed by another 30 minutes, making Felix want to beat that worm up for always arriving late. Thankfully, all of his items were delivered without a single issue in them. Instead of taking everything, Felix left the elemental potion materials on Botadai as he still needed him to deliver it to the Galactical Cargo Company. Felix already made a deal with them to deliver those materials to Madame Hala. After Botadai left with the materials, Felix sat down on the floor and took out all of the bloodline bottles in his possession. They were plenty. There were 2 Epic Tier 4 Illusion bloodline bottles, 1 Epic Tier 6 Sand bloodline bottle, 5 Epic Tier 5 Fire bloodline bottles, and another 5 Wind element bottles. Those 10 bottles were purchased 4 days ago after he exited the consciousness space. Truly, he didn't find difficulty getting them from Mr. Gawadi's hands. Felix wasn't planning on integrating but just extracting each primogenitor's essence and filtering them in prepared empty bottles. Asna, you can start, Felix requested while starting with 1 Epic Tier 4 Illusion bottle. After injecting all of its content into his heart, he waited with hands clutched in anticipation for Asna's report. Empty. Sigh. Felix smiled wryly after hearing her negative response. However, he didn't let it affect him as he still had another one. He swiftly returned all the previous bloodline content into the bottle from a small wound in his finger. Naturally, this was the doing of Asna. After doing so, he took a deep breath and injected the content of the second illusion into his heart, and prayed softly for some good results. This one has 1% illusion primogenitor essence, but the memories in it are useless. Asna informed lazily, It's just 10 seconds of gazing at space. No problem. Felix exhaled in relief. At least we got 1% as a start. Felix needed to find anything in those 2 bottles for morals, as he knew that this side project would be a long hellish journey until he collects 99% essence needed to finish a replacement stage. It would have been better if he spotted the illusion primogenitor in his earliest memories to know his species. But it is what it is. He couldn't have it all. Felix quickly extracted the bloodline into its original bottle, while the 1% illusion essence was placed in another empty bottle, separating the 2. He then beamed both in his spatial card and carried on with the 5 fire bloodline bottles. Although Felix didn't have even 1% fire affinity, it didn't matter since he could not integrate with the bloodlines. With Asna's oppression, those bloodlines couldn't flare up inside Felix's body like everyone else who injected an essence of a wrong element. Took Asna 10 minutes until she finished dealing with them all. It turned out that Malik was quite lucky, as Asna had found 29% essence from 4 bottles while the last one was empty. Felix carried the same sequence with the 5 wind bottles, and this time Asna found only 19% in 3 bottles and the other 2 were empty. So far so good. Felix smiled in satisfaction while holding into the last Epic Tier 6 sand bottle. Finally, the last one. Asna yawned while stretching lazily like a cat on her bed. With her furry gray pajamas that had cat ears on its hoodie, it wasn't a far-fetched analogy. Inject it fast. I want to return to my sleep, Asna said with a rushed tone after seeing that Felix appreciated the content of the bottle. Sleep, sleep. That's the only thing you think about. Vexed, Felix took the needle at once and injected the content into his heart. After emptying the entire bottle, he rubbed his hands in agitation and anticipation. This was the moment of truth. Whether Epic Tier 6 bloodlines were more worth it than using multiple Tier 5 bloodlines. If the amount was above 10%, Felix would fully focus on hunting epic Tier 6 sand bloodlines until he reaches 99%. If not, he would buy epic Tier 5 bottles from other shops than Mr. Gawadi, whose stock was still empty after a month now. After waiting for a couple of seconds, Asna opened her eyes while raising her eyebrows slightly in surprise. I found 16% in it, but... Thank God! Felix exclaimed loudly in excitement and delight, interrupting Asna mid-sentence. He was hoping for just 10% after getting traumatized by epic Tier 5 sand bottles that rarely give beyond 5% due to the Sphinx being a chimera species. Upon seeing that he calmed down again, Asna carried on from where she left with an annoyed tone. Yet, that wasn't the biggest finding but her memories. Oh? You saw something useful? Felix inquired. Yes. I saw the reason why she was being referred to as the guardian of knowledge and truth, Asna said. Felix's eyes widened in delight as he understood that it would be vital information if he ever met with Lady Sphinx during her awakening at 99% integration. So far, Asna hasn't told him yet what she saw in all the memories collected, but she also said that it wasn't much information like he found in the Jormungandr's memories. Wanna know? She asked playfully. No. Although Felix was curious all right, he still reined it since he believed it was much better to watch the entire memories linearly. Tisk, it's your loss. Asna covered herself with the bedsheets and closed her eyes after. Alas, Felix wasn't done with her yet. You better not sleep yet. Felix beamed a black box in front of him and opened it up swiftly. He grinned widely after witnessing hundreds of rainbow stones stacked next to each other. They were constantly switching colors, making him slightly dizzy by the sight as his eyes were sensitive to light than the rest. He turned his head to the side and placed his hand inside the box, touching a dozen of stones at once. Without needing to be told, Asna started absorbing them and purifying them later on. This process lasted for half an hour until 1K high-grade illusion stones were purified properly. This left Felix with multiple boxes filled with black dust lying next to him randomly. Felix beamed them back in the bracelet and stopped bringing out any new boxes. 1K stones were more than enough to last him for 5 daily enhancements or so. Asna didn't waste time as she started enhancing his illusion affinity, which was stuck in 12% for a very long time if his previous life was taken into account. Oh, I missed this feeling. Felix just laid on the ground in utter euphoria, feeling like he was lying on a peaceful lake in the hot summer. Alas, it didn't last for even a couple of minutes as Felix's body was still not good enough to handle larger doses of enhancements. Still, after he requested the Queen to scan him, he found out that his illusion affinity rating was increased by 4% at once. This meant it wouldn't take him even 22 days until he reached 100%. Though, as long as he didn't manage to collect enough illusion primogenitor essence, it wouldn't matter much if he reached 100% now or years later. Speaking about illusion, Felix swiftly contacted the Beethoven auction house and informed them of his intentions to auction the epic Tier 6 sand bloodline bottle and those 2 illusion bottles. Due to him being considered a VIP guest, the auction accepted the deal after informing him that he would be required to pay 1% fees for each item sold on their platform. Felix agreed and signed the contract with them. Then he sent them the serial codes and told them that he would be responsible for the delivery process. He preferred sending them with Bodadai to stay on the safe side. After dealing with those bottles, Felix called Luby and informed him of the incoming 10 fire/wind bottles. He gladly accepted them, but he told him that he would be paying the full amount on 2 days interval. Felix hung up after voicing his agreement to the proposal. I should be expecting 5 billion return if I was unlucky and lost too much on the auctioned 3 bottles. Felix thought after doing a quick calculation. Currently, he had only 9 billion SC left in his bank account, placing him back to where he belongs. He was worried that his 3 bottles would be butchered in the monthly auction if they were contested heavily on. But if the opposite happened, he could potentially sell them at a profit. He was already profiting from them by extracting the primogenitor's essence. Let's head to the show. Ring ring. Just as Felix stood up, planning to get himself cleaned up, he noticed that the Maganda chief was calling him. Hee. I guess they are getting impatient after not updating them. Felix grinned deviously while accepting the call. Felix didn't have to worry about himself getting found out as he was using the same voice he spoke with as landlord. The conversation didn't last for even a minute as Felix went straight to the point and informed the chief that he had already contacted the organization for them. Naturally, the chief asked for their response, to which Felix told him that he wasn't informed about it. However, he did comfort him by telling him that he should be expecting a response in the next month or two if he was lucky. "Thank you for the hard work." The chief showed his appreciation by emailing an invitation link to Felix. "Please feel free to pay a visit to my royal tree in the UVR. I will have Alicia show you around." "Will do, Chief, will do." Felix voiced his confirmation with a soothing tone and hung up. Although he told them that they would receive a response in a month or two, he had no intentions of honoring it. He wanted them to feel that they weren't important to the organization and they weren't begging to have them as allies. Hence, he was planning on making them wait at least 3 months before actually replying to them as the organization leader. Only then would Felix have the upper hand in the negotiation if it came to be. In addition, he wanted to give them time to search for him and fail so they would feel like they had no other choice but to put their lot with the organization if they were still interested in his bloodlines. Since they were planning to declare war against the Empire, those bloodlines were a must to secure the victory. Felix had caught them by the balls, and he wasn't planning on letting go until he took everything that they were willing to offer for an alliance between them and his fake organization. Ring ring. Felix's peaceful thinking was interrupted by his bracelet ringing. He glanced at the screen and noticed that it was from George. "Clunk. What's up? Today's training will start at 3 p.m. and last to 9 p.m. George said sternly. "There are only 3 days left before our game. We need to double our efforts lest we regret it." I will be there," Felix agreed and hung up later on. After a while, Felix got out of the shower fully nude. He didn't cover himself with the nanosuit offered to him by the ESG organization. Instead, he beamed a small black suitcase that had 3 darkened futharks embodied in a triangle shape. "Let's test this bad boy." Eager, Felix placed his hand on the surface of the suitcase and requested in his mind, "Queen, please bind the Obscurum artifact with my AP bracelet and make it an exclusive use." A moment after his request, the futharks brightened up each with a different color for a split second before turning dark again. "The Obscurum artifact is successfully bound to your AP bracelet," the Queen informed. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and quickly requested with an eager grin, "Open it." Cluck. SSH. Chilling steam escaped from thin cracks after the suitcase opened up partially. Felix placed both of his hands on it and opened up it fully in a slow manner, allowing the chilling steam to blow on his delighted face. "Queen, please make these pajamas as set 1. Felix requested while manifesting a hologram that was displaying normal black pajamas. Done. When he received a confirmation, Felix put his hand inside the suitcase and said, "Activate it." Immediately after he said so, Felix found himself in that black pajamas. The suitcase had disappeared right in front of his eyes like it was never there. "Holy!" Shocked, he exclaimed while touching the smooth, comfy fabric of the black pajamas. He never expected that the difference between the 7th generation of nanosuits would this big compared to the 3rd generation he was using before. Felix always needed at least a couple of seconds before wearing his previous nanosuit, and the process wasn't pleasant in the slightest. But with this one, he barely felt anything. Ecstatic, Felix swiftly stood up and went to the mirror in his closet door. Hee, not bad at all. He grinned in satisfaction after seeing that pajamas appeared exactly as in the hologram. Even the 3 futharks were gone. Yet, Felix wasn't worried by it as he knew most of the details about the Obscurum suit. After all, he bought it in the auction with 5 billion SC. It was the most expensive item he got at the event and he had to read its details carefully. From what he read, the Obscurum suit was created by a famous dwarf from the technology school of thought in the dwarf race. This school of thought was known for embracing advanced technology in their artifact creation, unlike other schools that use materials harvested or obtained from life forms. The Obscurum suit was created by combining the 7th generation nanobots with the 3 engraved futharks. Felix didn't know how it was combined since that was a trade secret, but he knew that this suit was the best for him. It provided anything that a normal artifact could and also allowed him to shape it as he pleased. Not mentioning hiding the engraved futharks, making it resemble like any other nanosuit. Let's do a quick run in the measurement center. Eager to test out the suit, Felix swiftly laid on his bed and logged in. Inside the measurement center, in a VIP room, Felix was standing in front of an AI dummy while wearing a tight black armor-like suit that had 2 brightened-up engraved futharks on his chest and 1 more on his back. The 2 in the front had brown and green colors respectively. Meanwhile, the one at the back was black. Naturally, each futhark was engraved with an ability that was correlated with its element. Let's test stealth mode first. The moment Felix made this decision, his head got encased as well by the suit, making him resemble the Black Panther from the movies greatly. R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman 3. Following so, the suite started turning transparent until it couldn't be seen anymore by the naked eyes. This was the doing of the Black Futhark, as it was based on the darkness element and was engraved with a high-class stealth ability. After a couple of tests, Felix found out that it truly could hide his scent, noise produced by any movement he made, his body's heat, and a couple more. He even stood 5 meters in front of this dummy AI that was supposed to have a 4th-stage senses-related ability. But still, it didn't show much of a reaction to Felix's presence. Just this high-class stealth ability alone had made the 5 billion price worth it in Felix's eyes. Good. So far everything is the same as I have read in its details. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction and pressed on his bracelet screen, turning the stealth mode off. Immediately after doing so, the brightened black futhark was turned dark instantly, appearing like a normal rock on the sideway. However, the other 2 were still turned on. Felix teleported himself in front of a silver machine that appeared like a tank and ordered the AI to use only 4th-stage elemental abilities. "You ready?" the AI asked after receiving his order. "Fire in 3. Focused, Felix got into a defensive posture while facing the silver machine's muzzle. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! A bright red solar beam was fired from the muzzle and smashed into Felix within a split second. The moment he saw the beam coming, his body was already flying in the air with his limbs flailing uncontrollably. Boom! The force was so strong, he ended up smashing into the wall of the other side of the room. Thud! Arg! Felix groaned in pain after falling to the ground on his face. He felt like his body was smashed by a construction hammer. Yet, he was still grinning with some difficulty while clasping into his stomach, which was bruised but not heavily wounded. Meanwhile, the suite didn't even seem harmed by the beam, as the area of contact was merely emitting some smoke. Haha! A 7th-generation nanobot's defenses plus force absorption from engraved futhark is truly the best. Felix praised while standing up on his feet. He knew that without the suite, he would have exploded instantly, as his body defenses weren't even as good as a 3rd-stage bloodline. Although he was propelled like a sandbag, he wasn't complaining in the slightest, as the engraved futhark did its best to absorb most of the force, making his body get hit only by the leftover force. However, in a serious fight, his wound from the attack would still affect him heavily. That would have caused Felix a problem if his 3rd engraved futhark wasn't related to plant element. Felix merely cracked his shoulder joints with a smirk after standing up, feeling not a single ounce of pain from his stomach. Due to the suit, no one could see that his wounded area had been healed earlier with green particles that were released from the green futhark. However, both those 2 futharks had gotten darker noticeably. They were still bright, but just not like earlier. I guess the energy needed to defend against 4th-stage attacks is monstrous. Felix frowned his eyebrows after noticing this as well. Well, what did he expect? The Obscurum suit wasn't meant to help him fight against 4th-stage bloodliners, but just survive against 2 or 3 of their attacks. That was its limit, and if he went beyond it, the suit would definitely give in and break. After Felix was done with his testing that lasted more than 3 hours, he logged out and went to grab a bite in the cafeteria. When he ate his fill, he came back and logged in again. However, this time he straightaway used George's invitation link to enter his UVR's room, where the team was already gathered on the football field. After Felix's body got reconstructed, he was greeted by the team members. Felix nodded at them while walking towards George, who seemed like he was arguing with a couple of instructors. After Felix got closer, he started picking up their conversation. I am telling you, Zhang, we must stay as a defender. We already brought him down from midfield to center back, and we can't just place him as a substitute to the goalkeeper. George reasoned while tapping his finger aggressively on a hologram that was showing a minimized green field. His new unlocked ability metallic wall is a massive help to the goalkeeping post. Sasha argued back calmly. We need a good substitute to hold the torch in case something wrong had to Noah. A couple of soccer coaches nodded their heads in agreement. Although they were just professional coaches, they still had gained enough knowledge after spending 4 months with the team to voice their own opinions. Plus, he is extremely slow and his abilities all required to be in melee form. Sasha added even more reasons. He will be just a fat target to penetrate from. Just as George wanted to retort back, he spotted Felix nodding his head behind Sasha. Glad to see you finally arriving in time. George addressed Felix, making the instructors turn their heads and focus on him. I am quite free today. Felix gestured with his head at the holographic mini-football field and asked, Is that another formation? George immediately got heated after hearing so. Well, I am trying my best to keep it the same, but they disagree hardly on it. I don't want to make any more adjustments when we have only 3 days before the game. I also don't want to make adjustments. Sasha still kept her cool as she argued back. But Zhang Wei's new ability needed to be addressed properly. I don't mind doing so, but we can't make him a goalkeeper substitute when he didn't practice it in the past 3 months, god damn it. Here they go again. Felix took a step back after seeing that the rest of the coaches had gotten into the argument as well. Seeing how heated they were, he guessed that probably everyone was stressed out from the game deadline and also the chaos happening outside of the island. Although the situation outside wasn't as chaotic as in the first time, it was still causing issues in every country due to the full lockdown that was making it impossible for anyone to leave their houses. George, Sasha, and the rest of the instructors were probably constantly worrying about losing the game. If it wasn't for Felix acting as a pillar in the team with his behemoth strength, those instructors would most likely not sleep at night. After all, the Council and the ESG organization were all placing their hopes on the first win to wish for a surveillance system blueprint that could help them locate the Gamma organization. Although only Felix knew about the surveillance system, the others still knew that the wish was important to the Council to make a move. So everyone was stressed and pressured. Felix could see it also on his teammates as no one seemed to fool around. Even Leo reined a bit of his enthusiastic personality due to the mood. As the captain, Felix should by nature be feeling the most stress right now. But he was merely scratching his cheek in boredom while walking away with a copy of the new formation. Oh? Sylvia made it to the main team. Felix raised one eyebrow in surprise after spotting that Sylvia was taking the left wing-back position. I guess she reached peak first stage of replacement in the previous days. Felix could only guess so since Sylvia had made it only to the substitute bracket when he last trained with the team. She was horrible enough that George didn't dare to place her in the game. But she was the only one with wings and George wanted to keep her as a substitute lest their opponents end up having a flying player. Well, good for her. Felix closed down the formation after seeing that everything remained the same as the last time he was here, which was just 4 days ago. The formation used was 1-4-3-2 and this was going to be the final version if those instructors stopped arguing about changing it again. The main goalkeeper position was taken by Noah and his substitute was from the reserve team who had big arms, allowing him to catch balls. The main defenders were taken by Sylvia, left wing back, William Bentley, right wing back, Zhang Wei, center back, and lastly Hina Suzuki, central back. As for the midfielders, we got Johnson, Felix, and Adavacharya. Felix was at the center, the other two were at his wings. For the strikers, there were only Rolandino Castro and Leo Bridge. They were placed near each other for backup since it wasn't safe to hold the ball while separated from the team. Since their position was the most dangerous, they both had 2 substitutes ready to replace them. Lastly, Olivia and Sophia were going to be placed at the corners of the team's field right below the defenders. That's the entire 16-member team that was going to join the game. Cap, did you hear what they are talking about? Leo inquired in interest after Felix had grouped up with the main team. Felix pointed his finger at gentle giant Zhang Wei and answered, "It's about changing his position." Zhang Wei got a bit nervous after hearing so. Just as he wanted to ask in details, Felix pushed the ball basket that was next to them towards the other empty side of the field. Usually, it would have been filled by tens of members, but after the final team was picked, there was no point in forcing the rest to come train as they would be just taking space. However, most of them still decided to come so they could show their serious attitude to George. Who knows, they might get picked up for second game due to it. "I'm going to train with the Cap." Leo swiftly excused himself from the pack as he chased after Felix. Ronaldinho and Johnson also followed after him. After they reached Felix, they saw that he was drawing a wide bullseye circle on the glass wall. Shivers coursed in their back after seeing so. "Why can't you train like normal and just aim at the goalpost?" Johnson complained to Felix the moment he arrived near him. "Are you willing to be my goalkeeper?" Felix asked with an honest look. "Cough. Want me to help you draw?" Johnson dropped the matter at once, not having the balls to be the goalkeeper with his flimsy body. Meanwhile, Leo and Rolandinho merely kept whistling while looking at the glass ceiling, avoiding eye contact with Felix. "TSK pussies. Help me out by drawing a couple more randomly." Felix clicked his tongue in criticism and turned back to focus on the bullseye. He wasn't really drawing it but merely making the motion with his hand, and the queen was doing the rest. With the addition of those three, the wall was painted with at least 10 targets on the glass wall. "All right, that's enough." Felix waved his hand to make them stop and walked away from the glass wall. Johnson and the rest picked up a ball and followed after him, planning to train in the same manner as him. "Oh, they are at it again with that stupid practice," Hina murmured near Sophia and the girls while fixing her shoes. "Why is he hell on bent to rely on the glass wall?" Sylvia frowned her eyebrows. "His plan is too unreliable, because he knows your passing is shit." Sophia giggled. "The glass wall is more reliable than you in the field when it comes to football." "That's so mean to say, Sophie." Olivia scolded, but she was laughing just like the rest at the expense of Sylvia, whose expression turned annoyed by those constant jabs at her skills. "I am just trying to lighten the mood." Sophia smiled warmly. "You girls kept appearing like you were walking to your death or some tea." "Bomb! Bomb!" The girls' conversation was interrupted by thunderous noises resounding throughout the entire field, forcing everyone to gaze in Felix's direction. The moment their eyes met with him, they saw that he was in his semi-morphing state while his leg was emitting smoke just like the glass wall that he struck. He totally missed the bullseye, but no one seemed to care about it as they just kept focusing on what their eyes and ears were feeding them. "Bomb! Bomb!" The instructors, whose heated argument was about to result in a fistfight, traded quick glances with each other, while the deafening noise of Felix's kicks kept hammering their ears in the background. George smiled widely and closed down the holographic mini-football field. He looked at the instructors and smirked. "See why we don't need to mess with the formation at the last minutes? Why bother putting all of our focus on blocking goals when we have a human artillery in the team?" He laughed smugly while walking away from them. "Watch out!" Smack! Alas, the warning came a bit late as a flying ball had already made contact with George's smug face. Thud! The instructors were left speechless and somewhat horrified after seeing that George's body was deconstructing into light particles while lying on the grass. The only thing left was a pool of blood that resulted from his heads exploding to pieces. "Cap, I think you just killed the instructor." Scared shitless, Leo gulped a mouthful while poking Felix on his shoulder. "What do you talk?" "Oh crap." Felix's eyes widened after spotting the newest victim of his kicks, reconstructing back up with a bewildered expression. What did Felix expect would happen when those balls were bouncing against the glass wall randomly? "Felix, use the fucking empty goalpost!" George yelled with a tingle of fear and anger after understanding what happened to him. Sigh. It seems like no one wants me to improve my aim. Saddened, Felix pushed the ball basket towards the empty goalpost with slumped shoulders. I will help you hit corners, Cap. Leo thumped his chest and followed after Felix with the rest of the boys. 3 days had gone by in a jiffy as Felix spent them mostly with the team, training from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Right now, he was eating breakfast in the Drops cafeteria in silence. It wasn't just him, but every member of the team was focusing on their food. Some were playing with their forks absent-mindedly while some were staring at it, appearing like their minds were full of thoughts. Who could blame them? The game was set to start at 8 p.m. and the excitement they had in the past 4 months had already died down, and now they started looking into matters with a sense of pessimism. After all, they could actually die in the games. One small careless mistake could result in their death without the ability to revive infinitely like they were training. Doubts started to arise whether it was even worth it to risk their lives in those games. They understood that if they won, they would save their planet from the chaos ongoing. They would bring pride to all the Earthlings. Most importantly, they would be given 3% of the game's streaming revenue to be split between them. That's a reward that belonged to them personally, and no one could take it from them. Neither the council nor the ESG organization dared to touch it, since it was the biggest motivation those juniors had to force them into joining the games. After all, 3% meant that they could obtain tens of millions up to hundreds in each win they get. That's the reason most of them were desperate to join each game. Hopefully, Jacob will ace the speech before the game to raise some morale. George thought to himself after noticing the gloomy atmosphere. He left them be for now, since it was better to hype them up right before the game than do it now. After a short while, Felix had finished his breakfast and went back to his room. They were given those 12 hours to be spent as they wished, and he wasn't planning on wasting it bothering by the game like the others. After reaching his room, the first thing he did was log in and meet with Eric and Malik in the Androxa Capital Training Center. He had already checked on their combat experience and found that Malik was quite good, but Eric was absolutely shit, like he never fought in his life before. When Felix asked him why, Eric confessed that his mother was making him integrate only to increase his lifespan and not join battles. Hence, he never actually fought seriously with anyone. But Felix didn't consider it as much of an issue, since Eric was eager to train and work hard to better his skills. Hence, Felix decided to teach him for an hour each day until he mastered the basics, and also to get familiar with each other. Then, he would hire a master to take care of him, as he couldn't waste more than 1 hour a day on Eric. Felix had never mentioned anything about himself. Even the element he was showing them was only poison, while the abilities were limited to 6. In their eyes, he wasn't landlord but Felix. He planned on leaving it this way until he met with them in real life and checked them thoroughly. That's why he still hasn't mentioned the grand plan of turning them into primogenitor bloodliners. He wasn't going to tell them anytime soon until they show him that they were worthy of receiving such a gift. 1 hour later. See you later, boss. Eric waved his hand at Felix while sweating buckets from his head. Meanwhile, Malik merely gave Felix a head nod before returning to her elemental training, which was based on barbecuing dummy AI with her fire abilities. Felix waved his hand back before leaving the room to them. This wasn't Felix's room but Malik's, as she has secured one on the 40th floor after winning the challenge with a bit of difficulty. She only succeeded because this was the Androxa Training Center. After going to his room, Felix straightaway started his daily training in poison manipulation. It was getting better and better. He was still far from the second stage external manipulation, but his inner manipulation was shaping up for the better. He could now create abilities with the size of his poison pillars instantly. Yet, he was still struggling to increase the duration of his poison from the known 5 seconds. He tried all options, but still he failed in all of them. He even started to doubt that it was possible to create that kind of poison. Alas, the Jormungandr had told him that it was possible to create a poison that could affect someone for eternity if he was good enough. He was attempting again to make progress in this direction, but every ability that he throws at a dummy AI showed that it lasted for 5 seconds. What am I missing? Felix sat in a meditation position while rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. Elder said that I could increase the potency of poison while I am still in inner manipulation, so there must be another method that I haven't tried yet. Felix snapped his finger, creating a dark purple miniature version of himself sitting in a meditation position. It was created from the merging of 89 poison inducements, but he knew that it wasn't any different from his abilities. What am I missing? He murmured again while creating another version of himself sitting on the palm of his first poison version. He kept staring at them, revolving on his palm absent-mindedly. While his brain was going through all the methods he tested, he subconsciously snapped his finger and created other miniature versions on each other palms. He did so 6 times until normal eyes couldn't see the tiniest version. But Felix could still see each of them clearly stacking from tiny to big. This was just a subconscious training that he created to help him continue bettering himself even when he was training with other matters. Hence, he didn't give them much attention as his focus was already on eliminating a method after another in his mind. But after he reached the stacking method, those miniatures versions suddenly appeared like they were shimmering with light in his eyes. The more he looked at them revolving on his palm, the wider his eyes got and his heartbeats accelerated. Could it be that simple and I was just complicating it? Felix murmured with a tingle of hope in tone. Felix always thought that potency goes hands in hands with duration. It was a simple concept: the more potent the poison, the better its effects would be on the target. Hence, the duration would also increase correspondingly. However, what troubled him the most was how to increase the potency of the poison. So far, he attempted to merge different abilities with the same inducement, but nothing much changed but the merged ability size. He tried to merge a hypotension bomb with another, yet still only size changed. Those were just a couple of methods from 10 others that he had tested, but to no avail. However, after seeing the stacked miniatures versions, another idea came up in his mind that he never tried before. That was condensing the mist by merging multiple smaller versions of one ability into the ability's normal size. This was completely different than merging 2 abilities with the same size. Let's see how it goes with poison bombs. Felix stopped thinking about it and decided to go for it. If it failed, he had nothing to lose. If it succeeded, a new world of poison would open up to him. Do you think he will succeed? Asna asked Jormungandr, who was sitting across the chess table. The Jormungandr glanced at Felix, who was creating tiny poison bombs that were the size of candy and merging them with normal-sized bombs in his other hand. Since they were tiny, the size increase was barely noticeable. All I can say is that his thinking process is on the right path. The Jormungandr replied with a faint smile. Oh, so he will fail? Asna wondered while watching Felix continue creating tiny poison bombs non-stop. Upon seeing that the Jormungandr wasn't responding, Asna stopped asking him and just waited for the test. Thankfully, Felix stopped after merging more than 20 tiny bombs into one normal-sized one. However, it seemed like its size had increased eventually. That's why Felix stopped. He wanted to condense poisonous mist that was shaping up the bomb, not enlarge it. The hypotension bomb did appear like its color had gone from bloodish red to dark red, resembling a sphere of wine in Felix's hand. Felix stood up and walked towards a dummy AI. Instead of throwing the bomb, he made it hover in front of the dummy's face and explode it with a finger snap. Poof! Felix waved the condensed mist from his face while focusing on the black screen that was on the dummy AI's chest. He held his breath in hope while counting 5 seconds in his mind. Alas, the moment he counted 5, the black screen brightened up and showed Felix a disappointing result. Lost consciousness for 5 seconds. Sigh, another failure. Felix smiled bitterly while walking back to his place. He didn't know if he messed up something or the new method wasn't correct in the first place. But he wasn't planning on giving up on it without attempting every possible solution. However, he needed to check with the Jormungandr first if he was treading on the right path or not. Elder, what are your thoughts about my method? Felix inquired politely. Is this the way to increase the poison potency? You are doing great. The Jormungandr complimented but said nothing else after. This was how he was teaching Felix about poison manipulation. Jormungandr let him explore it on his own, and when he was utterly blocked, the Jormungandr provides him with a small tip or advice to smoothen his path just slightly. When Felix ends up finding a method, he always checks if it was correct or not, lest he ends up giving up on the correct method and waste his time on the wrong ones. Hence, Felix was more than glad to receive positive confirmation. Now, he could continue exploring this method until he finally lands on the correct way to condense the mist and increase its potency. He knew that this was a big leap in his poison manipulation, since if he kept condensing the mist, he could turn it into liquid. But now, he didn't think about it and just focused on finding other ideas. He spent more than 5 hours on this matter until his brain was squeezed from every last drop of juice it had. Yet, all of his ideas turned to be a failure, leaving him scratching his hair in irritation and confusion. I tried to merge hundreds of tiny bombs until they reached a normal-sized bomb forcefully and their color was almost black. Yet why did it also fail? Exhausted, Felix laid on his back and started gazing at the white ceiling of the room. He knew that he could tap out and ask the Jormungandr for the answer. He would give it to him since Felix had given up. But Felix wasn't known for being a quieter, and he still had a couple of hours to find a solution before the game. Minutes went by, then hours, and Felix merely kept his eyes closed while thinking slowly and rationally about everything he did in the past hours. Every small detail had been probed multiple times before Felix switched to another. He kept doing so until he realized a common theme that was connecting all of his merging attempts. The outside. He was merging the poison bombs externally. Holy shit! I am actually a retard. Felix's eyes snapped wide open as he jumped back on his feet. I am still in the inner manipulation stage. So why the fuck am I trying to increase the potency of the poison outside of my body? Ashamed, he looked at his hands and used one to slap his cheek as hard as possible to awaken some common sense into him. Idiot. Ha ha ha. It only took you a couple of hours to figure it out. Upon hearing Jormungandr's usual laugh, Felix didn't know if he was being sarcastic or truly praised. Whatever it was, Felix didn't let it affect him, as he was glad that he got an indirect confirmation by the Jormungandr. He got quite excited to try it out. Alas, it wasn't as easy as he assumed. Usually, he needed to make an image of a tiny poison bomb in his mind, and his energy would surge from his pores and shape it up on the outside. However, now he needed to order the energy to shape up the tiny poison bomb inside his body and keep it there while he continues creating others to merge them. All of this needed to be done inside his body. So it wasn't an easy process, since the moment Felix lost concentration about those first created bombs, the energy would break apart and continue swimming in his body. However, Felix had soon found out the trick to pull it off. That was by merging a bomb to another the moment he created them. This would always leave one bomb, which would make it easier not to lose focus on it. Just like this, Felix kept merging one bomb after another until he felt that the bomb had reached the size of a regular one. Immediately after stopping, Felix opened his eyes while extending his palm forward. He had already given the order for the bomb to emerge from his palm, and now he was gazing at the dark red mist that was coming out from his pores. He couldn't help but smile widely after seeing that the mist had gathered together to shape up a dark red bomb. It appeared exactly like the versions that he created hours ago, but Felix could sense that the mist was emitting chilling air unlike earlier. Felix grinned widely while walking towards the dummy AI. After reaching its side, Felix floated the bomb next to its face, made it explode. Poof! Both Asna and the Jormungandr lifted their heads to gaze at the small black screen with Felix. They didn't need to count, as Felix was doing so in his mind. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, haha, 9, it's working. 15. Felix laughed in pure delight while continuing to count in his mind. He already reached 20 seconds, yet the black screen still didn't display the poison details. Good job, Asna praised with a smile before cursing Felix. You are still an idiot though. Little Asna, you are not doing much better with your 597 loses to 5 victories. The Jormungandr playfully addressed Asna in her mind. Old snake, if you dared tell him about it, I would not play another game with you, Asna threatened with her cheeks flushed red. No one knew if she was angry or embarrassed by having such an abysmal loss ratio. Felix didn't hear any of their banter, and if he did, he most likely wouldn't bother mocking Asna for it. Currently, he enjoyed the euphoric feeling of actually solving an issue on his own instead of relying on others for answers. Nothing could beat that sense of satisfaction in one's own achievements. Tearing. Lost consciousness for 30 seconds. Possible permanent brain damage. 5 seconds more of the effect and the brain would have been dead. Good, good, good. Felix got even more excited after reading the negative effects of the poison on the brain. He always knew that each second someone was exposed to his poison inducement, they would be at the risk of receiving a permanent result. However, he could do so only if he kept refreshing the 5 seconds duration of his inducements by making the dummy AI stay in a poisonous aura or continue to throw bombs at it. In another sense, Felix's previous poison wasn't potent enough to take care of someone permanently by a single whiff unless he merged multiple inducements at once. Like the corruption inducement. But with this new potency, all he needed was a single whiff and a single inducement to make one regret approaching him. A potent paralyzed inducement dose could result in permanent body paralysis. A potent sleepiness inducement dose could make anyone sleep unlike before, where it could be overpowered easily. A potent dose of aphrodisiac could turn one like a horny dog for a minute or two, losing all reason and sense of oneself. The list goes on and on for each of Felix's inducements. This was the reason Felix was super excited, as he had crossed a milestone that no human had ever reached. He could feel that he was getting closer and closer to mastering the inner manipulation and move into the next stage. Let's try it again with another inducement and another shape. Felix reigned in some of his elation and straightaway repeated the same process as before by merging thin needles inside his body. After a couple of seconds, he finished it and a dark blue thick needle had emerged from his palm. However, instead of feeling elated, Felix was frowning his eyebrows while looking at it. He realized that it wasn't so good, that he needed a couple of seconds to increase a single needle's potency. How could he fight like that? Request his enemy to chill for a couple of seconds until he creates it? Elder, is the process supposed to be this cumbersome for every ability? Felix asked again. How am I supposed to increase the potency of larger-scale abilities? I believe that would take ages. It's only cumbersome because you are creating one ability at each time before merging them, the Jormungandr advised casually. Try to master combining hundreds of tiny bombs in a millisecond and your problem would cease to exist. Felix frowned his eyebrows after hearing so. He understood that the process wasn't going to be as easy as the Jormungandr had made it sound. Heck, he knew that it was going to be 100 times more difficult than his previous training to remove the delay. Elder, it's not like I don't want to train or anything, but is there another method to facilitate the process? Felix requested politely. In his eyes, if there was a better method of training, then it's a bonus. If not, he could only suck it up and start the grind. If you reach the second stage of poison manipulation, you can do the process of condensing the mist internally and also externally at the same time. The Jormungandr said. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. Then he asked, how am I supposed to know that I have entered the second stage though? It's when you realize that you can't learn anything new from using internal energy. The Jormungandr informed. At your current state, there are many things that you haven't touched yet. Sigh. I guess I better start grinding then. Felix gave a tight-lipped smile while walking towards the dummy AI. Without further ado, he penetrated the needle inside the dummy's head and withdrew back a step. After waiting for half a minute, the results showed up on the screen. Felix's motivation to grind couldn't help but regain after seeing them. Senses disorientation lasted for 29 seconds. The nervous system connecting the senses had been permanently damaged. Felix committed to the grind as he spent the remaining hours doing nothing but repeating the same process over and over again. Repetition and hard work was the key to mastering this technique, and Felix planned on dedicating 2 hours of his daily life to practice it. Verver. Felix stopped his training after seeing that he received a message from George. After reading it, he yawned while stretching his arms behind his back. Let's end this game as fast as possible. The message stated that everyone was required to group in the conference room of the drop. Felix swiftly logged out and morphed his obscurum suit to the main team's uniform. After so, he wore his seeker shoes and walked towards the conference room. He ended up meeting with Sylvia on the way. He caught up to her and they walked together while conversing about their opponent. So far, no one knew which planet they would be playing against. But they knew that it was already chosen a month ago. Unlike individual games where it didn't matter much to know the participants, in the planetary supremacy games that was forbidden. For a good reason. If planets knew their opponents beforehand, they could buy them off to win-trade the game. This happened in the early days of the SG, where the SG Alliance members kept either buying each other off or making threats to lose the game purposefully. But it got patched real quick, and it stayed like this ever since. It was only possible to know their opponents in the game hall, where the connection to the outside world was cut off from the players. Naturally, this would also make it impossible for the viewers to know which planets would be facing each other. But if they followed only their planet, they could see when the game would start and its details. No one complained about it since most of the viewers always were from the planets playing the game. In a short while, Felix and Sylvia reached the conference room, which shouldn't really be called one since it was just a podium placed in the open in front of hundreds of chairs. Alas, those chairs weren't taken by reporters from all over the world as ESG organization expected in the early days. Due to the choice, airports were locked down and the ESG organization didn't feel like they should waste military force to bring some reporters. Hence, the conference room was filled with only the 100 team members and the drop staff. However, it would be streamed live for the people who were in lockdown for over 4 months now. The world was depressed and everyone truly needed a win to recover morale. Did someone die? Felix murmured while taking a seat next to Olivia. She appeared quite nervous as she kept tapping her foot on the ground continuously. The rest weren't acting any better than her as everyone was showing signs of agitation and worry on their faces. If Felix still had the infrared vision, he would have noticed that their hearts were beating out of their chest. No one was speaking. Even the staff members were affected by the mood and merely spoke telepathically to trouble the players even more. After spending a couple of minutes bathing in this gloomy-ass mood, Felix finally noticed Mr. Rodriguez and Jacob's arrival, the current council spokesperson. While their faces were exhibiting some signs of weariness and exhaustion, they were still smiling merrily. After they climbed the stage, Mr. Rodriguez said a couple of greeting words and how proud he was of the massive efforts they put into their training. Since Mr. Rodriguez was known for being strict and stingy in his praises, it meant a lot to those juniors. When he saw that he had earned all of their attention and none of them were dazing in their negative thoughts, Mr. Rodriguez extended his hand towards Jacob and said, "I will leave the stage to Mr. Jacob." Clap, clap. Under the heartful applause of everyone, Jacob stood in front of the podium while fixing his tie. In front of him, there was an invisible hologram that was displaying a speech. Jacob took a good look at it for a few seconds before shaking his head and removing it from his face. Mr. Rodriguez arched his eyebrows immediately after seeing so. He knew what Jacob did and he was displeased by it since that speech was written by professionals for a week now. "What are you doing? Just stick to the speech." Mr. Rodriguez sent a message. Jacob fully ignored the message and placed his hands on the podium's ends. He looked at the eyes of everyone in front of him and spoke with a solemn tone. "Today, history is going to be made." Those 7 words were all it took for every junior to feel their heart thump loudly. We observe today, not just the beginning of a game but the true beginning of a new era. An era led by the newer generation and supported by the old generation. He paused for a second to regroup his thoughts and carried on with a tone that was raising slowly. "Hand in hand, we shall stride as one and work together to help our dear planet put its mark in the galaxy. No one knows of our existence on this little blue planet, and those who know, deep down look down on us and treat us as measly barbarians. We know that we lack in everything compared to the other civilizations and planets outside of our solar system. God knows that not a single day passes by me without dreaming about catching up to them and even surpassing them." Jacob tightened his fists on the podium as he continued his speech. "They have multiple old bloodliners reaching peak 6th stage of replacement. They have technologies far surpassing what our minds can fathom. They have old history and heritage that was extending to millions of years. What about us?" Jacob looked deeply at the juniors and the cameras, then repeated his question solemnly. "What do we have?" No one answered him as they were left stumped by his question. They were expecting to hear a speech all right, but no one anticipated that it would be striking their ego like this. "What do Earthlings have?" This question was resounding in the minds of the citizens, bloodliners, criminals, troops, and even the world leaders, who were watching the stream from their offices. The entire world's eyes were on this little stream since it was the only news streamed currently. Yet, no one managed to figure out an answer, which made them gloomy about the situation. The excitement that was risen earlier was started to die down in the hearts of the juniors. Just as it was about to snuff out utterly, Jacob clapped his hand once and said with a voice filled with unadulterated confidence and pride, "We have you!" He lifted his hand slightly in the air and made it into a fist. "We have you! So lift your heads and puff out your chests in pride. You are our hope. You are our future. You are our pioneers in this era." He shouted the last part with such zeal and avidity. The bloodliners felt their blood get set on fire at once. Their hearts started pumping boiling blood in their body, making their ears reddened and cheeks flushed. Yet, Jacob wasn't done as he carried on shouting, uncaring about his ruined composure on live TV. "If they have better technologies, you will get them for us. If they have peak 6-stage bloodliners, you will reach the origin realm. If they have a longer heritage than us, then we will prevail for millions of years to come and make our blue planet's heritage spread into the tongues of everyone in the galaxy." Without taking a single breath between, Jacob lifted his fist high in the air and ended the speech with one last sentence packed with raw emotions. "We will show them that we are not barbarians. Woo-ha! Clap, clap, clap." Cheers followed by thunderous applause that spread far and wide, reaching outside of the dome and scaring some birds that were nesting on branches. The cities, towns, and villages had been risen from the ground by the deafening noise of the citizens screaming their anger, agitation, frustration, fear, and all of those negative emotions that had been clouding them for months now. At the start, the noise was just noise, but soon, everyone started chanting a short sentence at the top of their voices, uniting everyone together and making them feel like they were not alone. A sentence that resonated even in Felix's heart, who was bullied constantly in his previous life due to his earthling status in his clan. Just like Hina, Olivia, Leo, Ronaldinho, Zhang and the rest of the team, Felix dropped his ego and stood up with them. Then he shouted out loud, harmonizing his voice with the entire world. "We are not barbarians. We are not barbarians. We are not barbarians." After a short while, the mood was brought down a level, but it was still heated, and Mr. Rodriguez didn't want to waste the opportunity where everyone was excited and eager to fight. "Head to the game center," he ordered them loudly while pointing his finger at a modern-looking building that was shaped as a pentagon. It was completely painted with creamy white color, making the blackboard above its automatic entrance stand out more. The game center. After Felix and the rest entered it, they were met with the sight of 20 VR pods placed neatly 2 meters next to each other. All of them were leaning against the walls, leaving the space in the middle empty. But it wasn't a matter of choice but budget, since those 20 VR pods had costed the ESG organization 10 million SC. That's only due to them buying the cheapest generation in the marketplace, unlike the one in Felix's possession. "Please get in your pods," George requested while entering a pod of his own. In those types of games, the instructor was allowed to participate up close. He could even provide suggestions and choose to replace the players with the substitutes if he wanted. After the team got inside their pods, they automatically closed on them. Since the game was going to last only 90 minutes, there was no point in using the tubes or feeding them nutrition. "All ready?" George asked in the pod's intercom. "Yes. Good. Gather in my UVR's room," he informed while closing his eyes. A couple of seconds later, the 16 members of the team were standing in a circle around George. All of them were wearing a white-colored uniform while having blue strips at the side. This coloring scheme was meant at the start for the reserve team, but George had decided to make it for the main team since the Earth flag would pop out more. Meanwhile, on their back, each had their names and number in the team written in blue. Felix had chosen the number 10 since he was a central midfielder. But in reality, he didn't have a position as he was given the freedom to go where he liked in the field. "All right, listen up." George clapped his hands twice and said sternly, We have only 10 minutes before we get teleported to the stadium, so let's run one more time on the main plan in the field. Upon seeing that everyone was focusing on him, George manifested a mini football field and placed it horizontally. He snapped his finger and all the players were manifested on it. They were standing in their rightful positions. He pointed at Felix and said, "The moment any one of you caught the ball, prioritize passing it to Felix. If you couldn't, make sure to keep passing it between you nonstop so they wouldn't be able to target you with abilities." George warned, "No matter what you do, never hold into the ball for more than 10 seconds. We don't know about our foes, but their strength isn't to be taken lightly. If you don't want to die, don't greed for glory or goals." "Understood." "Yes." After so, George kept addressing the rest of the plan that hopefully would help them win the game. Sometime later, George concluded the meeting after noticing that only 1 minute was left before they teleported to the game hall. He waved his hand at the messy mini football field and extended his arm forward. Without needing to be told, everyone followed his lead and placed their hands on top of each other. The last one was Olivia's pale hand, making everyone laugh at how small it was compared to the rest. "I am not healing any of you," Olivia threatened while pouting. That did the trick as no one made a squeal at her anymore. Olivia was literally going to be their Lord Savior inside the game, and if she decided to leave someone to die after heavy injury, no one could stop her. Naturally, Olivia would never do such a thing, but she didn't have any issue using it as a threatening method. She might still be pure and somewhat naive, but she was getting aggressive by the second, and Felix loved it. "Stop terrorizing them, little Ollie." George coughed and said, "Earthling team on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, Earthling team." Whoosh whoosh. Inside an ancient-looking lobby that somewhat resembled the previous ones where Felix had attended, multiple bodies started constructing above an artistic red carpet. Felix, who was already used to the process by now, simply opened up his eyes and immediately walked towards the corner. However, he soon froze after recalling that he was in a PSG game, and he needed to make sure that he appeared like a newbie instead of someone who was used to the routine. Shit, that was a close one. Felix swiftly started acting fascinated like the rest who were inspecting the area around them. Soon, his eyes landed on 17 people he had never seen before, standing right across from them. Besides one man, they were all wearing a football uniform that was half red, half blue right from the middle. Just like he was looking at them, they were also scrutinizing them with their eyes. "Does anyone knows which planet had that flag?" Sylvia sent a message while narrowing her icy blue eyes at a flag that had a burning torch while the background was blue and red. What's weird about the torch was that the flame was held by a handle made of ice. "Their planet is called Salvadoro. Let me look for their details." George sent a message while burying his head in his hologram, not wanting to waste a single second entering a staring contest with their opponents. Those couple minutes before the MC make an appearance should be taken advantage to scout their opponent's details, since they would be given utmost 15 minutes of scouting period after the questest and answer. Unlike the ISG where the MC always gives 1 hour of free time to make alliances, in the PSG that wasn't possible unless multiple teams were participating in one game. Thankfully, the moment they entered the game hall, they were given the name of their opponent. This made it much easier to find out the public knowledge about their planet and citizen. In a minute or two, George stopped reading and summarized his most important discoveries to the team. Only after hearing him out did they understand the meaning of their flag. It turned out their planet had a unique, tough climate to live in. They only 2 seasons in each year, winter and summer. In winter, the weather could get as cold as -20 degrees Celsius, making it possible to freeze to death if one wasn't clothed enough. Meanwhile, in summer the heat could surpass 50 degrees Celsius for straight 6 months, turning the planet into a furnace. All of this caused by the unique orbit that their planet had around their star. For half a year the planet gets a bit too close to the sun, while in the other half the planet strays further away. Yet, the planet was still habitable. Well, barely, due to the lack of plants and water sources that were being drained daily. If it wasn't for some plants and life forms that had evolved to adapt to the environment, those humans wouldn't have anything to eat on that planet. However, the food situation might be handled, but the Salvadorians still struggled to live in that hellish environment. It was so bad that 1 out of 10 babies survives through the first month. That's only if they didn't straight away die in the womb. This caused the population of the Salvadorians to be at only 100 million on the entire planet. However, on the bright side, those babies who survived were equipped with the proper evolutionary traits to survive the next years to come. After hearing so, Olivia and the rest didn't know if they should feel bad for the shitty life of the Salvadorians or worried about their strength. They knew that it was almost impossible for those warriors who battle through life and death for survival each day would find it difficult to reach peak first stage of replacement. While they were thinking like this, the Salvadorian instructor informed his team about planet Earth details. Upon hearing about Earth's peaceful atmosphere and the abundant resources that seemed never to run out, those juniors couldn't help but exhibit signs of jealousy and hatred, especially when they heard about their wasteful way of handling food. All of this was written properly by the Queen after the Council had sold their data. Rein your emotions. Don't let them see that you envy them. That would place us automatically below them. A red-skinned man with 2 brown horns protruding from the side of his black hair sent a message while looking indifferently at Felix and Rest. Yes, Captain Drago. His team closed their eyes and took deep breaths for a second or two. After their eyes were snapped open, only a hint of fierceness was left in them, making Olivia and the rest feel like they were marked as prey by predators. Meanwhile, Felix merely scratched his cheek in boredom while glancing at the podium, wondering who would be their MC in the game. So he is the captain? A typical self-entitled prick. Drago arched his eyebrows in displeasure after seeing Felix's bored expression like he didn't want to be here. Whatever. It's even better this way. Drago smirked while gazing at Felix with unadulterated killing intent. People like him are always the easiest to kill due to their cockiness. Son, hide your killing intent. A middle-aged man with a long scarlet beard patted Drago's shoulder while shaking his head. Don't make your intentions obvious lest they end up finding out about it. Too bad. His warning came a bit late as Felix had immediately noticed Drago's murderous intent right from the start. However, instead of turning his head and staring back, Felix merely kept doing whatever he was doing. Nevertheless, evil thoughts were coursing in his mind. How should I play with him? A few minutes later, everyone's attention was brought up to the podium after the sudden emergence of a burly man with an unkempt blonde beard and hair. He appeared like he just woke up after spending the entire night doing nothing but drinking. The first thing he did after showing up was stretching his thick hairy arms behind his back while yawning widely, exposing his yellow teeth. Both teams were left speechless by the sight as they had never seen such a look in the UVR before. After all, who would pick personally to appear ungroomed and ugly in the UVR where you just need to pay a couple of coins and obtain a somewhat handsome face? Are we that low in rank to get assigned a homeless as a judge? Leo sent a message that explained everyone's emotions right now. Alas, the homeless-looking man didn't bother by the looks he was receiving as he simply lowered a big screen behind his back and turned it on. He looked at them with eyelids drooped like he was about to fall asleep any time and started speaking in a lazy manner. I am Tyson, your judge, and I don't like wasting time, so I won't explain anything about the PSG streaming rules. Since both teams were actually on their first game ever based on reading their profile, it was expected that the MC would give them a quick rundown on the rules. But Tyson seemed too lazy to even open his eyes properly. They wondered how was he supposed to judge and hype the stadium with his attitude, but no one made a sound of complaint. They had already read everything that needed to be known about the PSG. The streaming revenue and how it was split was one of them. The splitting process was somewhat the same as the ISG but different at the same time. First, the winning percentage was 10% from 100% instead of 3% since the reward goes to the team and the planet instead of just an individual. That percentage gotten after the win would be split based on contribution between the players and also the planet. Based on the contract that the team had signed, they would have 3% while the planet 7%. The contribution system was being handled by the Queen instead of humans, making it easier to not cheat someone out of his money. The contribution system in the game could be anything that benefits the team in winning the game. For example, in this game, if Felix scored the most goals, eliminated the most players, and was active for the entire duration of the game, he would definitely earn a larger percentage than his teammates. Naturally, if the team didn't like using this system, they could totally deactivate it and handle the splitting process on their own. Meanwhile, for the viewership revenue, recordings, etc., it goes straight to the Planet Bank account. No one could get access to it alone. Not even Felix had the right. The only way to withdraw coins from it was by making a unanimous decision in the council after setting the reason why the amount was going to be withdrawn for. It could be for ordering spaceships, building space elevators, buying space mines, exploring new planets, etc. Whatever it was, it needed to benefit the planet as a whole instead of making the money goes into the pockets of those leaders. That 7% from the win would also be put in this bank. Due to the Queen's existence, it was impossible for any leader to steal a single coin from the withdrawn amount since they had a strict contract that forbade them from embezzlement. With that, the team members could risk their lives knowing that the planet was benefiting as a whole from their efforts and not some greedy, corrupted politicians. The rules of the game are simple: score most points and you win the game. If a team had less than 5 players total, the game would automatically end in favor of the opposite team. If a team felt that it was hopeless to win the game, you have the right to forward your surrender to me. I will judge if it's eligible to accept it or not. Tyson mentioned in one breath before yawning widely. He pointed at the rules that were written on the screen and said, "You can ask your questions now." Although everyone was baffled at how Tyson jumped straight into the questist and answer segment, they didn't let it affect them much as they had many questions that needed to be addressed. However, not everyone lifted their hands as only Drago and Sylvia did so. It was only natural that Felix had passed the rights to be the spokesperson of the team to Sylvia as he was too lazy to even ask a question in his individual games. He only wanted the captain role to receive special treatment and also have real weight in his words when he addresses the council. "You with the horns, be quick." Tyson nodded his head slightly at Drago. Drago coughed to clear his throat and spoke with a deep voice, sounding like an old man in his 50s. "I want to know if the referee is going to be you or a ghost referee like most team sports games?" Ghost referee was simply a reference to a holographic humanoid AI who would be joining the game with them. Since he was a hologram, he wouldn't have any negative impact on the game. Plus, because he was an AI, there would be fewer mistakes in giving out yellow cards or red cards. "I am too lazy to do it." Tyson gave an indirect answer and snapped his finger, showing them a hologram of a version of himself that was wearing a yellow shirt and black shorts. He had a whistle around his neck and was holding a red and a yellow card. After so, he pointed at Sylvia and gave her permission to ask, "May I know if the penalty of touching the ball with a hand would be applicable even to players who accidentally touched the ball?" She paused and clarified, "I mean if someone got hit by the ball in his hands intentionally by the other party to offset the penalty." George and the rest of the team held their breaths in anticipation, hoping that he would say yes since they had an entire synergy built on this strategy. Alas, Tyson shook his head firmly and explained, "Accidents can happen in a football match that allowed battles. It wouldn't be fun to spectate you guys trying to hit each other with the ball to offset the penalty instead of aiming for goals. I guess this game is going to be exactly as the ones we scouted in the UVR." George was a bit downcast at the idea of losing a superb synergy, but it is what it is. Tyson turned to the Drago and gave him permission to ask with a finger, "Do we need to deliver the injured teammates to the corners to be healed, or are they going to be automatically teleported?" Drago wondered. "The former, next question. In the case of losing both the goalkeeper and the substitute, can we make a defender be the goalkeeper?" Sylvia asked. "Anyone can be the goalkeeper after the death of the first two," Tyson added lazily. "The first to step into the penalty area would be given the position." Everyone nodded their heads in understanding besides Olivia, who was promising the expressionless Noah that she wouldn't let him die. "Next, be quicker. Who decides if a goal is normal or stylish?" Drago asked. "Me." Tyson smiled for the first time. "Goals that amaze me will be given 2 points and the rest just 1 point." No one showed signs of disgruntlement as they knew that Tyson wouldn't cheat them purposefully from their points. After all, he signed a strict contract forbidding him from being biased to any team or individual. "Next, how many points do we get for a normal goal?" Stylish goal? Assist and successful block? Sylvia asked. Normal goals reward you with 200 GP. Stylish with 400 GP. Assist with 100 GP. Successful block with 400 GP. He said. Next. How are we going to decide who would have the first possession of the ball? Drago asked. I guess we can go with a coin flip, Tyson replied. Next. Do we get 1 minute to celebrate after the goal, or has it been changed? Sylvia asked. Every rule about the game is exactly the same as other ones in the platform. Tyson growled. If you have seen them, don't bother me with the same questions. Next. What's the unique individual title and team title in the game? Drago asked, jumping straight to a question that was related to only this game. Tyson's cloudy eyes brightened up a bit as he replied. For individual title, you need to eliminate 10 players by using the ball only. It's called the Ball Reaper. Yeah, no thank you. Felix cringed the moment he heard the title. However, the others were clearly excited about it since this was the first title they could contest for. Meanwhile, for the team title, you need to win the game without getting scored at. It's called the Dominators. Oh, that's a good one. Felix liked the sound of it, but he soon shook his head as he knew that it was impossible to avoid getting scored unless the game ended in its first 10 minutes or so. After all, Noah's energy wasn't infinite and he needed to know which kicks to stop and which ones to leave them to get inside. Tisk, next. Upon waiting for a couple of seconds and seeing that no one was raising his hand, Tyson quickly stood up from his leaning position and said, I will be going to the stadium. You have 15 minutes to interact. And if anyone brought the matter of losing intentionally, you won't like the outcome. Before his threat finished echoing in the lobby, he was already gone. He left behind him an awkward silence that was probably not going to be broken for the entire duration. After all, what's the point of interacting and faking friendliness when they were about to kill each other? It was much better to take advantage of those minutes to continue scouting for information. That's what everyone did, as the two instructors had given tasks to their team. Some were tasked to find more about the captains and some were tasked to find about the goalkeeper. Everyone was doing their utmost effort to pull as much info as possible from the network. After 5 minutes, George stopped them and told them to report on their discoveries. His expression got ugly immediately after finding out that everyone on the opposite team had awakened with epic bloodline and replaced it with another epic one. The worst part, all of them were peak first stage bloodliners. His worst nightmare had ended up manifesting in the first game. Guys, play safely in the field. Gurge sent a warning while massaging his eyebrows. They are tougher than we expected. Everyone nodded their heads with hardened expressions. After they read about the small population of the Salvadorians and the hellish environment they were living in, they figured that their planet data wouldn't even be close to what Earth had traded with the Queen. Hence, they shouldn't have that many coins to buy epic bloodlines for the entire team. But their prejudice turned to be false, as the Salvadorians must have gotten either an equal capital or one higher than the Earthlings. Their small population and unison made it easier to take advantage of those resources, unlike Earthlings. Besides Sylvia and Felix, they are stronger than us by 600 BF, George informed, not mentioning other enhancements to their energies. So, never underestimate them. The team kept taking glimpses in dread at the Salvadorians while listening to George. Meanwhile, Drago and his team were having the opposite reaction after reading about the Earthling team's average strength. Haha, they must have only a couple of peak first bloodliners. An elegant man with extremely long blue hair stretching behind him for a couple of meters laughed in his mind while sending a message. Don't underestimate all of them, Bammer. Drago arched his eyebrows while staring at Felix. They might be weak, but their captain is the strongest player here. TSK. He might have received a legendary enhancement, but he must be still at greater purity. Bammer argued intelligently, based on their information. He can't reach peak first stage in only 4 months. That meant without him using his semi-morphing, he has the same strength as us. He can't keep it active for 90 minutes. Bammer is right. The instructor supported. You should be cautious about him, but not overly so. This is a team battle, and the first thing you guys need to do was not aim for goals, but try to eliminate his teammates to force him into wasting his energy so he wouldn't be a threat anymore. Who should we aim at? The Salvadorians grinned fiercely while discussing who would be their first prey of the game. Meanwhile, George and the rest were planning what to do if they won the coin flip. Based on their hidden glints as they glanced at the Salvadorians, they also weren't meaning well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your loudest applause to the Earthling team and the Salvadorian team. Tyson, who appeared ugly and lazy in the game hall, was now a completely different person as he had one of the prettiest faces in the game. While his voice was loud enough it resounded in the stadium. The stadium was exactly like what George had envisioned in his UVR's room. It was a typical green football field while encased inside a humongous glass dome. The only difference would be the addition of the stands around the football field. There were layers to the stands, reaching up to 7 layers. Yet, all of them were packed to the brim with fans either wearing those two teams' outfits or not. Unsurprisingly, the majority were actually randoms who simply loved watching this type of game instead of buying a ticket to support any of the teams. This was exactly like Felix's first bronze game, where most spectators weren't really in it for the players but simply because they loved watching racing format. The Earthling team. I bet on you to win it. Salvadorians. Please score 12 points under 10 minutes. Hopefully, this game will be more exciting than the last one. Each fan expressed their reason for being here, and most of them were clamoring about the bets they had placed on this game. Since both teams never played a game before, the odds were even. However, the odds for special bets were different since it would be hard to land on them. Like betting on the death of Felix in 3 minutes or such. Since the players were forbidden from betting on themselves or the team they were representing, Felix had given his grandfather 100 million SC to make a bet on the team winning. He didn't tell him to do it for him since the Queen would block the attempt. However, Robert was smart enough to understand Felix's intentions without needing Felix to word it out. Since the odds were 1.5 to 1.5, Felix would be earning extra 50 million SC if he won the bet. Which wasn't that big of an amount, but Felix didn't want to give his grandfather hundreds of millions or billions lest he ends up scaring him to death. Whoa, it sure is lively here. Hina exclaimed with her eyes widened at the tens of millions of viewers cheering for them to win their bets. She was standing inside the central circle of the field with everyone else who got teleported here. Although they were standing near each other, they were actually separated by the halfway line, making them each stand on a different side of the field. Is it only me who is getting pumped by the atmosphere? Leo commentated with his fists tightened in excitement and thrill. Some of his teammates were getting affected by the atmosphere like him, while some didn't show much of a reaction like Noah, Sylvia, and Felix. Let's see what our dear teams had to say about their planets. Tyson said while jumping from the commentary table and smashing into the green field after his body went through the glass ceiling. When Felix and the rest saw his new appearance, they got even more baffled by his quirkiness, making them somewhat believe that he had a split personality or something like that. Alas, Tyson didn't want to entertain their looks as he simply walked towards Drago and shoved the mic in his face. Captain, can you share with us a short introduction of your planet and culture? It's always fascinating to know more about the culture of newly discovered primitive planets. Mr. Rodriguez, Jacob, the world leaders, Maxwell elders, and everyone else who was watching the game felt like their hearts was set on fire after being referred to as primitives again. Looking at Tyson's casual expression as he asked so, they understood that he meant nothing wrong with it. Calling newly discovered civilizations primitives was a natural occurrence and not an insult. Even the millions of Salvadorians who were watching the stream reacted like earthlings. They might be opponents, but they were in the same shoes in this situation. While Drago was introducing his planet with a fierce gaze aimed at Tyson, Felix examined the spectators with his enhanced eyesight, making him see that all of them had an air of superiority while looking down at him and the rest. Some of them were even yawning in boredom, not wanting to listen to the Salvadorians' heritage. If it was the Alexander Kingdom team or the Mariana Empire team, they wouldn't have shown those expressions even if they heard them repeating the same shit over and over again. Felix merely grinned slightly while withdrawing his gaze back to Drago, who was about to finish. Naturally, Felix didn't like it one bit that his planet was being treated in disregard, but he preferred doing something to change it instead of whining. Hence, when Tyson shoved the mic in front of his face and asked him the same question, Felix didn't even bother mentioning the Earthling's heritage. He just fed him some useless words and forced him to switch targets to Sylvia, who didn't hesitate to start talking about the planet's heritage. Before long, the 30 minutes of the interviews had concluded after Tyson went on and got a couple of words from Bammer, Leo, Olivia, George, and a few more. Thankfully, he didn't pick Noah. "All right, substitutes and instructors, you can go now." Tyson snapped his finger and teleported those mentioned outside of the dome. Before they knew it, they were already sitting on comfortable benches right behind the glass. Meanwhile, Tyson had created a golden coin with a crown at the back and a number on the front. He showed it to Felix and Drago and said, "Crown or number?" "Crown," Drago said first. Tyson glanced at Felix and saw that he was okay with whatever. Thud, he swiftly flipped the coin in the air before catching it on the back of his palm. "It's number," Tyson proclaimed loudly while zooming the camera on the coin for the viewers. Immediately after hearing so, Leo and the rest showed elated expressions, while Felix simply grinned faintly. But Drago and his teammates didn't notice anything weird about their reaction, since they would have reacted the same. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Tyson, who had snapped his finger and created a holographic image of himself. Then, he created a white ball that was striped with yellow lines and had the SG logo written in the Universal Common Language appearing like this. Tyson went and placed the ball on the central white point of the field and shouted, "You can take your positions now." Upon hearing so, everyone split up and walked towards their positions. Felix didn't have to go far, as he simply stood right outside of the central circle. He was facing the ball exactly while having at least 10 meters between them. Meanwhile, Rolandinho and Leo were sandwiching the ball from left and right, preparing for the kickoff. As for Olivia and Sophia, they sprinted towards their corners. After they reached it, they simply entered through the transparent small dome that allows only them and the injured to enter it. Upon seeing that everyone was standing in their positions, Tyson pointed his finger at the glass ceiling and said, "The time and the score would be written there." The moment everyone lifted their heads, they noticed that the board was written like this: Earthling Team Midnight Salvadorian Team /45:00 minutes, first half. Meanwhile, for the viewers, they had their own big screen outside of the dome to read the details in it. "The match will begin in 30 seconds at the sound of the whistle." Tyson said so while teleporting back into the commentary table. After he got comfortable, he brought the mic closer to his mouth and started doing his job. It seems like the Earthlings had chosen a flexible all-round 4-3-2 formation, while the Salvadorians had decided to play offensively with their 3-3-3 formation. That's all he had to say, since it was too soon to guess the intentions and plan each team had prepared for this game. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest were looking at the placement of each foe. They weren't surprised by some of them, since they could guess who would be the healer, defender, midfielder, and striker based on their abilities. However, they were quite astonished when they noticed that the long-haired Bammer was actually the goalkeeper, as they expected that he would be a striker. It seems like the data we read was outdated. Don't rely on it too much and just stick to the plan. Sylvia sent a message while glancing at the 10 seconds countdown. Just like they were discussing telepathically. Drago was informing the 3 strikers to bombard either Rolandinho or Leo after the kickoff. He was standing right behind him, making it obvious that he was a central midfielder like Felix. 5, 4. Meanwhile, the viewers never failed the countdown tradition, as they kept yelling harmoniously each number until they reached 1. Peep! Immediately after hearing the referee whistle, Leo tapped the ball to Rolandinho, who in turn did the unexpected, as he gave a short pass in direction of Felix. Short in the sense that the ball wasn't going to make it to Felix. Yet, those two didn't care about it, as they swiftly activated their escape abilities and cleared the path for Felix, who had just finished his semi-morphing. "Kill him!" Drago ordered loudly for the 3 strikers to switch their aggro from Leo and Rolandinho to Felix, since the ball was clearly going to be in his possession. Alas, before his voice could even resound in his teammate's mind, Felix had already teleported in front of the ball and smashed it with his footbridge by using 50% of his total strength. Then, there was no then. The ball had disappeared from existence for a split second before emerging again at the embrace of the opposite goalpost net. Could be seen that the ball was revolving like there was no tomorrow, trying its best to penetrate the net and emerge from the other side. However, no one was actually looking at it as their eyes were still affixed on Felix's foot that was emitting smoke from friction. Boom! Poof! Before they could even comprehend what's in God's name had just happened, the noise produced from the entire sequence had collapsed on everyone's ears at once, making the Salvadorians near the action close them reflexively. Too bad. Bammer didn't even need to close his ears, as they were fully ruined after the ball wheezed closely by his head. Only blood was streaming down his earlobes and a beeping noise was heard in his ears, making him question his sanity since he managed to see nothing before he went deaf. Although his eardrums were punctured, he could still hear his heartbeats that were accelerating rapidly. It wasn't because of his situation but the sight of a flying headless corpse that was heading in his direction while spewing a fountain of blood everywhere. Thud! Thud! The instant it landed, the corpse rolled tens of times due to the momentum until it stopped 1 meter in front of Bammer while lying on its back. Impossible! I must be dreaming, this can't be happening. Bammer's elegance was no more as his eyes were widened in disbelief at the sight of their striker name written boldly on the uniform's back above a number. Dranen! After the wave of disbelief withdraws a second later, it was followed by a bone-chilling fear that chilled his heart and made him feel like he was standing fully nude on a mountain's peak. He fought many battles against the lifeforms on his planet for survival and securing food for his family. Hence, he could be considered as a veteran warrior before his planet was found by extraterritorial. But, at this instant, he felt like his bladder was about to give in subconsciously and make him piss his pants in horror after realizing that his life was saved by merely an inch. Literally. Peep! The moment the ball stopped rotating and fell into the grass, the AI referee whistled expressionlessly while extending his hand towards the Salvadorian's goalpost. Hoo-heya! Dear God, that was the fastest kill recorded in a game. Fuck me sideways, he almost scored 2 people and the ball from a single kick. How could he kick supersonic balls? Isn't that possible only to those with peak second stage strength? The stadium abruptly rose on its feet at the uproar that was risen after the viewers regained their wits at the sound of the whistle. Not in their wildest dreams would have they considered that the match was going to start in such an unbelievable manner. Ha ha ha! Good shit, Felix. Thrilled, Robert shouted thunderously while waving a cheering gadget that resembled a finger. He was standing in the front seats while wearing a t-shirt that had a picture of Felix while he was a little kid. If Felix saw it, he would have died of embarrassment. Next to him were the elders, seniors, even juniors of the family all cheering at the top of their voices. They didn't give a shit that Felix had literally just killed a man since they heard loud and clear that Drago had ordered for Felix's death. Even without it, they would still not react excessively since they understood what the games represent and how dangerous could get for anyone willing to participate. Felix Maxwell had asserted his dominance in the first second of the game. For a goal like this, 2 points are rewarded. Tyson commentated passionately while replaying the highlight in slow motion. Only after doing so did the viewers see the entire sequence of the kick and how did the ball end up killing Dranen and scoring a goal. Even after seeing it, they didn't know if Felix had intentionally targeted Dranen or not since he was standing right in line with the goalpost. He truly was standing at the wrong place and at the wrong time. Peep! The moment the replay was finished, the referee whistled again, but this time it was for the Salvadorian players to kick off the ball. A minute of goal celebration had already finished and Felix spent it high-fiving his excited teammates. Right now, it was the Salvadorians who were wasting time, which should be unbelievable in normal situations. Alas, seeing their emotional turmoil that was written all over their faces was an obvious sight of being lost. Who could blame them? They just lost a teammate and were left in horror by how easy it was. They knew that if it was them, they would have died all the same. Upon seeing Felix's indifferent face while returning to his position, they couldn't help but start dreading being around him and especially in front of him. Get you shit together. Furious, Drago yelled with veins throbbing in his neck while pointing at his dazed teammates. After the initial shout, he switched to the Queen messaging system and started firing off orders in a cool-headed manner. Hazia and Agrer, kick off the fucking ball before we get penalized. Bammer. Stop standing like a retard and go heal your ears, sir. Ralval quickly sent a substitute. The Salvadorians did exactly what they were told after breaking out of their absent-mindedness. They knew that it was pointless to have any type of hesitation now, as that would mean getting themselves killed. Play the ball defensively until Bammer gets his ears healed. We will plan what we will do by then. By the time Drago's voice resounded in their ears, the ball was already kicked between the strikers then towards him. Drago didn't keep the ball on him for even a second as he heeled it towards the defenders. They are trying to buy time for their goalkeeper, Ronaldinho asked telepathically while standing next to Felix. Do we rush them, Captain? Felix scratched his cheek while looking at the Salvadorians that were passing the ball between each other in merely split seconds. Nah. Felix waved his hand lazily. We will be just wasting our time running like fools after the ball. Just prepare your abilities and try to steal the ball after they turn to offense. Got it. Everyone gave a slight head nod in agreement and kept focusing on the Salvadorians, who never brought the ball to even midfielders. What a good healing speed! Tyson praised loudly after seeing that Bammer had exited the corner dome and sprinted towards his post while dragging his 5 meters blue hair behind his back. The blood on his face was dried and he seemed like he was in perfect shape. Let's return the favor and kill their goalkeeper. Drago sent a message while glaring murderously at Felix, who had already deactivated his semi-morphing straight after the kick. Whoosh! The moment the order was given, a Salvadorian midfielder was given possession of the ball, and he morphed into some sort of a vulture with his black bony wings and long bent talons, emerging from his shoes. Hokel, take it to the air, Drago ordered while sprinting with the 3 strikers towards the Earthling team field side. Upon seeing that Hokel was rushing into their goalpost while holding into the ball with his talons, Felix and the rest automatically entered a counter-defensive plan that was created to block any kind of synergy revolving around the air. Starting with Sylvia, who unfolded her butterfly wings and took off gracefully into the sky, wanting to force Hokel to drop the ball. Meanwhile, Zhonghui and Hina backed to the penalty area while extending their hands forward, clearly preparing to block any scoring attempt. William Bentley, who was the 4th defender, dashed forward while having his arm morphed into a gray violin. His target? One of the approaching strikers. He wasn't planning on attacking him but just boxing him out. That meant the moment the ball was passed to him, William would be able to cast his abilities straight away. He wasn't the only one doing so, but the entire team besides Zhonghui and Hina. Each was boxing their marked opponent, and Felix was naturally placed against Drago. Is he going to pass the ball to you? Felix asked warmly while sprinting beside the furious Drago, who wanted to do nothing but turn Felix into ashes. Alas, unless the ball was in his possession, he could only hold into his rage and continue ignoring the taunts of this tumor beside him. Come on. Trust me and don't make him pass you the ball. You will die, Felix advised with an honest smile. Whoosh whoosh. While Felix was being himself and antagonizing Drago for the fun of it, Sylvia and Hokel had already entered a mid-air battle of ice. Hokel was releasing from his palms ice cones that were sharp and also capable of exploding during contact. However, Sylvia kept evading them in a refined manner, appearing both badass and beautiful to the onlookers. She wasn't just dodging but also counterattacking with expanding icy swords, forcing Hokel to remove any thought of passing her. She still had the passive since it was unlocked in her current bloodline instead of the replaced one. This bitch! Hokel kept glaring fiercely at Sylvia from behind a shield made of ice that was protecting him from those swords. Meanwhile, Sylvia was frowning slightly as she didn't like the fact that her abilities were not doing damage to that shield. Well, it was doing damage as the shield kept cracking once in a while, but it also kept recovering to its original version. She knew that was the doing of Hokel's energy infusion. However, she was merely displeased but not as agitated as Hokel, since he could see that his teammate had already reached their positions and they were being marked by each Earthling. The more he got delayed, the worse it could get for them, since he could see that Hina and Zhang, we had already erected the first defensive formation. Span. It was based on the oceanic wall engulfing the metallic wall, making it even harder to penetrate it by Screamer. /span. Cap. Should I use my peak ability now? Hokel asked for permission telepathically. Do it. No need to hold into it for the other synergy. Drago ordered while gritting his teeth. We must score to raise morale again. We must. Got it. The moment Hokel received a confirmation, he smirked at Sylvia while snapping his finger behind the shield's cover. Blue particles started to emerge from his pores and shaping up into an icy polar bear sculpture. Yet, the particles didn't stop from surging outside of his body and shaping up into more sculptures. By the time he finished, there were more than 10 of them hovering behind him. He summoned 10 icy golems mid-air. Tyson commentated in wonder while looking at Hokel's sweaty forehead. How is he going to make use of them when he is having difficulty keeping them floating beside him with his mental energy? It was common sense that mental energy shouldn't be used to control golems since it was too draining and also not worth the effort. After all, he would need to control them like puppeteers, and Sylvia wasn't that trash to get hit by flimsy attacks. Regardless, she didn't let down her guard as she kept pressuring Hokel and his sculptures with those icy swords. Boom, boom. The noise produced from the contact was loud all right, but the results were still disappointing since not a single crack had appeared on those sculptures. Sylvia had a bad feeling after seeing her attack's ineffectiveness. I dare you to block my path now. Hokel sneered out loud while controlling those large icy polar bears to cover him from every direction. Literally. Shit. Sylvia couldn't help but curse in her mind after seeing that only tiny gaps were left behind, making it almost impossible for her expanded icy swords to enter inside. She recognized that if she made them smaller, they wouldn't make any difference since Hokel was still hiding behind that shield. He is using the sculptures as a meat shield. Excited, Tyson shouted loudly while standing from his seat. Felix and the rest instantly realized that Sylvia wasn't going to stop him as her abilities weren't centered on destructiveness or heavy damage. Ottav, can you hit him with your solar beam? Felix questioned in his mind while watching Hokel fly towards the goalpost in a slower manner than before. But he would reach it eventually since Sylvia was clearly not capable of stopping him. No. Ottav shook his head with a grim expression. He is 100 meters in the sky. That's too far for my ability. All right, prepare your ability and attack him the moment he gets too near the goalpost. Felix ordered him while snapping his finger. He is bound to get close as he can't kick the ball from that distance, especially with his talons. Understood. When he received Ottav's confirmation, Felix already had a hypotension bomb hovering on his palm. However, due to him being near Drago, it was impossible to hide it from him. Hokel, hold your breaths. Drago shouted a warning in his mind after seeing that Felix had entered his semi-morphing. Even a retard could guess Felix's intentions, and that saddened him since if he was wearing his hoodie, he could have created his bombs inside his pockets. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although Felix's intentions were figured out, he still pitched the red bombs with 50% of his strength, making their trajectory somewhat visible to the players. Felix knew that by using 50%, he would always have strength near peak second-stage bloodliners, which was an understandable boost. Poof poof. The Salvadorians scoffed when they saw that Felix's bombs had ended up landing on a polar bear sculpture. One of them was close to entering the gap, but it still failed. It's up to you guys. Felix decided to trust his teammates instead of trying acid inducement since he knew that it wasn't going to corrode the ice fast enough to make a difference. Because he showed them that he could use only toxic claws and miasma swamp, he truly couldn't do much in this situation. Leave it to me. Ottavacharya sent a message with a solemn expression while dashing towards the goalpost just like the rest. Only Leo and Rolandinho didn't move since they were always needed to be at front of the formation to kick off a counterattack if the team secured possession of the ball. After all, there was no offside in elemental football. That's why the Salvadorians had left their defenders behind. The moment Ottav reached the penalty area, Hokel was in his way of descending towards the goalpost. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Now! Immediately after seeing that Hokel was in range, Ottav tapped his finger on the sun tattoo on his forehead and pointed it above his head at one of the polar bear sculptures. Everyone who was focusing on him saw that his finger was getting redder and redder until a concentrated beam of heat was released from it, appearing like a red laser. Boom! The polar bear sculpture got its forehead penetrated by the beam before it exploded into ice fragments raining down on Zhang Wei and Hina, who were right beneath it. However, before anyone could celebrate removing one of those meat shields, they were horrified to see that Hokel wasn't holding into an ice shield anymore, but was holding into an ice-made scythe weapon. Oh no! He is not planning to kick the ball but ram it in forcefully by himself. Panicked, George shouted while jumping from his bench at the horrifying sight. OL? Lee data annotation ID equals 37A1826815374174F8088D4142FF3. Screamer. An extremely fast ball that was fired from outside of the penalty area. /OL. George understood that with Hokel's momentum, Noah would be in great danger if he tried to stop him on his own. Sylvia and the rest realized so as well, but it was already too late since only Ottav had enough penetrative power to destroy those sculptures. Johnson had fog abilities, Sylvia already tried and failed. William was a sound elementalist, and lastly, Hina and Zhang we didn't have offensive range abilities. The only two capable of making a difference were Leo and Rolandinho, but they were hundreds of meters away. Noah, give up on the goal. It's not worth it. Felix ordered immediately. 15 meters. Alas, Noah didn't seem like he was planning to listen to Felix's order, as he pointed his gray horn at Hokel with an unwavering expression. Then, he did the unexpected as he opened his mouth and roared at the top of his husky voice that sounded like someone tried to scream with a dry throat. Ea ha, ea ea. Yet, no one seemed too concerned by how he sounded as the sight of a clear gray shockwave producing from his mouth and supported by a chilling blue ray left them agape. Boom! That shockwave had ended up impacting Hokel, who already lost the front protection due to Ottav. The result had astonished the viewers alike, as they could see on the big screen that Hokel had ended up having his balance messed up due to his wings getting negatively affected by the shockwave's wind. Yet, the worst part was having his eardrums puncturing as the Yeti's maddened roar, which was Noah's peak active ability, was known for exploding even the heads of those with lesser strength than him. Oh no! Tyson commentated with his eyes widened. Hokel had lost focus due to the attack. His reaction was at least moderate compared to the Salvadorians, who were scared shitless after seeing that the polar bears were dropping into the ground due to Hokel stopping his mental energy control. Yet, what made them almost faint was the sight of two sculptures smashing into Hokel's body from above. That was the last nail on the coffin, as Hokel couldn't regain his balance when he was deaf, getting chilled by the blue ray and finally having his head get smashed by the sculptures that were meant to protect him from abilities thrown at him from the above. Thud thud. Shatter. Take cover. Zhang Wei roared while picking the tiny Hina from her waist and sprinting outside of the penalty area that was being rained upon by those sculptures. Ottav and William took off as well, each by using their escape or defensive abilities, not wanting to get crashed. Meanwhile, Noah had stopped his assault the moment he noticed that his combo had worked effectively. Instead of running like the rest, he simply stepped inside the goal post and eyed the falling ball that was heading in his direction after Hokel had reflexively lost grip of it when his head got smashed. Thankfully, Hokel soon lost consciousness when that happened, forcing all of his abilities to deactivate automatically. This resulted in him falling into the grass, avoiding a certain death of being buried between his ice sculptures. Noah didn't even spare a glance at Hokel as he simply extended his palm forward and caught the ball quite easily since it didn't have much momentum to it. Since his arm was extended outside of the goal line, the referee didn't count it as a goal. Silence descended in the field and the stadium alike before an explosion of cheers and shouts resounded boomingly. Nice block, Noah. Reliable as always. Holy shit. He actually used his peak ability. While George and the rest were praising Noah left and right for his godly save, Felix was left speechless the moment he heard the roar. He always knew about Noah's Yeti's maddened roar, and he actually only heard Noah use it twice since the moment he unlocked it. That's because Noah hated using it since it hurt his throat badly each time. That wasn't due to his muteness, but because the ability was putting too much stress on Noah's vocal cords. Heck, if he actually used it more than 3 times, he could actually turn into a real mute. Though he could be healed later on, the pain caused by it would be remembered forever. Hence, Felix was considerate enough to never force Noah into using it since, as he said, it wasn't worth it. If they scored a goal, he would score 10 more. Fortunately, Noah always respected his responsibilities in every position he was placed in. Since he was the goalkeeper, he would make sure to do anything to block the ball, even if it resulted in him getting heavily injured. Counter-attack. After the initial shock, Felix swiftly ordered while sprinting past the stunned Drago, whose eyes were laid on the unconscious body of Hokel. Upon seeing that Felix was already on the move, Noah threw the ball in front of him and kicked it as hard as he could with his foot. Whoosh! Shit! Agur, go take Hokel to Moria to get healed. The rest block their counterattack and be careful of that fucker's kicks. Drago hastily chased behind Felix while giving off orders. He wasn't worried about Hokel getting killed since he didn't have a ball, and he doubted that any of the Earthling team had the guts to kill an unconscious person and receive a 5 minutes expulsion penalty. His assumption would have been correct if only the softies like Hina and Zhang we were near Hokel. Too bad. Sylvia was near him as well, and she would never let her emotions take control of her in such a critical game. However, she still didn't make a move on Hokel since she could see that the ball had fallen into the possession of Rolandinho. If she attacked Hokel and he ended up faking his passing out, she would fail to kill him, receive a penalty, and also ruin the counterattack. After all, the referee would stop it to give her a yellow card. Hence, she could only grit her teeth and switch her vision from Agur, who was picking up his ally, to Rolandinho, Leo, and Felix, who had just crossed the half-line. 3 defenders in the front while an army chasing behind them. Tyson kept commentating excitedly while spectating Rolandinho dribbling the ball while fully encased in lightning charges. His speed was clearly too much for the Salvadorians to catch up to him. All of this due to his peak Tier 1 active ability, Lighting Dash. However, speed was one thing, but having the ability to pass over 3 defenders was another. Ronaldinho could see that all 3 of them were either morphed or having active abilities fully prepared to welcome him. Instead of getting cocky and trying his luck, Rolandinho looked behind him, hoping that Leo and Felix were close by. Cap, I will pull them to the right wing and cross the ball to you. Ronaldinho informed Felix of his plan while quickly piercing to the right corner of the field. Understood. Felix nodded his head lightly while entering his semi-morphing. The moment it was completed, Felix left Drago, Leo, and everyone else to eat his dust, as his speed had surpassed even what Rolandinho had shown. There it is again. That busted semi-morphing ability. Tyson expressed his wonder. How much boost is it giving him? No one bothered to answer him as everyone's focus was placed on Rolandinho, who was running beside the glass while evading brown rocks, shadowy spikes, and even green roots that had emerged from under the grass, trying to at least trip him. Yet, he was as acrobatic as a monkey in a forest, making those 3 defenders grit their teeth in anger. Solemn, go intercept him at the corner. You 2 try to box that monster lest he ends up getting the ball passed to him. Bammer yelled in his mind while gazing fearfully once in a while at the approaching Felix. The 3 defenders did as he said, and Felix had ended up receiving the company of one man who wore blue earrings and a girl who had thick green roots emerging from her fingers. Felix could see that both of them weren't terrified by him, and that led him to conclude that they must have something to lean on. Yet, he didn't put much focus on it, as he simply kept his eyes affixed on Rolandinho, who was just about to reach the field's corner. Cap, I am sending a lighting ball to you. SSH. Immediately after Rolandinho said so, he infused the ball with lighting element by using his active ability Lightning Infusion and made a chip pass towards Felix. The lighting ball flew high in the air while having a slight bent to it, appearing like it was curving from the inside to the outside. Yet, it was at least 20 meters in the air, making the viewers and the Salvadorians assume that Rolandinho had failed his pass. Prepare to recov. Before Bammer could even finish his sentence, he was met with an awe-striking sight that made every viewer question their eyes. Felix was actually flying in the air with his lustrous green scales reflecting the sunlight off them. He was about to reach 20 meters in the air. They didn't know how he ended up there since their vision and the camera were focused on the ball. But no one dared to waste a single thought on that matter, as they didn't want to miss what was about to come next. Under the dumbfounded onlookers, Felix had flipped on his back and made a bicycle kick with a frightening accuracy due to his enhanced vision. Boom! The lighting ball didn't break the sound barrier like before since Felix wasn't in his optimal kicking posture. But it was still fast enough that only white lighting charges could be seen. Not in my watch! Bammer roared while extending his arms to the sides, confusing everyone alike. If he wasn't going to use his hands, then how was he going to block it? They thought. Whoosh whoosh. Soon. Their question was answered after seeing Bammer's long blue hair lift from the ground akin to a long serpent before shaping up into a giant hand. Then, he instantly controlled it to catch the lightning ball that was curving to the corner. Boom! Sheet! Alas, things didn't go as expected for Bammer as the moment the lightning ball made contact with the giant hand. Lighting charges had gotten transmitted to his real body from his hair, making him somewhat paralyzed, although the transmitted paralyzing effect was instantaneous and mostly useless in normal situations. But in this situation, it caused Bammer to lose control of his hair for a split second since he needed to control its shape manually. After that, the lighting ball found its way into the goal's net by penetrating through the blue hair strands. Ghoul! Tyson shouted in exhilaration while staring at the ball that was pulling the net backward. Whoa! A 20 meters bicycle kick. Was that a synergy or based on luck? So good. Thank God I bet on the Earthling team. Another one by Brother Felix. While the viewers cheered in a frenzy with their fists raised in the air, Felix had just found his way to the ground as he landed on his feet and rolled twice to avoid getting impacted. Not bad. Felix smirked while dusting his clothes on the ground. He wasn't praising his kick but the lighting infusion. He didn't know what happened exactly, but he understood that his kick wasn't even using 50% of his strength and it could potentially be stopped. Nice clutch cap. Leo laughed loudly while hitting Felix's back with his thick palm. Fantastic bicycle kick. Ronaldinho showed Felix a thumbs up while striding back to the other side of the field. It was all you. Felix praised back and stood up on his feet. As he was walking back with Leo, he met the fuming two defenders who still had no idea how he jumped that high right under their noses. While they were left guessing, Tyson had already played the replay on the big screen, starting from when Ronaldinho was about to chip pass. But this time, the camera was on Felix. The moment the ball was passed, everyone was left in awe after seeing Felix had folded his tail many times until it appeared just like a metal spring. Then, he used his built-up momentum from the sprint to make a front flip, but instead of landing on his feet, he landed on his tail's bulgy end. Due to the force applied on his tail, those folds were carried an immense pressure that Felix had taken advantage of by relaxing his tail after the pressure reached its limit. Then, he was propelled speedily into the sky and the rest was history. What a fine use of the tail spring technique. Tyson complimented sincerely since he knew that to learn those kinds of techniques a lot of effort was needed. For this goal, I give it 2 points. Tyson proclaimed to the delight of the Earthling viewers who watched the public stream all over the world. Every country was tuning in to the stream and every screen in the entire world was showing nothing but the game. The entire world had halted for those 90 minutes and even the chaos was reduced drastically as most gangs and criminal organizations also wanted to watch the first Earthling game. Even the Gamma organization members were currently gathered in the meeting room and spectating the game with clear agitation and displeasure. They were expecting that the Earthling team would get plumped for the first 3 games since they clearly saw that the team's average integration wasn't that good. But, looking at the score of 4 o'clock, they didn't know what to think of the game anymore. However, they wished dearly for them to lose since they knew that first wishes would be targeted at them. In their eyes, no matter what the council had wished for, it would affect their operations negatively. They didn't want that to happen at all costs, especially when the profits had just started to kick in. Too bad. Felix's smirky face that was zoomed on in the replay made them feel like the Salvadorians would be done for unless they owned up to their strength. Thankfully, Tyson didn't keep torturing them by showing Felix's punchable face, as he swiftly switched back to the live feed after his curiosity was sated. Oh, they have yet to start. Tyson raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing that Drago and his teammates were standing in their proper positions, but the ball was still placed in the central circle. However, when he saw that Hokel had regained his consciousness and was currently getting his flesh wounds healed, he understood that the Salvadorians were delaying the kickoff on purpose. Only 20 seconds are left before the 1-minute celebration duration ends. Tyson warned, if they don't want to get penalized, they better make a move before. His deduction was right, but not fully, as the Salvadorians took their time to think of their next plan to turn the tables around. Only 8 minutes had gone by in the game, and it was too soon to give up. We will be using the volcano synergy, Drago informed while narrowing his eyes coldly at Felix. So play the ball at the back until Hokel join us. His teammates nodded their heads slightly in agreement while they were closing and opening their fists in nervousness. They knew that the next synergy was a hard one to pull off, and it might cost them another goal if they failed it and got counterattacked. They couldn't afford to give up any more goals when they were already behind. Peep! After hearing the warning whistle, the Salvadorians finally kicked off the ball by sending it back to the defenders. Felix and the rest didn't bother going to retrieve it. Instead, they marked their own opponent by following him around. As usual, Felix started shit-talking casually to Drago the moment he approached him. Are you really the captain? I didn't see you use a single ability in the past 8 minutes. Felix scratched his chin in intrigue and murmured near Drago's ears. Maybe he is afraid that I will snap his neck when he receives the ball? Quite a smart decision. No wonder he is the captain. Motherfucker. Just you wait. Drago was pissed all right after hearing Felix's murmur, but he still didn't flare up or showed it. He just kept restraining his emotions while glancing at the corner dome where Hokel was being treated. If it wasn't for his fatal ear injury, the healing process wouldn't have taken this long. Fortunately, it only took another 30 seconds before the flying vulture was back in the field. Clap, clap, clap. Heartful applause rained on him from all corners of the stadium. He might have failed to score a goal, but his try was still praiseworthy. Hokel, you good for second try? Drago asked. Let's fuck them up. Hokel sent his reply while cracking his knuckles in fury. He was evidently harboring a grudge against Noah since he almost got killed by his own ability due to him. Good. Let's show them the wrath of the Salvadorians. The moment this message resounded in the minds of the Salvadorians, the ball was already on its way to Hokel, who was flapping his wings slowly. After seeing this sight, Sylvia arched her eyebrows with a displeased expression. Are they looking down on me to move the ball from the air instead of the ground twice in a row? Whoosh whoosh. Sylvia flattered her wings and took off into the air after noticing the Hokel was already on his way. However, this time she didn't go to intercept him. Instead, she hovered right above the penalty arc with her palms extended in front of her. If the camera was zoomed on them, the viewers would have spotted that they were emitting a gray chilling mist. Alas, no one was paying attention to her as everyone's eyes were always on the ball. Even Felix was having his attention placed on Hokel, who was grasping the ball with his talons. Naturally, he wasn't watching while standing in his place but sprinting up close to Drago. The Salvadorians were all on the move beside one defender who was left behind as their last cover. This meant the Earthling team was actually facing against 8 Salvadorians at once who were sprinting from every direction. Thankfully, everyone had already been given their marks, helping them avoid confusion or letting someone sneak past their defense. But they were still pretty nervous as they had no idea if Hokel was going to repeat the same strategy or the Salvadorians were plotting something. Keep your eyes open. Wait, what? Felix was left at loss for words after witnessing a disbelieving sight. What the hell? Tyson exclaimed in shock as well when he saw that Hokel had actually released the ball from 100 meters in the sky towards no one. Bamul just let go of it, and currently, the ball was dropping down in a somewhat empty area that was 60 meters away from the goalpost. Besides the Salvadorians, no one expected for him to give up on the ball. But Felix and the rest didn't let their bafflement distract them. Leo, try to catch the ball. Felix ordered swiftly while switching his vision from the ball and Drago. Keep your eyes on your marks. This must be a strategy of theirs. Poof. Alas, the moment Felix turned his head to Drago, he got spewed on by a fiery smoke that didn't harm him but hindered his vision. When Felix hastily waved the smoke away, his eyes were met with a gorgeous black-haired girl who had her eyelids darkened by makeup. She had a snarky smile on her face as she gazed at the stunned Felix. As for Drago, he totally disappeared from his side. In a split second, Felix had realized what had happened, as there were only a couple of abilities that could create this mind-blowing situation. Knowing that everyone here was below the second stage of replacement made it easier to narrow the ability to just one. Shit! They used shadow swap. Felix cursed in his mind while quickly looking around, trying to spot Drago. He knew that since the girl was here, Drago must have swapped positions with her instead of disappearing out of thin air. Found you! Truly, Felix had spotted him easily with his enhanced vision. But he got even more stunned after seeing that Drago had a thick green root coiled around his waist, while the end of the root was held by a giant earth golem. The earth golem was dark brown in color and didn't have any facial features, appearing just like a snowman created from dirt. Yet, on the golem's chest, there was a man's head affixed on it, making it seem like he got eaten by the golem. But in reality, Felix knew that he was using some sort of a manual controlling ability that allows him to combine with his golem and control it freely like his own body. After seeing those two sights, dots clicked in Felix's mind, making him somewhat understand what the Salvadorians were planning on doing. Too bad, having an understanding was one thing but doing something about it was another. Whoosh whoosh. Watching the earth golem spinning Drago by the thick root made Felix recognize that it was already too late to stop them. Whoosh! Drago is flying! Tyson screamed in excitement while watching Drago flying in direction of the earthling's goalpost. But soon, everyone managed to notice that he was in reality, heading towards the ball which had yet to reach even 40 meters to the ground. Hina and Zhang were shocked just like the rest by the sight, but they didn't let it affect them as they had used their defensive synergy, which they called it Wall of Fortitude. Double metallic walls had emerged from the ground in a split second just to be encased later on by two giant oceanic walls. They were placed 10 meters away from the goalpost so they could block the ball but also not hinder Noah's vision completely. Hence Noah was able to see that Drago was flying towards the ball with both of his palms extended forward. He is not going to kick it, everyone thought. Their assumption ended up correct, but what followed after was beyond anyone's imagination as minimized volcano had taken shape between Drago's hands. The volcano was black in color and had an open mouth that was spewing red fumes. When the camera zoomed swiftly on it, the viewers were able to notice that half of it was filled with lava and it was being suppressed. Volcanic eruption. Drago roared while aiming the volcano's mouth at the ball that was just about to cross paths with him. He was truly hurled in a perfectly calculated manner, making everyone doubt if it was due to luck or days and days of training until the Salvadorians mastered it. Boom! But they didn't hang to that thought for long, as the bright radiation caused by the flare of the eruption had stolen their breaths away. After the initial flare, it was accompanied by a golden ray that was a thick apple tree's stem and as bright as the sun. Its direction was the goalpost. The ball? It was nowhere to be seen, but since it was indestructible, everyone knew that it was inside the lava ray. Shit! It won't hit the defensive walls. The gentle giant Zhang Wei, who rarely raised his voice, couldn't help but curse loudly after seeing the trajectory of the lava ray being way higher than their walls. Just as Hina wanted to expand her oceanic wall, it was already too late as the lava ray had just passed by them, aiming straight at the right corner of the goalpost. Whoosh! Not having any intention to retreat, Noah pointed his icy horn at the lava ray and projected his own chilling ray. SHSH. Lava against ice. The reaction resulting from the contact was a massive cloud of fog that exploded in the penalty area and hid everything within it. Noah, Grace, Noah's little sister who was watching the game with the elders, yelled with a high-pitched tone, expressing her agitation and fear from the sight. She disliked watching Noah's fights since they always turn her into a nerve wreck, worrying about her brother's safety. However, she didn't want to miss this game since her brother could end up dead for real, and she would regret it for life that she wasn't even there with him. Is he all right? The elders beside her were all sweating from worry the moment Drago was thrown in the air. Felix and the rest also shared the same worry, unlike the other viewers who were more interested in knowing the result of the collision. Did Noah stop it or not? Thankfully, the fog didn't last for even a second before withdrawing away, exposing a somewhat destroyed area in front of the goalpost. After switching their sight to the post, the Salvadorian viewers cheered at the top of their voices while the Earthling viewers sighed in dejection. The ball was sitting on the net while still emitting smoke. Meanwhile, Noah was snared in the other side of the net while also emitting smoke. Golu ol! Tyson let out a long shout that resounded in the entire stadium and hyped it up even more as the spectators kept shaking each other's shoulders in excitement. Shit! He got hurt! While the stadium was rumbling about the goal, Felix and the rest sprinted towards the goalpost with worried expressions. Felix could see that Noah didn't seem like he was hurt badly, but there were some burnt red marks on his skin and he wasn't moving in the slightest. Before anyone could start thinking of the worst, Noah shook his head slightly and tried to stand up. But he felt like his head was smashed by a hammer, making it almost impossible to even lift his head and gaze at the sky. Don't even mention standing up. Thus, he just laid there like the ball, waiting for his teammates to come and get him out of the net. Memories of the last collision couldn't help but surface in his mind. He sighed after seeing that his chilling ray was fully overwhelmed by the lava ray, not creating a single ounce of resistance. If the lava ray wasn't aiming at the corner, he would have gotten killed by being in its path. Meanwhile, Drago had already landed on the ground pretty safely after he used the same volcano ability, but this time he was aiming at the ground. He activated it only after he was about to smash into the ground, appearing like a space rocket landing on Earth. Right now, he was celebrating the goal with his teammates while glancing at the score in the glass ceiling. Earthling Team 4:2 Salvadorian Team /33:00 minutes remaining, first half. This score pleased not only the Salvadorian team and their citizen but also the Gamma organization members who were watching the game stream live inside the meeting room. All of them were clapping in approval besides Mr. Gamma. The gap had been bridged successfully, and the Earthling goalkeeper has been hurt in the process. Mr. 12 grinned widely. It may not be as hopeless as we thought? Mississippi Pink shook her head slightly in disagreement. As long as they don't find a way to deal with Felix's supersonic kicks, he would always score the moment his team kicked off the ball, and the gap would keep growing bigger. What's worse, if he switched his target to the Salvadorians, he might end up killing a couple more by his kick, and the game could end in the first half. The lanky man with wilted leaves growing outside of his body said in a weary manner. I doubt that would happen. The oversized fat man with long black hair yawned lazily. The only reason the first supersonic kick worked so well was due to the surprise element. But now that they knew about its existence, the Salvadorians would be wary of it and could even defend against it if they had the capabilities. You forgot to mention that his kick needed him to be in a semi-morphing condition, and that would make it easier to know when it is coming. Just as Mississippi Pink wanted to add something, Mr. Gamma raised his hand slightly, and no one dared to speak after. He pointed at the stream that was showing Leo and Rolandinho preparing for the kickoff and said, "Watch to find out." The Gamma members all focused on the stream while continuing their discussion telepathically. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest were still not planning to kick off the ball since Noah was still getting healed by Olivia. She was being chosen instead of Sophia since her new healing abilities were faster at dealing with flesh wounds than Sophia's abilities. Hence, it took her only 15 seconds to heal every burnt mark on Noah and send him back to his goalpost. All good. Felix sent a message while glancing behind his back. Noah nodded his head while cracking his knuckles solemnly. He appeared like he didn't like the fact that he got scored on and overpowered by the lava ray. Honestly, it wasn't much of a shock since his chilling ray was merely condensed chilling mist that made it appear like it was solid. Against a magma-based ability, it was only natural that he would lose the face-off. While his teammates didn't bring the matter at all, Noah still felt that he had failed his responsibility. That's how rigid he is when it comes to serious matters. All right, let's run it back again. Felix sent a message while tapping his black shoe on the grass. Just like in the first time, he was standing 10 meters away from Leo and Ronaldinho, giving him ample space to build up his momentum for his supersonic kick. However, just as Felix planned on entering his semi-morphing state, he stopped at once after noticing that the Salvadorians were sprinting around, changing their formation. Previously, they were situated in the field in this offensive formation 1-3-3-3. But now, they had completely given up on the striking positions as they stood like this 1-6-3. Yet that wasn't even the shocking part, as everyone had their eyes frozen on a giant sakura-like tree that was in the process of emerging from the grass. Its stem was twisted like a rope while its branches were filled with pink flowers flailing beautifully with the wind, creating a mesmerizing scene. The tree's position was right in the penalty arc, making it impossible for Felix to see the goalpost behind it. Interesting ability. Felix rubbed his chin in intrigue as he had no idea what's the name of the ability and what it does. Little plant expert, do you know anything about that tree? Felix asked in his mind while gesturing with his finger for Leo to kick off the ball. There was no point in holding it in that position since the Salvadorians had withdrawn back, giving them peace of mind to keep the ball next to the half-line. Never saw it before. Olivia shook her head while peeking at everything that was happening outside of her dome. Useless. Start reading some books about your element abilities and beasts. Felix sent a message while having the ball placed under his foot after Leo passed it to him. I am doing so, you bully. Back off, Captain, or you won't like the outcome of bullying my cute Ollie. Sophia sent a threatening message while accompanied by more messages from Sylvia and Hina. Felix chuckled after hearing their threats, but his eyes were still focused on the tree. Now that he lacked knowledge about it, he didn't know if it could stop his supersonic kick or at least slow it down if he kicked it from half the field. Whatever it was, Felix felt that only by testing it out would he know his answer. I am going in a bit deeper to build more momentum. The moment this message was received in his teammates' minds, Felix had already dribbled past the half-line and reached 70 meters away from the goalpost. Use your defensive abilities and never stay in the same spot, Drago ordered in his mind after seeing that Felix had made a move. He was the first to encase himself in body armor of molten rocks while zigzagging in Felix's direction. The rest each activated their defensive abilities if they had one and copied Drago's movement. Only after seeing so did Felix understand their reason for pulling back. They understood that it would be extremely tough for Felix to land a supersonic kick on them if they kept moving randomly like this. Felix knew that their plan was quite effective since his aim was absolutely garbage. In the past 3 months, he merely trained in kicking a ball at static AI dummies or bullseye drawn on the wall. Yet, he was still struggling to hit the targeted area even though his vision was monstrous. That's only natural since 3 months was nowhere enough to turn Felix into a monster that never misses. Although it was 3 months, he wasn't practicing for more than 1 hour a day since his time was too precious to be invested in a single game. Hence, Felix never put any effort in shooting moving targets since he always believed that it was better to score goals and farm game points instead of specifically aiming to kill his opponents to get measly 200 GP. That's why he completely ignored them and smashed his footbridge at the ball, aiming straight at the sakura-like tree since it was blocking the goalpost. Just like before, no one managed to spot the ball or hear its sound until the deed was already done. Boom! Crack! After the initial sound barrier explosion, it was followed by the tree's wail as it was forced to snap into 2 halves due to the sheer brute force that was carried within that ball. It shouldn't even be called a ball anymore, but an artillery shell. But still, the ball didn't emerge unscathed from the collision as its trajectory had diverged slightly to the right while its power and speed were somewhat reduced, making it visible in Bammer's eyes. Unlike before, he wasn't caught unprepared. Felix and the rest of his team were stunned to see Bammer's blue hair being shaped up as 5 giant hardened blue palms that were stacked one in front of the other. Meanwhile, multiple hairlocks were tied up tightly with the goal bars, making Bammer get lifted from the ground due to the tightness. It was obvious that his hair had grown out of proportion to end up with those unbelievable hair mutations. But will it be enough? Everyone thought. Boom! The thunderous noise produced from the ball's contact with the first palm showed the hardness of those hair strands. This wasn't due to Bammer's hair being special by nature, but simply due to a passive similar to Felix's sand hardening. The only difference was the target of the hardening process. Arg! Too bad. The first palm still failed to stop the ball as it broke through it, and caused immense pain to Bammer, since his nerves were still connected to his hair no matter how much it grew. The agonizing pain caused by hair strands getting pulled forcefully was unfathomable to those who never experienced it. Thankfully, Bammer was somewhat resistant to it by now after experiencing it many times in his training. Thus, he neither cried nor screamed out loud as he kept glaring at the third palm that was destroyed soon after the second one. Boom! Yet, he didn't show any signs of worry or agitation as he could feel that the ball had lost most of its momentum from the weak noise it produced after contact. Just like he thought, the ball barely managed to destroy a couple of strands before finally stopping its revolving motion that caused smoke to raise on the hair strands due to friction. Thud! Thud! The ball bounced twice on the grass after it dropped down under the viewer's dumbstruck looks either live or on the field. Especially Olivia and the rest who didn't dare to believe what their eyes were feeding them. Felix's supersonic ball that traumatized them for months was blocked on its second shot. Hoo-hoo-ea! The stadium went wild while the Earthling viewers were thrown to the depth of despair after seeing that their best weapon and hope to win the game had been taken from them. How could they block it so soon? Jacob murmured in distress while sitting next to Mr. Rodriguez. Don't worry. This is a minor setback, Mr. Rodriguez commentated confidently. Felix could keep kicking those supersonic balls until that plant elementalist and their goalkeeper runs out of energy. That's indeed quite true, Jacob exclaimed in understanding. It looked like they used everything just to block it. This was the reason why Olivia and the rest had regained their confidence back instantly. Nice teamwork, everyone. Drago praised in his mind while grinning widely at Felix, who was removing his semi-morphing. Drago looked at Felix's expression and noticed that he was genuinely impressed. Heck, he even started clapping his hands at Bammer while nodding his head in praise. Not bad. Not bad at all. Heh, where did your cockiness go? Drago sneered at him. Cocky? Felix smiled faintly. Aren't you the one who's getting cocky after blocking only one of my kicks? Felix walked towards him with a playful smile and asked, But for how long you can use the same strategy? Because I will keep shooting and shooting until the game ends. How long? You will be surprised. Drago smirked while gazing at Bammer, whose hair had gotten shorter to its original length. Hokel already untied his hair from the metal poles and currently, he was walking towards the ball that had bounced a couple of meters away from the goalpost. After he reached it, he passed it to the plant elementalist in their team, and straightaway sprinted to the corner dome while dragging his hair behind. The viewers could see that his hair had been damaged since there were some red bald spots on his scalp. Why is he trying to get healed? I doubt he got hurt in the process. Those thoughts didn't remain in Felix's mind for even a second before he figured out the reason after connecting the dots with what Drago had mentioned. This is getting interesting. He realized that Bammer's unique hair was actually from a mutation and not an ability. That meant he wasn't wasting an ounce of energy to make it longer or shorter, since it was part of his body just like Felix's tail. In other words, he could just get healed back to peak shape after every successful block. Since the ball would be always in their possession after his block, he would be given the time he needed to get healed. As for the Sakura-like tree, Felix believed that if it was doing nothing but just emerge, its energy consumption wouldn't be that high. If it was capable of emitting mental affecting particles, healing mist, or something like that, it would definitely sap the user dry after merely 3 uses. Ha ha ha! The cat got your tongue? Drago laughed out loud after figuring out from Felix's expression that he had found out about Bammer's hair mutation. If I were you, I wouldn't be laughing. Felix gave him a sympathetic gaze and said, You just lost the game in the first half. Ha! Drago was left baffled by what Felix said. But seeing his retreating back as he walked to the other side of the field, he scoffed to himself. If he is thinking of combating us up close, then he must be the stupidest person I have ever seen. Drago understood that it was impossible for Felix to fight them all alone while at the same time dribble the ball forward. It was the same as fighting while carrying a baby. With such a burden pulling him down, he was bound to lose the ball eventually, and the moment that happened they could easily kick it away from him. By then, Felix was bound to stop fighting due to the rules lest he ends up getting 5-minute expulsion. "Captain, are we going to use the volcanic synergy again?" Hokel sent a message while clasping the ball with his talons. "No." Drago shook his head as he gazed at Sylvia. "This time, they will most likely send that girl to either catch the ball midair or intercept you and make it impossible for you to drop it. You guys know that a single small alteration to the drop and I will not end up crossing paths with the ball." His teammates nodded their heads in agreement. They knew that the synergy might look simple, but in reality, it took them a massive amount of effort to practice it since they needed to calculate everything exactly for Drago to end up with the ball. They were planning before on leaving it as an ace synergy, using it only during the last critical moments. But seeing that they were down by 4 points and one teammate before even 10 minutes had gone by in the game, made Drago use it now to get some momentum building for his team. That goal was crucial to raise morale, and Bammer's block had gotten them back their utmost confidence to win the game. "Let's play it slowly to drag the game and waste that fucker's energy," Drago scoffed. "He is nothing without his semi-morphing ability. So, make him use it to run for the ball." "Understood." After he received a confirmation, Drago sent a message to Bamul, checking on his situation. Soon, he was told that he would join them in 30 seconds. When they heard so, the Salvadorians quickly returned to their original formation of 1-3-3-3 and continued wasting time by passing the ball between them. They had 1 minute to move the ball forward, and they took advantage of it fully. "Mirak passed the ball to the right wing. We will penetrate from that direction," Drago said immediately after seeing that Bamul had emerged from the transparent dome. The plant elementalist did as she was told and passed the ball to the right midfielder. "I will try to steal the ball." Johnson sent a message while puffing out fog from his mouth, covering himself and the right wing. It didn't take even a couple of seconds before a thick linear cloud of fog had ended up covering the right wing from the half-line to William, who was positioned behind Johnson. The Salvadorian midfielder frowned his eyebrows at the sight and was forced to slow down his dribbling. "Captain, should we switch to the left wing?" he asked. "Yes," Drago agreed without hesitation. He knew that his teammate lacked the necessary means to protect himself and the ball inside the fog. After all, one needed a vision ability or element that was countering the fog element. If Felix wasn't marking him, Drago wouldn't hesitate to swap positions and enter the fog, since he was confident in his magma abilities to keep the fog away from him. This was the reason Johnson was placed as a right midfielder instead of a striker like in the previous formation. His fog was too good for defense against the majority of the players, since not everyone could unlock vision abilities. In normal cases, even those with vision abilities wouldn't spot Johnson inside his fog due to his fog camouflage. Sadly, he lost it when he replaced his bloodline and he etched fog breath in his 1% human bloodline. Still, he did his job and protected the right wing by forcing the Salvadorian midfielder to pass the ball behind to the defender Mirak. Lightning dash. Ronaldinho, who was the nearest to the ball, chased after it speedily while covered in lighting charges. Upon seeing that he was actually going to reach it, Mirak hastily smacked both of her palms into the grass, and 4 green roots had emerged a split second later in front of the ball. Thud! The ball bounced back on one root, but it got clasped on by the other 3 roots. Lightning spear! Ronaldinho shouted while jumping in a tossing animation with his hand placed behind his back. Simultaneous with his shout, lighting charges were projected from his palm and manifested a long lightning spear. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he hurled it towards Mirak instead of the roots. Shit! Mirak knew that she would be in grave danger if she didn't pull back her palms from the grass. But if she did so, the roots would disappear since the ability she used was connected with the ground. That's why they appeared instantly under the ball instead of using roots from fingers that were going to take time to reach the ball. In the end, she pulled back only one arm and pointed her extended fingers at the lightning spear. Then, 5 thick roots surged from them and shaped up into a wooden shield forcefully by using her mental energy. Whiz! Clash! The lighting spear exploded after contact, scorching the roots black, but didn't transmit any electricity to Mirak since wood was an insulator by nature. Yet, neither her nor team seemed glad by her defense, since Rolandinho had managed to recover the ball from the root's clutches by simply kicking it to the glass wall. Bomb! The ball bounced back into the fully empty right wing of the Salvadorian team. Where was Rolandinho? He was already speeding like a train towards it, completely ignoring Mirak, who had a nasty expression. The Salvadorians are in big trouble, Tyson commentated excitedly. Only one defender is left behind, but can he buy enough time until the rest catch up? Boom boom. Come back here. Mirak's screams kept resounding from behind Rolandinho, who never stopped zigzagging left and right, dodging her long roots. Alas, he kept pulling his distance further and further from her until her roots could never catch up to him. Since Rolandinho was moving on the extreme right wing, the defender who was left behind had to move to him. Otherwise, Rolandinho would just kick the ball after reaching a comfortable distance. The Salvadorians didn't want that to happen, since they saw that his lightning balls were the perfect counter to Bammer's blue hair. It's one-on-one. Can Rolandinho pass him and score the third goal? Tyson asked what was on everyone's minds. The answer to their question came sooner than they expected, as Rolandinho didn't even bother piercing towards the goalpost in the first place, as he simply carried on sprinting on the wing. Everyone was confused by the sight at first, since he couldn't score like that unless he moved straight to the penalty area from the corner. But by then, he would have just made it extra difficult to shoot for no reason. However, when the camera enlarged, the viewers had noticed that across the field, Leo was sprinting like his life was depending on it. Behind him was the left side defender. He is aiming to cross the ball to number 7. Leo Bridge. Tyson shouted near the mic with clear anticipation in his tone. Why? Because Leo was the second striker in the team and had yet to even kick the ball due to Felix. That made him somewhat invisible in the game, since he wasn't participating in the defense as well. If it wasn't for so, Leo wouldn't have managed to sneak behind the defender who was placing most of his attention on Mirak and Ronaldinho before. I am in my position. Leo sent a message with a thrilled expression on his face. He was indeed in the best position, since he had reached the wide-open penalty arc without anyone being there to stop him. He was mano a mano with the Bammer. Felix, who saw this sight, smiled widely while speaking to Drago and those two Salvadorians. You guys are focusing too much on me while ignoring the best striker in my team. Before they could comprehend his words, Leo clasped both of his hands together and roared, "Moderate earthquake! Rumble!" The penalty area trembled like a 5.9 magnitude earthquake hit it. The field started cracking and splitting apart, throwing grass and soil into the air. Thud! Fuck! Bammer cursed after losing his balance and falling on his knees. If he remembered that Leo was an earth elementalist and had this ability etched in his 1% human bloodline, he would have tied his hair with the metal poles like before. But how could he remember anything about Leo when all of his attention was placed on Felix like the rest of the Salvadorians? There were 16 members in each team, and it was impossible to memorize everyone's details in only 15 minutes of scouting. Hence, the most dangerous individuals were placed more focus on, and Leo Bridge wasn't considered. Leo could see that they were looking down on him just like Olivia and the rest before the game even began. It was time for them to pay back the price of underestimating the barbarian of Australia. Soil pillars. Raise! Leo roared while jumping 3 meters in the air, making everyone's eyes switch to him instead of Rolandinho, who was about to reach the field corner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment their eyes were placed on Leo, they widened in awe after seeing brown pillars raising in the sky like a staircase, starting from a 3 meters pillar to the last one that was at least 10 meters tall. The scene appeared magnificent, especially when Leo was jumping from a pillar to another, appearing like he was trying to climb to the sky. Incoming lighting ball. Boom! Upon seeing that Leo was on the verge of reaching the last one, Ronaldinho slowed his speed down and kicked the ball with the side of his shoe, crossing it from the right side to the penalty area. Unlike before, the ball was only 10 meters in the air, but it was curving perfectly from the outside to the inside in direction of Leo, who was standing on the 10 meters pillar. Clay encasement. Immediately after Leo saw that the ball was about to reach him, he encased both of his legs within muddy material that was born from his earth energy. The clay had instantly turned solid, making his legs appear 3 times thicker than before. Yet, Leo lifted his right leg like it didn't weigh anything and volleyed the spinning lightning ball with such familiarity, making everyone know that he had practiced at this height hundreds of times. Boom! The ball didn't break the sound barrier, making it visible to Bammer, but it streaked speedily to the leftmost angle of the goalpost, making it extremely tricky to catch it. What's worse, the fucking earthquake was still ongoing, not allowing Bammer to even stand up properly. Not happening. Whoosh! Not giving up so easily. Bammer jerked his head to the left side, sending out his long blue hair that was shaped like a giant fist. Arg. Alas, instead of the ball getting smashed away by the fist, Barham ended up joining it in the net after the lighting ball got snarled up in his hair and pulled him with it. The force was stronger than he anticipated, and since his hair wasn't tightened by the metal poles, his body could only follow with the momentum. Goohool! Tyson threw his tightened fists in the air while shouting with a thrilled expression. The viewers accompanied him in his excitement, especially the Earthlings viewers who jumped from their places while roaring in elation. If there wasn't a lockdown and the game was streamed in public spaces, the screams would have echoed in every country, no matter their race, nationality, or social status. Ha ha ha! Dare look down on me? Leo laughed loudly while spreading his arms and having his head tilted back. He appeared quite arrogant when he was saying so from such a height. Come down fast, you stupid battle maniac. Instead of congratulating him for the goal, George scolded him with a terrified expression as he could see that the pillars were getting destroyed due to the earthquake. Alas, his warning didn't change anything as the last pillar was on its last stretch. Rumble. Crash. One last crack was all the pillar needed to break from the base and fall backward. Fuck me. Clay encasement. Scared out of his wits by falling with it, Leo screamed loudly while guarding his face with his hand. Thankfully, his ability's effect was almost instantaneous as he was covered fully by the clay, turning him into a clay golem. Crash. Leo, you all right? Ronaldinho asked while dashing towards the rubble that was in the process of breaking down into light particles. Even the earthquake had stopped and the field was returning slowly back to its perfect shape. Cough cough. I am good. Just a broken finger. Leo gave a shaky thump up while lying on the ground, coughing his lung out. Nice goal celebration. You might go viral for it. Felix chuckled while passing through the dejected Salvadorians and the furious Drago. He ignored their nasty looks as he simply raised his head and glanced at the score. Earthling Team 6:2 Salvadorian Team /2100 hours minutes. Remaining, first half. It was stylish, all right. Felix smiled faintly after noticing the added 2 points. He honestly hoped that his teammates stay this reliable, making it easier for him in the games instead of just running back and forth to do everything by himself. Felix knew that he may not play some games due to circumstances. This would lead his team to play without him. If he kept going ham right at the start doing everything by himself without giving chance to his team to grow, they would get eaten alive when he doesn't participate. That would cause the team to lose a tier and the death of some key members in the worst case. He was planning on playing it slowly like this since he always had that supersonic kick to get him easy goals and farm game points. But knowing that it could be stopped continuously, Felix had lost interest in prolonging the game any further. Time to go all out on my semi-morphing and force them to surrender. On the other side of the field, Bammer explained telepathically his reason for not tying his hair with the metal poles after he got questioned by Drago. I prefer leaving my hair untied so I could catch crossed balls in the air to block any scoring attempt before it even reached the striker. Bammer clicked his tongue in irritation and sent a message. How the fuck would I know that in both situations, the ball would be crossed to an abnormal height? Alright, no need to say more. Drago waved his hand while sending a message. Just keep yourself tied to the poles for the rest of the game from now on. Plus, this one is on us as well. Drago sighed while gazing at Rolandinho and Leo. We were asking for it by underestimating them and planning only against that fucker. But not anymore. Drago cracked his knuckles while walking back to his position like the rest of his team. This goal came to them as a surprise but also as a waking call, making them see the Earthling team as a 12-member team instead of just dealing with Felix would make them win the game. Cap plan? Hokel asked. We can't play it slow anymore with this gap. It's too risky. Drago scratched his left horn and added, we can only use another quick synergy for a goal and hope that Tyson would give it 2 points. Which one should we use now? Mirak inquired. Let's go with Shadow Synergy. Drago smirked. Although it could get us only 1 goal, it's good enough for a fast retaliation. The Salvadorians showed their agreement with a slight head nod. Then, there was some sort of a reshuffling in the formation as the gorgeous brunette with dark eyelids had switched with the Mirak, the plant elementalist. This pushed Mirak to the striking position while the brunette girl to be a defender. Felix raised his eyebrows in intrigue after seeing so. He knew that the brunette girl was a shadow elementalist and had the peak active ability Shadow Swap that allows her to swap positions with anyone that had his shadow connected with hers. After inspecting the grass deeply with his enhanced vision, he managed to see 11 lines that were linking the shadows of the Salvadorians with the brunette girl. Interesting, those lines weren't there before. Felix rubbed his chin while analyzing. For 2 new things to emerge based on that girl meant that the next play will heavily rely on her. Felix gave a heads up to his teammates about the situation and created 1 hypotension bomb and another acid bomb behind his back. He kept them hovering like that outside of the Salvadorians' vision. He smiled harmlessly while watching the 2 strikers preparing for the kickoff. But Johnson and the rest shivered when they saw what he was planning on doing. Rest in peace. Johnson sighed in sympathy while gazing at those 2 strikers. Peep. The moment the referee whistled, Felix turned around, grabbed both bombs, and pitched them towards the striker who had just received the ball. Poof poof. The entire sequence happened in less than 0.1 seconds, making the striker eat a direct acid bomb on his face while the hypotension inducement landed on his chest. Arg! The instant the striker shrieked in agony due to the pain of having his face melted off. His eyes rolled at the back of his head as he fell to the ground. He fainted instantly after he ended up inhaling the bloodish red mist due to his scream. Drago and the rest of his team just kept staring with a stunned expression at their teammate who was getting corroded motionlessly. Sizzling. Goosebumps were coursing on their skin after their ears picked up the heart-wrenching sound of flesh getting corroded. Yet, no one dared to let out a single sound as the entire scene was too horrifying. You brought this upon yourselves, Felix said nonchalantly while walking slowly towards them with an acid green bomb in his right hand and a bloodish red in his left hand. Aren't you going to hold the ball? Felix asked warmly while pointing his acid bomb at the ball lying peacefully next to the motionless body. After all, how could I hit if you don't touch it? Forget about the Salvadorians, even Felix's teammates were afraid to approach the ball as the sight of Felix's serpent-like morphing added to those bombs on his hands was too terrifying. Felix had finally released his poisonous nature and stopped playing ball with the Salvadorians. Now, his eyes were focused only on ending the game in the first half by any means possible. Don't get scared. Drago bellowed his orders in anger, but his messages were still unemotional. Utilize your defensive shields and barriers if you had it. His bombs are mist-based and can't do shit against them. Mirak, drag Aegir away from the ball with your roots. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately after hearing so, Mirak extended 2 roots from her fingers and rolled them on Aegir's feet. Then, she pulled him outside of the central circle and checked on his well-being. Upon seeing that he was still breathing but had his entire face disfigured, she didn't know if she should feel glad or terrified from the same fate happening to her. Whatever it was, she glared at Felix hatefully and swiftly dragged Aegir to the healers to get treated as fast as possible. Meanwhile, for Salvadorians had already covered themselves in different colored shields, while the rest had decided to withdraw slightly to the back, since they knew that they would be the next victim when they touched the ball. If it wasn't for the field being extremely spacious, both teams would have taken with them a supportive player who could shield everyone. Alas, supportive shields below the second stage of replacement didn't have even 15 meters range. Range in the sense that the shielded player shouldn't stay away from the supportive player. Otherwise, it would disappear. In this game where the players were required to move constantly and mostly separated from each other, Buffing out shields would do nothing but bait them and get them killed after it disappears suddenly due to leaving the small range. If the buffer simply chose one player to always follow, that's literally wasting a team spot. If it wasn't for so, Lena or another buffer would have been chosen in the main team. So the main counter to Felix's poison was not even in this game. Whoosh! Upon seeing that only Drago was standing somewhat near the center circle with his molten armor, Felix dashed towards the ball that was left untouched in its place. Ground flare! Drago roared furiously while slamming both of his palms at the ground after seeing Felix had made a move. Rumble! Boom! The central circle trembled for a split second before the area around the ball had blown up, sending broken grass blades and brown dirt everywhere, followed by a small shower of lava. Meanwhile, the ball had been sent flying in the air, making everyone lift their heads and focus on it. Impressive! Felix praised Drago's quick thinking while pulling back away from the lava droplets that could potentially burn his hair if they landed on him. Whoosh whoosh! Hokel and Sylvia both took off to the sky, wanting to retrieve the ball that had yet to stop climbing fiercely. Thud! In the end, it reached the ceiling and collided with the scoreboard. Seeing that it was falling while Hokel and Sylvia were still far away, everyone on the ground activated their abilities preparing to receive it. The Earthling team has a massive advantage in numbers and strength due to Captain Felix. Tyson gave out his opinion after noticing that only 4 Salvadorians were attempting to get the ball, unlike the Earthlings who had 6 of them. Naturally, the defenders weren't counted since they were further away from the central circle. "Leave it to me, guys," Felix said while bending his green-scaled knees, appearing like a frog ready to pounce on a leaf. 80 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. So far no one made a move on the ball as the distance was still too high even for Felix. After all, he didn't have the same momentum to utilize the tail spring technique. 20 meters, 10 meters. Send it away, Drago shouted while firing a lava ray from a minimized volcano that was sitting between his arms. His 3 teammates followed his lead and used their strongest long-range ability at the ball. They didn't know what Drago was aiming at by doing so, but they didn't question his orders. Upon seeing so, Felix decided to give up jumping since the ball would be in their possession anyway. Bam! The ball got hit by a rock, Tyson shouted while zooming out the camera, showing the ball's direction after it got smashed by the Earth Elementalist rock toss. As expected, the ball had ended up falling in the right side next to William, the Maestro of England. It bounced 2 times and got stopped by William's sound waves. After getting hold of it, he passed it to Johnson, who sent it straight away to Felix. By the time it reached him, Drago and his team had entered their defensive formation of 1-6-4, while Bammer had begun prolonging his hair to shape up those giant 5 palms. Mirak had already grouped up with the defenders after transporting Aegir to get healed. Currently, she was setting up the same Sakura-like tree in front of the goalpost, wanting to slow down Felix's supersonic kick as they did before. Smart play by Drago to send the ball away, so they could have enough time to regroup after Felix's surprise attack, Tyson said. They truly didn't expect that he was able to switch to acid inducement. From his tone, it was apparent that he already knew about Felix's legendary Tier 1 bloodline and ability to switch between inducements. This was understandable since he needed to get some information about the key players in the game for a better commentary. The only thing he didn't know about was that Felix's ability to switch to acid, as he had shown publicly only hypotension and paralyze. That's why Drago and his team weren't prepared to defend against it. It might sound foolish that Felix had decided to expose acid inducement that had a relation to his landlord persona, but it was actually a smart, deliberate move. Felix knew that he was bound to enter the candidate list of suspects after this game leaves a small mark in the network. It might take a week or months until Princess Bird finds out about him and the similarities he had with Landlord. Although the different abilities between the characters were the best camouflage, Princess Bird was bound to get suspicious of him when she digs deeper and finds out that he had 5 inducements. Yet, he was only using hypotension that was different than Landlord. After all, what's the reason to not use acid inducement in this game or any of his fights? She would easily conclude that Felix might be trying not to get associated with Landlord or something else. Hence, Felix didn't hesitate to snap his fingers and create 2 additional acid bombs. He left them to hover on his palms as he switched his focus to the Salvadorians, who finished their defensive formation against his supersonic kick. Felix chuckled in amusement while kicking the ball slightly above his head. Felix walked a single step forward and used his tail to catch the ball quite easily. Then, he tightened his grip on it by rolling his tail 2 times on it, stunning the viewers alike. Hopefully, he doesn't rough them up too much. George sighed in sympathy while looking at the dumbfounded Drago and his teammates who didn't expect this outcome or were too afraid to think about it. The entire defensive formation was meant to force Felix into kicking the ball, since it would be challenging to dribble it while fighting them head-on. But seeing him cracking his neck to the side as he walked towards them with his devilish semi-morphing, they knew that shit had just got real. "Don't falter," Drago yelled at his teammates while clapping both of his hands. "It's 1 against 11. Bombard him with elemental abilities and he whoosh, poof, before Drago could even finish his sentence. He was forced to dodge reflexively an incoming acid bomb that was thrown from half the field. Alas, the bomb still exploded behind his back and encased him inside. However, since he was wearing that molten armor, the acid did nothing to him but hinder his vision. Whoosh, whoosh. When he hastily pulled outside of the mist cloud, he got mortified after seeing that his teammates were the ones being bombarded by acid bombs, hypotension bombs, and paralyzed bombs from Felix, who was sprinting towards him as fast as possible. Knowing that he was targeted, Drago didn't hesitate to retreat, as he knew that he would get fucked up if he ever got caught by Felix. That's because he was an elemental ranger first and foremost, while Felix's was a humanoid beast. Shit, shit, shit. Each time Drago turned around and saw that Felix was grinning devilishly while getting closer to him, he felt that his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Although he was afraid of getting caught, he was still rational enough to stop after reaching the back line where the rest of his team was gathered. Immediately after turning around and seeing that Felix was merely 30 meters away from them, he bent down slightly while his palms were emitting dark red particles that shaped up as the same small volcano. Standing 5 meters to his right was the Shadow Elementalist, who had her shadow rise from the ground and stand in front of her. Meanwhile, to his left side was the Earth Elementalist. He was inside the Earth Golem, exposing only his head from its chest. He was carrying 2 rocks in his hands. Mirak was standing on her sakura-like tree with her hands folded together. Hokel was flying above their heads while his 10 polar bear sculptures were placed in front of his team, acting like a meat shield. Lastly, 2 more Salvadorians were standing at the corners, each with their own abilities activated. Felix was charging towards this fully prepared army, while behind him was the rest of his teammates trying their best to catch up to him and support him. Kill! Before Felix could even cross the 20 meters mark, Drago roared loudly while firing off that lava ray from his volcano. Miriam sent her shadow while Dajan had tossed the big brown rocks, each to his own when it came to attacking Felix. Boom! Boom! Crash! The earth shook, and the air vibrated as the area in front of them had turned into a war zone with all of the explosions and dirt flying in every direction. Yet, Felix could be seen evading those abilities with his clothes barely getting dirted by the aftermath. It appeared like he could predict their trajectory before landing, making him move before the strike even landed on the ground. The viewers kept watching in awe while the Salvadorians in dread and disbelief. Die! Die! Why won't you die? Drago almost lost his mind after seeing that Felix had emerged outside of a cloud of smoke with merely some broken grass blades on his hair and outfit. Meanwhile, his tail was moving behind him, playfully showing that the ball hadn't been lost in the chaos. Just as Mirak wanted to send down every tree's branch in Felix's direction, she froze in her position after seeing that Felix had already reached the polar bears and sliced them up like they were made of butter with his gleaming black claws. Thud thud. The sliced pieces were smooth and clean, appearing likely a newly shaved chin. No one bothered to look at them as Felix had instantly reached Drago's side and clutched him by the neck. The Salvadorians stiffened with their eyes widened, not daring to believe that their captain had been caught without putting a single resistance. Well, he did resist by firing off lava rays, but against Felix's speed, vision, and reflexes, it was a futile attempt. Any last words? Felix grinned devilishly while running his long claw against Drago's cheek. Since it was covered by molten armor, his touch cracked it quite smoothly. I am willing to die for my planet and people. Drago sneered with a bit of difficulty due to being chocked. So don't expect me to beg, you fucker. Cough. Do it. Do it. Geez, no need to get all dramatic. I was just messing with you. Felix slapped him right in his back neck, making him faint instantly. Then he threw him to the side and glanced at the rest. Why don't you save me the trouble and surrender now? I don't want to overwork myself. In normal situations, Felix would never do such a thing since he preferred not missing a single game point even if meant going on a massacre in the games. However, he wanted to make himself distinct from Landlord, since he would have done the same. Sigh, nothing? Upon seeing that they weren't responding, Felix let out a long exhale and suddenly disappeared from the camera. When he appeared, Miriam was already on the ground with foams coming out of her lips. Before this image could register in everyone's minds, Felix had disappeared again just to appear above the earth golem's head. Then he smashed it to pieces with the tail's bulgy end and knocked out Daejin. This can't be happening. How could his strength be this monstrous? Mirak shivered from on top of the tree while watching Felix sprint from one of her teammates to another, knocking them out cold. While the camera was finding it hard to follow Felix's movement, she could somewhat see his shadow due to her enhanced senses. But seeing him was one thing and responding to his aggression was another. He was tens of times faster than her roots could even travel, and seeing how sharp his claws were made her realize that he could literally kill any one of them if he pleased. A couple of seconds later, only Hokel and Bammer were still standing without counting the two healers at the corners. Mirak had been taken care of just like the others. If Hokel wasn't flying tens of meters in the air, his fate would have been the same. Felix ignored his existence and simply walked past the sakura-like tree that was in the process of breaking into green particles. His destination? The scared shitless Bamul, who was being lifted from the ground due to his tied-up hair with the goalpost. He had his hair shaped up as two large fists, appearing like he wanted to box it out with Felix. But a single indifferent glance from Felix made him tremble all over, as he sensed like he was thrown in the depth of Glacial Mountain with 1,000 poisonous serpents to accompany him. Warrior or not, in front of death itself staring right into his soul, fear would always creep up to them. Don't get any closer. Bammer stuttered while smashing those big blue fists at the ground, hoping to scare Felix away. Whoosh! Bam! Alas, Felix didn't even bother to respond to him, as he simply whipped his tail to the side and hurled the ball straight in Bammer's face. The distance was too close for Felix to miss such an easy target. Arg! But he didn't put all of his strength into it, as he simply broke Bamul's nose, making his clutch into it tightly while blood streaming down his chin. Meanwhile, the ball bounced back to Felix and he volleyed it to right in the left corner of the goalpost. Haha! Finally I got it. Elated by his aim, Felix celebrated with a heartful laugh while walking back through the passed-out Salvadorians. Only his laugh and Bammer's groaning were echoing in the field, as the rest of the Salvadorians were passed out, while Felix's teammates were speechless by his excitement of scoring a corner goal in such a messed-up situation. Meanwhile, Tyson and the viewers didn't know what to say or react. They were expecting anything but the game to end up in such a dumbfounding fashion. Even the Earthlings and the Gamma organization members were finding it hard to react, as no one had expected that Felix would just carry the ball with his tail and deal with the entire team before scoring. Peep! The referee whistled faithfully like nothing was wrong with the sight of 8 players lying on the ground unconsciously. Hoo-hooah! Only after hearing the whistle did the viewers wake up from their stupor and started cheering with their cheeks flushed red and their hands raised above their heads. This is so unfair. How dare you place the same betting odds for the two teams when the Earthling captain can just steamroll everyone? Give me back my 1000 SC. I want my money back as well. This game shouldn't have been played. Meanwhile, the Salvadorian viewers and those who made bets against the Earthling team were not having a good time at all. After all, everyone could see that the game was doomed without any way of a comeback. Felix Maxwell had just stopped giving a fuck and went full ham on the Salvadorians with all of his strength. While Tyson was shouting passionately, his thoughts were different completely. Fucking hell, this matchup is too unbalanced with his busted semi-morphing boost. I need to find out how much it gives him. While Tyson was preparing his questions for the after-game interviews, Mr. Ralvel and the 3 Salvadorian substitutes were sitting in silence on the bench. They were staring at their passed-out teammates who were being taken to the corner domes by Hochul and Bammer to receive treatment. "Sir, what should we do?" a brown-skinned man with a tattooed face asked softly. Mr. Ralvel blinked his eyes without voice his response. He seemed like he was unfazed by the situation, but his tightened fists that were placed on his knees were an obvious sign of the opposite. Just as the substitute wanted to suggest replacing a couple of passed-out teammates to kick off the ball, Mr. Ralvel took a deep breath with his eyes closed shut and said with a suppressed tone, "We are surrendering." "But sir..." "Shut up," Mr. Ralvel snapped. "I don't know about you, but I will not let the main team of our planet gets massacred on its first game." The substitutes bit their lips after hearing so. They went quiet at once. They knew that the game was doomed the moment Felix had shown them that he was capable of killing all of the prominent team members by himself. However, surrendering just like that in the first game indeed left a bad taste in their mouths. The Earthling captain was merciful enough to give us a chance to surrender while we still can. Mr. Ralvel sighed while standing up. "I don't doubt for a second that he will not do it again if we decided to continue the game." Immediately after saying so, Mr. Ralvel steeled his heart and requested from the Queen, "Please, we would like to surrender this game. Based on the PSG rules, I will be forwarding your request to Judge Tyson." The Queen responded. Mr. Ralvel nodded his head and went silent. Meanwhile, Tyson's feverish commentary about Felix's strength was interrupted by the Queen's message. Sigh, that was to be expected. His mood was brought down after he heard the Salvadorians' surrender request. Although he knew that it was highly likely for them to give up, he still wished sincerely in his heart for the game to continue even if it meant that Felix was ending up massacring them. He didn't care about their well-being but more about the commission he would be earning from the game. Since it was ending in the middle, he would be losing quite a hefty sum. Alas, he couldn't deny their surrender since it was reasonable and within the rules set by the PSG. As the judge, he was just as bound by the rules as any other. Hence, he merely sighed while informing the spectators. The Salvadorian team had decided to surrender. Congratulations for the Earthling team on their first win. Boo! Quitters. Fucking bastards, I bet my money on you. Well, it was a fun game while it lasted. Sadly, the strength level is too unbalanced. True, the Earthling's captain's semi-morphing ability is truly busted. I hope he talks about it during the interview. Ha ha ha. To win the first game by such a gap. Earthlings for the win. The responses to Tyson's proclamation differed around the stadium, and in the stream as most natural viewers didn't like the sound of it at all. After all, they paid for tickets to watch the whole game. If it wasn't for the tickets being as cheap as dirt and the sight of the passed-out Salvadorians, a riot would have risen. Those problematic issues were why the surrender option was used only after a thorough inspection by the judge. If it wasn't for so, any team could just surrender when the game begins and the spectators would be left to watch an empty stadium. On the other hand, both the Earthling and the Salvadorian viewers rejoiced at the early conclusion of the game. Though the Salvadorian viewers felt relieved after seeing that their entire primary team was still intact beside the first player to die. They were not retarded to hope for their team to continue the game after seeing their ending against Felix. In their eyes, the loss might be disappointing, but they still had more games to win, and they were confident in their team's strength to pull it off. Haha. Having Felix on the team is truly a blessing. Mr. Rodriguez laughed in gratification while watching Felix patting Olivia on the head, just to have his hand slapped away by Sophia and Hina. We are indeed in luck. The USA president agreed with a broad smile while sitting on a wooden chair inside a vast conference room. It appeared like it was an exact copy of the United Nations General Assembly Hall. Naturally, other presidents and heads of states were sitting in it. Most of them were gathered here since this assembly was held in a UVR's room belonging to a council staff member. This staff member's job was nothing but to make his UVR's room accessible to the leaders 24/7, while he had no access to it or what was being said in it. With the power of contract, that was easily doable. Just like that, the council had a UVR's room for their assembly, making it 100 times better to gather and discuss without leaving their countries. Soon, the chatter quietened down after seeing on the gigantic holographic screen that Felix was getting interviewed by Tyson. After some back-and-forth meaningless flatter, Tyson jumped straight into the subject. "Captain Felix, mind sharing with us some info about your Tier 1 bloodline?" he asked eagerly. "Well, I can only speak about its abilities." Felix opened up. "What do you want?" "Naturally, about your semi-morphing ability." Tyson brought the mic near Felix and inquired, "Is it possible to know how much boost did you receive from it?" 50% to my strength. It's not the best boost, but it's quite good when combined with my passive super strength and legendary etching enhancement." Felix lied with a straight face. In reality, the semi-morphing ability provides a 100% boost to all of Felix's states. He made it sound like only his strength and defenses were benefiting from it, and by only 50%. This was within reason for a legendary semi-morphing Tier 1 ability. Felix did his research and found that most of them give 40% to 50% if extremely lucky. So it wasn't abnormal in the slightest. That's why he never used more than 50% in his kicks. "Queen, please make a calculation based on his info and give me his final strength during his semi-morphing." Tyson requested immediately, just to receive a response a split second later. During his semi-morphing, his strength could reach up to 3,900 BF. 3,900? Tyson's eyes widened slightly. That's almost at peak second stage bloodliner. No wonder his kicks were supersonic. He looked at the Salvadorians' dejected expressions as they waited for their turn to get interviewed and couldn't help pity them. After all, they were playing a game as a peak first stage bloodliners against one with a peak second stage strength. It was the same as a silver player competing against gold players. After Tyson relayed the information to the viewers, their reaction was more or like the same. Only the Salvadorian players reacted differently, as they had exhibited signs of dread and also appreciation to Felix. But wait, this doesn't add up. Tyson frowned his eyebrows suddenly. Why does he still have poison bombs from his legendary Tier 1 bloodline? Unless... Tyson's eyes widened in disbelief while looking at Felix's innocent face. "You? May I ask, what ability did you etch in your 1% human bloodline?" "What kind of question is that?" Drago knitted his eyebrows while looking at Felix's interview. "Right? Isn't it obvious that he etched that busted semi-morphing ability?" Miriam said in dread. Those questions were resounding in the minds of everyone besides Olivia and the rest, who acted like they didn't know Felix or wanted to associate with him. Their reaction was within reason, as Felix had boldly stated without an ounce of shame. "Naturally, I have chosen my poison bombs since it's much better to have the 5 inducements utility than flat-out strength." Everyone was left at loose for words at his retarded reasoning. Utility better than flat strength? What kind of crack he was on when he etched his ability? They thought speechlessly, not knowing how to react. Who could blame them? In their eyes, it was only common sense. If he etched his semi-morphing, he would always have a 50% increase of strength above those at the same stage as him. How could that compare to having poison bombs? Seeing their looks, Felix knew that they were considering him as a moron for not seeing this. But he merely shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother explaining his reason. He couldn't tell them that he had etched size manipulation and poison bombs was merely a smokescreen. "Ha! Ha! I guess you have your take on the matter." Tyson gave a forced laugh and stopped bringing out the matter. In his eyes, Felix would understand how foolish his decision when he reaches the peak first stage of replacement and loses his semi-morphing. By then, the one weeping the most would be the Earthling team for losing its strongest power force. The ESG organization, the council, even his teammates knew that Felix's decision was shitty, but no one dared to bring the matter in the open since it was Felix's bloodline path and he was free to fuck it up as he wanted. With that being said, this little episode didn't bring the mood down even a bit in the assembly hall. The presidents had switched their subject to a matter that was leaving them sleepless for the past 4 months. The Gamma organization's destruction. With the team's win, they had obtained the wish they needed to kick off the plan they made to destroy it. Let's wait for the team's captain to join us. The USA president stopped the discussion right as it was about to begin. He has every right to be part of this assembly. He smiled widely. After all, he also has a vote in the decision-making. The assembly went quiet for a couple of seconds after being reminded of Felix's vote. While most didn't show much of a reaction, some heads of states displayed subtle signs of displeasure. It wasn't because of Felix's having a vote, but because he was from the USA and they had already 10 votes above 99% of the countries. They could see the US president's low-key grin at the thought of having 11 votes on his side. However, feeling displeased or not, no one dared to disagree with the notion after seeing how Felix forced the game single-handedly to an early conclusion. Should we adjourn the assembly to the evening to give him proper rest? Jacob suggested with good intentions towards Felix. If it was any other time, I would have definitely agreed. Mr. Rodriguez shook his head and said, but we can't be wasting time when the chaos hadn't been resolved and people are still hiding in their homes. Agreed. Seconded. Plus, he doesn't even seem tired. Looking at Felix, who was flirting with Sophia in the stream, the head of state's eyelids twitched at his carefree attitude. I will send him the invitation link. Jacob coughed and sent Felix a message, informing him about the assembly and his requirement to attend as fast as possible. A split second later, Felix could be seen scratching his chin with an irritated expression while saying his goodbye to Sophia. Then, he broke into light particles, and a second later his body was reconstructed in an empty chair right next to the US president. Hello there, Felix greeted with a faint smile while glancing at the tens of heads of states all eyeing him from their seats. Clap, clap, clap. However, instead of receiving a greeting, Felix was surprised to see them standing up one by one while clapping their hands boisterously. They had appreciative looks and smiles affixed on their faces while giving him an unexpected standing ovation. If it was any other person, they would have felt beyond proud to actually get applauded by the leaders of the entire world. But Felix honestly felt like it was any other applause he received from the spectators. Still, he didn't show his nonchalance as he kept bowing his head slightly in their direction, showing his appreciation. A couple of seconds later, the applause died down and the leaders returned to their seats. Captain Felix, on behalf of the planet and every citizen. Jacob bowed his head deeply to Felix and said emotionally, "Thank you for the hard work. I am just doing my part." Felix waved his hand in a polite manner while thinking, at least their surface attitude is nice. Felix didn't know if their appreciation was real or they were simply faking it to stroke his ego. Whatever it was, he didn't care much about it. As long as they don't cross his path, they were golden in his eyes. After a couple of minutes of additional flattery, questions about his well-being to make Felix comfortable sitting with them, Jacob requested from Felix, "Captain, can you please show us the list of earnings from the game?" Felix nodded his head while waving his hand, displaying both the Earthling team profile page as well as a made-up earning list by the Queen. Rank: mid-bronze. Play 3 placement games to get ranked. About: Earth is the third planet from the Sun, and the only astronomical object is known to harbor life in the solar system. About 29% of Earth's surface is land consisting of continents and islands. The remaining 71% is covered with water, mostly by oceans, seas, gulfs, and other saltwater bodies, but also by lakes, rivers, and other freshwater, which together constitute the hydrosphere. Much of Earth's polar regions are covered in ice. Earth has 7 continents: Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Australia, Europe, North America, and South America. Earth has 5 oceans. Earth has 195 countries that are: games played 001, wins 001, loss 000, win streak 001, loss streak 000, eliminations 001. The leaders didn't react much when they saw the profile details since every native on the planet had access to it. But the other earning list was something only Felix could have as the captain. But since he had signed the captain's duties contract, he was obliged to share it with the council. Naturally, Felix's game points weren't needed to be given as well since they belonged to him. That's why the list appeared empty like this. Winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 0.01% from game points / 1% from popularity / 10% from victory 2 billion SC. Yet, in the eyes of the leaders, the list was loaded with coins after they saw that they had earned 2 billion from a single win. They always knew that the games were beyond profitable, but seeing the earnings with their own eyes was still a shocker. Especially when they knew that the planet's entire data from the beginning of time to now barely surpassed that amount. Good, good, good. Mr. Rodriguez laughed with a gleeful expression while staring intensely at the earnings. At least his reaction was honest, as Felix had noticed with his enhanced vision that most leaders were exhibiting subtle signs of greed and desire. However, he didn't care about their reaction since they weren't going to get a single coin from those earnings unless they wanted to get exposed by the Queen based on the anti-embezzlement contract. So, they could greed for those coins all they want, but it ain't happening. Captain Felix, did you split the team's 3% yet? Jacob asked. Not yet. Felix waved his finger and the 2 billion was reduced to 1.4 billion SC, taking away 600 million SC for the team members, who risked their lives to play the game. After seeing that 30% was gone just like that, not a lot of heads of states were pleased by it. After all, they weren't receiving a single dime while the team members had 600 million SC to be split by themselves based on their contributions. Knowing that Felix had at least done 60% of the work in the team, he would be getting 360 million all to himself. So, it was only natural that those leaders, who always were at the top of the pyramid, would react like that. Too bad. There was no way that they would remain quiet about it even though the 3% given to the team was written by them in the contract. Sigh. 1.4 billion is truly not enough to deal with the organization. President lamented out loud. Indeed. We need to buy spaceships, materials, hire professional non-native manpower to build the surveillance tower in the moon. Another one supported. If we wanted to finish it fast, we need to pay even more to increase the manpower. A female president smiled bitterly. Even if we finished it and located the Gamma organization, I doubt that our armies and weapons can do anything to their spaceship. True, this meant we need hundreds of millions more to get a good weapon to destroy them, or at least to kick them away and force them to choose another planet to take advantage of. While a president after another kept lamenting loudly, Felix was laughing his ass out in his mind with Asna. But on the outside, he still had that faint smile on his face, appearing like their discussion had nothing to do with him. Ha. They are trying to guilt-trip you to donate some of your money. Asna giggled while covering her mouth. They have better chances robbing you than using this strategy on an insensitive prick like you. Well, their attempt is useless against me, but it will definitely work on Olivia and the other softies. Don't let those useless farts rob my little Ollie. Asna growled in fury. I am not the one giving her coins. It's the Queen. Felix mentally shrugged. Plus, I am not her babysitter. She has her own parents to advise her on what to do with her coins. Asshole, you will die single if you kept acting like this. Asna cursed. I don't mind, single life has been good to me so far. Felix smirked faintly. While Felix and Asna were living in their own world, the presidents finally stopped whining about their hardships after noticing that Felix was as unmoving as a rock. Not a single emotion had been shown on his face, and they wondered if he even cared about the planet's misfortunes. Whatever it was, no one dared to antagonize him by personally asking him to donate some of his money. It was as clear as crystal that he wasn't interested in doing so, and those leaders weren't retarded to put him in the spot publicly lest he ends up aiming at them later on. None of them had forgotten that Felix was the strongest bloodliner on the planet, and he could easily kill them in their own houses without triggering even the alarm. Hence, they had no intentions to put their weight in front of him. Such as a basic intelligence and instinct of survival was required to be a country leader and stay as one for the entire term. Cough, Captain Felix. We were blabbering all along about the surveillance moon tower without telling you first about it. Jacob coughed and clarified to Felix. We have already made a decision to get this tower blueprint by using the SG Wish. It will be our best chance on locating the Gamma organization's spaceship. Do you have any opinion on the matter? Jacob asked. No. Felix shook his head, giving his approval. Good. Jacob smiled widely and asked the council, "How about we wish for it now?" The response he received was a resounding yes. Jacob displayed a hologram that was showing an enormous black tower that was at least 5 times taller than Burj Khalifa. It was thick at the base and thin at its peak. Under the image was its name, AS Surveillance Tower. Jacob extended his hand at Felix and requested, "Will you do the honor by wishing for this particular tower's blueprint?" Felix glanced at the image for a couple of seconds before nodding his head. This was the same tower that was built on the moon in his previous life after the Earthling team won their 3rd game. Felix had just changed the timeline yet again, and he didn't want to mess it up even more by telling them to change their wish. After all, by the time the tower get fully erected, Felix's spaceship, Malik, and Eric would have already arrived and taken care of the problem. The last thing he wanted now was to mess up with anything that could potentially affect the Gamma organization's coordinates. "Your wish has been granted. The AAS surveillance tower blueprint has been placed on your memory card." After the notification, the Queen followed it with a bunch of warnings, entailing that he could not sell copies of this blueprint to anyone, and if he forged one or even attempted to do so, he would face jail time based on the rules. However, he could use it, give it, do anything he wanted with it. Just not sell copies of it since he didn't buy the copyright from the owner. Felix snapped his finger and the notification with all the warnings was displayed before the presidents. Then he asked, "To whom should I give it?" "To Mr. Rodriguez." Jacob replied instantly, appearing as they had already discussed those matter long ago. "All right." Felix nodded his head and sent the blueprint per email. Mr. Rodriguez thanked Felix after he received it. But he didn't bring it out now since he knew that Felix wouldn't want to remain and hear them blabber on about kickstarting its building process. Hence, he brought out the subject of the council's balance by creating a hologram that was displaying the current capital placed in it. 294, 015, 040 SC. The planet is sure poor as hell. Felix's eyebrows twitched at the sight. Upon seeing his reaction, some presidents started their second round of guilt-tripping Felix by sighing bitterly at their abysmal capital, hoping that he might feel bad and donate a couple $100 million. Alas, nothing much changed. Cheap fuck. Bastard. Not wanting the planet to step ahead. TSK, we should have lowered the earnings split to 8 halves. While their faces showed not a hint of disappointment, their thoughts were beyond toxic. Only a few of them appreciated the fact that without Felix and the team, they wouldn't have gotten even that $1.4 billion. Alas, humans were greedy and spiteful by nature, and those presidents weren't any different. Fortunately for them, they were keeping those toxic thoughts to themselves. Otherwise, Felix would have visited them in their countries for a cup of tea. "Captain, if you may." Mr. Rodriguez frowned his eyebrows at the president's attempts but still gestured politely at Felix to make a move. Understanding what he wanted, Felix forwarded the $1.4 billion to the council's account. Honestly, he wasn't even needed to do so as the Queen would have deducted the amount a couple of hours later and automatically wired it. All of this was part of the contract that Felix signed and he had no problems with it since the money was going to be used for the planet. Felix wanted dearly for the planet to advance while still being part of the SG Alliance since it would be his greatest shield against non-natives. He truly didn't want for his home planet to be under the wing of another kingdom or empire since the Earthlings would be subjected to their rules. When that happens, anyone in the kingdom would be able to reach him and touch him. Felix would be left with no choice but to ditch the planet and also take with him his family since his grandfather and Olivia wouldn't want to leave the rest of the family behind. Felix had no intentions of roaming the universe while having such a heavy burden on his back. But, if the planet remained in the SG Alliance, even if Felix left his grandfather behind, he would safe and sound from non-natives. Hence, his reason for playing the PSG even though the profits weren't really that good at this early stage. It was always better to have a home planet that he could stay safely in and return to in case he ever left far away. 10 minutes later, Felix had already left the assembly after doing all of his duties. He didn't want to hear them discuss their preset-to-fail plan of destroying the Gamma organization. Plus, there was a concurrent small-sized party ongoing in the drop to celebrate the victory of the team. it wouldn't be right for the captain not to attend. Since it was held in the open space of the drop, the stars and the forest outside of the transparent walls made the atmosphere warm and cozy like a camp party. The music played was also not loud but still lively to not bring down the mood. Currently, Felix was drinking beer with Leo, Rolandinho, Noah, and the boys who played the game. Their conversation was nothing serious as they were merely talking about chicks, the games, and also the amount they got after the 3% was split up. As expected, Felix had received a 59% while the other 41% had been split up between the remaining 15 members. Since George wasn't really participating in the game, he didn't get a share of his own. But Felix and the rest took care of him and Sasha by giving a small sum each, ranging from tens of thousands to 100,000 SC. That ended up raising $1 million SC or two for them, showing their appreciation for their massive efforts in the past 4 months. In a short while, the party ended up on a good note and everyone went to their rooms to get some rest. However, since the game wasn't really that difficult for Felix, he didn't waste time by taking a nap. Instead, he started scouting for some auctions that may have epic tier 6 sand bloodlines and illusion bloodlines. He was currently at 59%, but he had 21% unused essence in his spatial card. If he used it, he would reach 80%, just 19% shy from being a peak first stage bloodliner and also awakening the Sphinx. Good. There are 2 auctions happening this week that have 2 epic tier 6 sand bloodlines from the eagle species and the serpent species. Felix smiled in satisfaction and closed down the hologram. He didn't find any epic tier 4 illusion in sight, but he was glad by those 2 findings. If he got lucky, he might find the necessary essence to push straight to 99%. Hopefully, the potion concoction succeeded. Felix looked at the ceiling with a hint of dread. He might not show it, but he honestly was scared shitless that the concoction would fail, wasting at least 4 billion SC of materials and 12k game points. That's why he wanted to be there, as his paranoia was going to mess him up the nearer the concoction date gets closer. Right now, there were still 23 days before his turn. Hee, you better not go. Asna laughed wickedly. You will most definitely jinx the concoction process. Shut up. You saying that is already jinxing it. Felix retorted while getting fully nude, wanting to hit the shower before bed. I can already see your deadpan face after you get informed that it failed. Oh wait, you will be there to see it on your own. Asna laughed evilly. Stop jinxing, you witch. Felix snapped to Asna's delight. 22 days had gone by in jiffy for Felix as he spent them in training, hunting for primogenitor's essence, enhancing his illusion affinity, and waiting for his potion concoction. For his training, it was only including his own practice and sometimes with Eric and Malik. He didn't train with the team since they had yet to spin the wheel for the second game because George wanted the team to have an average strength of peak first stage bloodliner. Hence, they decided to delay the participation by a month, since if they span the wheel right after the game, they would have only 1 month to prepare. Meanwhile, Felix had already found the necessary 19% essence to make himself reach 99% after he visited a couple of auctions in the past 22 days. Too bad. The same couldn't be said about the illusion primogenitor's essence, as Felix had only found another 1% from 3 epic tier 4 bottles. The memories in them were useless as well, making him sigh at such a dreadful speed. Because he was buying those expensive bottles, he was forced to auction them back, and sometimes he ends up losing quite a hefty sum when the price didn't turn satisfactory. Still, there were times when he made a profit, so it balances it out. Felix didn't put much emphasis on losing or winning coins on those trades since his greatest win was always the essence gotten from them. Only due to it was Felix able to push himself into reaching 95% after integrating most of his stacked 40% essence in the past 17 days or so. Since he reached 95%, it only meant that he had unlocked 2 more active abilities and sadly just 1 passive at 75% like the last time with the Jormungandr's bloodline. This made him realize that he would always keep unlocking 10 abilities in each primogenitor's bloodline. Anyhow, the new active abilities were Desert Domain and Sand Burial. After he tested them in the measurement center, he found out that Desert Domain allowed him to spew a flood of sand from every pore of his body, turning the area around him into a desert in a minute or 2. If he combined it with his size manipulation, he realized that the amount would increase, substantially reducing the period it takes for the desert to get created. The best part about this ability was its synergy with the rest of his abilities and attributes. That's right, Felix could actually choose which attribute he wanted for his sand to be. If he wanted to use the black sand, he could totally create a black desert. The same applied to the rest of the attributed sand. This wasn't possible with the Guardians since they were a fixed ability. He couldn't switch between their attributes. This desert domain ability also allowed him to finally be able to use his fourth passive that he never had the chance to utilize in the fishing game. That passive was called sand surfing. As the name implied, it allowed Felix to surf on the sand with any body part that was touching it. This gave him immense mobility inside his own desert, or just any desert actually. Last but not least, Felix's fifth passive was called seismic senses. It allowed Felix to sense or perceive the vibrations in the sand. Not the best, but it was an amazing passive if he was in a real desert, as he could sense vibrations even from 2 kilometers away. Now, Felix was left with only his peak active sand ability, and he would conclude all the sand abilities. But he didn't rush straight to 99%, as he had to stop at 95% to watch the collected memories of the Sphinx with Asna and the Jormungandr. Right now, he was sitting on a couch with them while having the mirror-like screen placed in front of them. While Asna looked bored to death and the Jormungandr appeared curious, Felix was clearly excited by finally viewing the memories and seeing what were the secrets of the Sphinx, the guardian of knowledge and truth. Play it! Asna pressed play on her remote control and yawned lazily while resting her head on her palm. Meanwhile, Felix had already entered a focus state while holding a small notepad and a pen. Everything he sees inside Lady Sphinx's memories would be a great help when he requests her sand manipulation. After all, he wasn't expecting that she would be as straightforward as the Jormungandr and just give it to him. Here we go. Felix's eyes brightened up just like the black screen. Unlike Jormungandr's memories, when the first image displayed was gray and shitty, the Sphinx's memories began with a clear blue sky that didn't have a single cloud in sight. The sunlight kept shining from above and the wind kept raging by, making Felix realize that the Sphinx was flying rapidly. Whoosh whoosh. The delayed flaps of wings had just resounded in his ears, confirming his assumption. Since the screen was displaying from a first-person perspective, it was hard to know what's going on unless the Sphinx turned her head. "Oh!" Felix exclaimed in shock and awe after the Sphinx had looked down for a couple of seconds. Even though it was just a brief moment, Felix had managed to spot a massive city that was wholly golden in color, gleaming under the sunlight but not reflecting blinding rays. It was filled with square-shaped buildings that were golden in color and curved with artistic images and hieroglyphics, appearing like a unique language of its own. Yet, the biggest shocker to Felix was the 3 towering smooth golden pyramids that were placed in 3 different points around the city, creating a triangle if the points got connected. Those pyramids had their peaks glowing with blinding lights that were pointing at the outer space, appearing like 3 golden beams penetrating the sky. The scene appeared ancient and mesmerizing but also advanced technologically. Felix didn't know if what he saw before was right or not, but he could have sworn that he saw halflings riding on 4-wheeled cars. Soon, the Sphinx looked again below, and this time Felix was given the proper time to look at the rowdy streets of the city and the appearance of the citizens. Such a diverse population. Felix commentated in interest when he saw that there were halflings from many species, ranging from serpents, cats, eagles, scorpions, lions, cheetahs, etc. The entire city was brimming with life, and those halflings didn't seem like they were discriminating against each other, as there were multiple groups of people walking together or riding cars. However, before Felix could think deeply about them, the screen had gone black for a second before it brightened up again. Felix sighed in dejection at the sudden time skip, and he hoped that it wouldn't jump for hundreds of millions of years at once. He already didn't luck out on seeing the Sphinx during her early days when she was still a normal creature without element control. Thank God! Felix sighed in relief when the screen started displaying the Sphinx heading to the peak of one of the 3 pyramids. He didn't know if there was just a couple of minutes skip or this was another memory from thousands of years ago. But he was glad that she was still in the city, as he wanted to know what it's all about. Whoosh! A split second later, the Sphinx had withdrawn her wings as she stood on a small platform that was leading to a gate inside the pyramid's peak. Seeing the size of the humongous pyramid made Felix confused about the small size of the Sphinx. His doubts were answered pretty soon as the moment the Sphinx started walking. Felix noticed her humanoid arms swinging by the side. Although they were humanoid with 5 fingers and such, they were still encased in golden silky fur, resembling the fur of a lion's mane. Before Felix could bother to analyze her arms and guess how she appeared like, his attempts weren't needed anymore as the exact version of the humanoid Sphinx had just appeared on the screen. It wasn't a mirror reflection but a real version of herself that was holding a long paper while waiting in front of the wide-open gate. Perfect sand copy. Felix murmured in a daze while focusing on the copy's mesmerizing appearance. Her legs were long and narrow from the bottom, showing 4 talons in place of her feet. Attached to her back were 2 breathtaking folded wings made from yellow fluffy feathers that would make anyone wish to lay on them. Her face was breathtaking even though it had cat features, like the cat's mustache, and furry ears on top of her hair. She was wearing a red sundress and a white robe, resembling somewhat of a doctor's robe. She kept pushing a thin, smart-looking pair of glasses upward her nose bridge that was as tiny as a cat's. Felix didn't know if the real Sphinx appeared like the copy or not, but he was nevertheless fascinated by the copy's beauty. "Tadit!" A reposeful voice emerged from the lips of the Sphinx, appearing as she had just asked the copy. "Asna, translation please." Felix straightaway turned to the language Wikipedia who was painting her nails in boredom. She said, "Update?" Asna paused the memories and added, "Give me a second. I forgot to turn on the dubbing." A split second later, Asna played the memories and returned to painting her nails, not bothering to watch them. She had already watched the memories a couple of times until she got bored of them. Lab number 5 had exploded after Clone 7 had ended up failing to combine the life elemental energy and death elemental energy. Clone 197 had kicked 5 new students after they failed to pass the test for the 3rd time in a row. Clone 14 had recently discovered a theory to open small-dimensional space without the universe laws in them. Clone 4. While the copy kept walking beside the Sphinx and updating her like a secretary, Felix felt like his brain had short-circuited the moment she opened her mouth and started speaking. Heck, he didn't even listen to the rest of the report as the fact that copies could talk was already too shocking in his eyes. God knows how many times he tried to make his copies talk or say a word, but the fuckers only flip him the finger or show him a smirk, making him want to beat them up. He already lost hope in them and started to believe that perfect sand copy was meant to be that way. But seeing the copy speak in front of him in such perfect fluency made him doubt if he had unlocked a different ability than the Sphinx. Felix took the remote control from beside Asna and went back a couple of seconds when she was about to make a report. After playing it and listening thoroughly to the content this time, he felt his heart skip a beat at a sudden thought that had come to him. Could it be that the Sphinx had created the perfect copy to do multiple research projects at once? Felix thought to himself. He knew that perfect sand copy allows his copies to use his memories and behaviors as their guiding compass. In his hand, those copies were lazy and pricks. Every order he gave them, he needed to pray that it would be handled well. But what about the Sphinx? From the content of the copy, the Sphinx had probably hundreds of clones, each had a project of their own. Felix always considered the Sphinx as an extremely smart entity who could even create guardians with combat senses rivaling none. If a smart entity like her had clones of herself, it was the same as having hundreds of highly intelligent assistants that could help her in her research. Remembering that she could use senses sharing any time to switch between copies made him realize that those abilities combination were truly perfect for research purposes. After all, the Sphinx could absorb the memories of her copies and continue their research on her own if she felt like it. God knows how many projects she had finished when hundreds of herself was working on them. Perfect copy is sure wasted on me. Felix smiled wryly and pressed play. Alas, the memory ended right after the clone mentioned another update. God damn it! Felix snapped as those memories always stop when it was just getting good. Here he was feeling excited to see the Sphinx's labs and her clones in work, just to get faced by a black screen. Don't worry, Asna comforted him lazily. Unlike this old snake, her memories were all centered in the city since she probably does not leave her labs for too long. Just as Asna mentioned, the instant the screen turned on again, Felix was elated to see that Lady Sphinx was holding an azure biastral finger that was emitting pressuring waves, causing the air to tremble each time she moved it. On her other hand, she was carrying a crimson flower that had only 2 petals, revolving slowly around the base. What will happen if I use the finger of the glacial dragon as the main ingredient and the 2-petaled gravitational flower as the subsidiary ingredients? The Sphinx said with a tingle of pure curiosity in her tone. Before Felix could react to what she said, he saw a scene that shook his core and made his heartbeat increase wildly after the Sphinx lifted her head from those 2 materials. A potion concoction lab. Although Felix never bothered himself with potioning and substance creation, he was still fully aware of how a potion concoction lab appeared like from the network. Lady Sphinx lab was no different than the one he saw, besides a couple of differences. The main materials and equipment were all there. There was one medium-sized citric yellow cauldron with silver inscriptions sitting above a circular wooden table that had 1 hole in its center. There were 2 more normal-looking wooden tables sandwiching the circular table. The table on the right was filled with transparent glassware of unique sizes. Felix recognized a few of them like a round-bottomed flask, filter funnel, and long tubes. Some of them were filled with liquid while others were empty. Meanwhile, on the other table, there were small vials filled with different colored drops of liquid and life-form materials, ranging from plants to living life forms. Unlike the lab he saw, this one was clean, neat, and organized so well he had a feeling that Lady Sphinx had either an OCD or she just loved keeping her space neat. Yet, he soon shook those distracting thoughts as the idea of another race or entity able to concoct potions was too hard to believe. Felix knew what needed to concoct a potion and how it's done since the witches had released some public info about their potion-making system like what the dwarven did. Does she know another method to concoct potions? Felix got excited just by the thought of it, as it meant that there was a chance for even him, a human, to concoct potions. He was soon about to find out his answer as Lady Sphinx had started the process by picking up a couple of materials from the table and throwing them together into the empty citric cauldron. After so, she walked to the end of the other table and picked a half-full flask that had a different measurement system engraved on the glass. 17.4 Li of the sacred Scorpiana blood should be good enough as a catalyst to speed up the explosive negative reaction of the glacial dragon finger and the 2-petaled flower. Lady Sphinx murmured softly while pouring the flask slowly into the cauldron. After she poured it to the last drop, she closed the cauldron's lid and pressed a black button on the side of the circular table. Whoosh! White gentle flames emerged from under the cauldron, coming from the hole of the circular table. The sight appeared as Lady Sphinx had just turned on the oven to cook some rice. But seeing the brightened-up cauldron's silver inscriptions brought the mystery of potion concoction back. Let's leave it for, 1 minute should be a safe gauge for the next attempts in case this one failed, Lady Sphinx said, making Felix break out of his engrossment and cry in despair. Asna, please tell me that this memory scene will last for more than a minute, he inquired with a beseeching tone. Nope. Asna broke his dreams apart without even glancing at him. Truly, the memory scene had ended after 3 seconds, leaving Felix with no tears to cry and a load of questions still unanswered. Sigh. Everything that she had displayed could be done by anyone. Felix smiled bitterly. The method she uses during the melding of the main ingredient and subsidiary was the thing I wanted to see. Felix knew that method was what separated combining materials and getting a load of crap and getting a potion or substance out of them. So far only the witches could use the only known method due to their innate trait. Whatever, at least I knew that Lady Sphinx could concoct potions. Felix comforted himself and prepared for the next memory scene. Alas, it turned out that his unlucky strike continued as the next couple of scenes were somewhat useless to him. Some of them displayed Lady Sphinx roaming the universe and most of them showed that she was reading a book written in an unfamiliar language. When Felix had asked Asna to translate the content of some pages, he was left confused as most of the terms were foreign to him. There were theories about space-time, dimensional slits, anti-energy, and more high-leveled shit that even the Jormungandr was left scratching his cheek in confusion at them. At least we knew why she was being referred to as the guardian of knowledge. Felix was left in veneration after knowing that Lady Sphinx had probably read an infinite number of books from the fact that most of the memory scenes were just her reading in tranquility. She truly proved the saying that knowledge is an ocean that has no coast. Felix admired her will to gain knowledge even though she was probably already trillions of times more knowledgeable than the average person. After an hour of looking through those repetitive scenes, Felix's eyes had regained their focus after the screen finally displayed a different scene. Before he could focus on it, Asna paused and informed lazily, "This is the last one, by the way." "For real?" Felix exclaimed. "They are way fewer than what we got from the Elder." "It's because I have edited most of it," Asen confessed. "I removed like 6 hours of memories that were just about her reading." "That's unlucky." Felix sighed and gestured with his fingers for her to play it. The moment the scene brightened up, Felix was left in confusion and doubt after seeing that the world had turned gray and gloomy like Lady Sphinx had just stepped into a graveyard. "What the fuck? Is that a ghost?" Felix exclaimed in disbelief while pointing his shaky finger at the image of a spiritual body belonging to a scorpion halfling that had just passed by Lady Sphinx's eyes. The ghost was white and somewhat transparent. He had deadpan eyes, appearing like he was unresponsive to anything. "So this is the spiritual world?" Lady Sphinx murmured while glancing around in curiosity. "Fascinating. Spirits have been roaming in my labs for so long, and I have yet to notice any of them even though my senses are at their finest." Upon hearing the spiritual world term, the Jormungandr raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Didn't think that oddball had found a way to access it." "Elder, you know something about it?" Felix asked in intrigue, feeling quite agitated to know more about those matters that he had never known about even with the existence of the network. Asna paused the screen to listen as well since the world of spirits had a large connection with the only member of her race that could help her split her soul from Felix without drawbacks. "Well, I only heard rumors since my friend mirroring it was the spiritual universe that was exactly the same but was habitable only by spirits of the dead." Felix felt like his mind was blown away by such a piece of information that he never thought was even possible. He always believed that there was an afterlife of some sort, but he never considered it to be an actual universe that was mirroring the one of the living. "Are those spirits intelligent?" Felix asked with a flustered expression. "I mean, could they have their own civilizations, cultures, systems, and such?" "That I don't know." The Jormungandr smiled faintly. "But seeing that oddball entering it, she must have gathered quite a lot of information about it. Let's see first what she saw in it," Felix said while focusing back on the screen. Alas, Asna busted both of their bubbles by spoiling the memory scene. She got kicked out of it in merely 3 seconds. Before Felix could comment, he found that she was indeed correct as Lady Sphinx's vision had been adjusted to normal, making see everything in color again. "Interesting. Did someone kick me after sensing my presence, or the spiritual universe doesn't accept my intrusion?" Lady Sphinx mused. "Whatever. With my successful entry to 3rd classment, I can enter the spiritual universe wherever I please. Damn it." Felix cursed with an upset tone after seeing that the screen had turned black and refused to brighten up again. Just like Asna said, that was the last scene. Finally, Asna stretched her hands behind her back and said lazily, "I am heading to bed." "Wait, leave the remote behind," Felix said. "I want to watch them. Have a go at it." Asna threw the control in Felix's lap and teleported away. The Jormungandr said faintly after seeing Felix's serious expression, "If you are worried about the Sphinx possessing your body, you don't need to." "Oh." Felix raised his eyebrows and asked politely, "Why so?" "Because I am still here." The Jormungandr smiled gently while waving his hand at Felix. Then, he teleported back to his house, leaving Felix with a foolish grin on his face. After rewatching the memories for a second time and noting the terms that interested him, Felix left the consciousness space. It was truly a fruitful memory reading and he got to know Lady Sphinx much better. Seeing how intelligent she was, Felix doubted that she would even bother attempting to possess his body. Knowing that she had participated in the primogenitor's suicidal pact, He believed that she must have died somewhere like the Jormungandr due to depression. Hopefully, she will decide to stay with the Jormungandr. Felix planned in his mind. I should try and matchmake them to remove any more thoughts of returning to the embrace of death. I don't need a wingman. The Jormungandr interjected in his thoughts with an annoyed tone. And nothing will change my opinion, so just drop the subject. Elder, you are truly too stubborn for your good. I can drop it. Sigh, fine. In the end, Felix gave up on the matter as he didn't want to upset the Jormungandr. For now, he could only seek other ways to make the Jormungandr stay since those series and movies clearly weren't affecting his stubborn will to die. The only weird thing about the entire conversation was Asna's unresponsiveness. Felix believed that she would have cheered for the Jormungandr's resolve to die or curse Felix for attempting to make him stay. But she was as quiet as a deer. It seems like she doesn't want him to leave either. Felix smiled faintly and stopped thinking about those depressing matters. Instead, he went to grind for his poison manipulation potency increase method and followed it with some solo training against AI dummies by using the Seeker shoes and his Obsicurm suit. After he finished, he went to meet with George and his team in real life as they had decided to roll the wheel for the second game only after 23 days instead of a month like planned. When Felix entered the conference room, he was greeted by the team who was mostly all seating in their seats. After a couple of minutes, the rest arrived and Felix was asked by George to take the stage. Hopefully, it's a game based on basketball. Walton wished softly while sitting next to Johnson and Kenny. I prefer puzzles, but team puzzles format is truly tough. Kenny gave his own input with a smile. SHSH, he is spinning it. Johnson hushed them while focusing on the spinning colorful wheel that was for formats. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking sports format. The announcement was followed by a couple of fireworks like always, making some team members sigh in dejections while some whistle in excitement. As expected, sports is a pretty dominated format in the PSG. George commentated casually, not reacting much to it as well. Felix pressed on the second green button swiftly and watched the game will spin a few times before he stopped it. Ting ting, ting. Congratulations on picking Elemental Dodgeball. Game format, sports. Game name, Elemental Dodgeball. Participants number 2. Game duration, 15 minutes. The integration allowed, from lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement. Ranks allowed, bronze and silver. Game map, the Bardot Gymnastic Closed Court. Surprise edition, no. Prizes pool, high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, flask of serenity, 4th gene prosthetic arm blueprint, cancer cells vaccine. Rules of the game. 1. Only 10 players can participate in each team. 6 on the court and 4 outside of it. 2. The game will last for 15 minutes and there could be multiple plays in it. 3. The first play will start with each team given 6 balls. Hence 12 balls in total in the court. 4. The play ends when a team had successfully eliminated the opposite team. 5. Another play starts after, but this time, the balls will be evenly spread on the center line of the court. Players from both teams are required to sprint to the balls and secure them for their use. 6. There will be 5 seconds grace period after securing the balls, forbidding the players from throwing the balls. 7. The players are required to hit/kill their opponents using only the balls in their possession. Getting a direct hit in any body part will eliminate you from the current play. 8. Balls can be infused with elemental abilities and thrown with any ability. Players can only use hands and abilities related to hands to throw the ball. If not, they will be out from the play. 9. Getting heavily injured or killed will automatically make you ineligible to join any further plays. 10. Instructors or the captain can fill the empty spots with 2 players outside of the court. The other 2 must remain outside of the court to give the dead balls to their teammates. 11. Dead balls are balls that have missed their targets and collided with the wall behind or the ceiling. 12. Thrown balls could be countered by getting caught by the target or allies without hitting the ground, getting bounced off another ball. 13. Using any other body part to throw the ball will result in getting kicked from the court for the duration of the play and rewards the other team with a point. 14. Barrier-related abilities are allowed and can be buffed out by the 2 dead ball catchers. 15. The court is split into 2 halves and there is a central line separating them. Any players who stepped foot on that central line will get kicked out from the play and reward the other team with a point. 16. Eliminating 1 player rewards 1 point for the team and 200 GP for the thrower. If the ball thrown ended up heavily injuring a player or killing him, the points given will be doubled. 2 points / 400 game points. 17. The winner would be the team with the most points by the end of the duration. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. A chilling breeze caressed the cheeks of each team member, waking them up from their stupor after finishing reading the rules. Yet, no one had commentated as their hearts thumped wildly in fear and dread at the notion of playing in this dangerous game. Although shields were allowed, they knew that dodgeball court is small and if they got targeted by 6 players, they would end up eating 6 elemental balls at once. God knows if the shield could even defend against 2 balls in a row. Only Felix was grinning widely while looking at his teammates like sheep waiting for slaughter. Seeing his look, cold shivers coursed on their spine at the idea of training with Felix at this game. Ha ha ha, let's have some fun. Felix laughed wickedly while closing the hologram. Like hell you are going to practice with us. George interrupted Felix's unrestrained evil laughter by pushing him down the stage. Go deal with your business projects or something. George would be a fool to let Felix traumatize the rest by exploding their heads with the ball again. At least in football, the goalpost was the aim of Felix. But in dodgeball, he was literally given permission to kill who he pleases. How could you treat the captain like this? Felix criticized George while fixing his clothes. When he saw that no one was talking in his defense and they were merely gazing at the ceiling, Felix clicked his tongue and walked away from the stage, heading to the conference room's door. Cluck. Cheers erupted in the room after the sound of the door getting closed shut resounded in their ears. Felix is sure popular in the team. Olivia chuckled in amusement with Sophia and Hina. Let's go for some shopping, Ollie. Sophia clarified after her proposal. This game clearly isn't for us. I am going with you, Hina said. I am not joining this game as well with my flimsy body. True. This game is perfect for those with morphing abilities and high physical defenses like Felix and Zhonghui. Sophia agreed. The girls' discussion was being shared by most team members in the room. Unlike the football game, it was apparent that not everyone was excited to join it as they didn't have the confidence to survive getting smacked in the face with a ball. All right, let's head to the UVR's room. George clapped his hands and shouted. We have only 1 month of practice this time. So move. Meanwhile, Felix went to his room and started doing some research on potion concoction so he would have some understanding when he spectates Madame Hala. After he spent an hour reading about available information, he felt like he entered a new whole world that was completely unfamiliar to him. However, his curiosity to learn more about potions never got quenched but just kept reigniting every time he read some bizarre information. Especially when he read that even rank 1, which was earning hundreds of millions from the basic potions she was selling in bulks. Witchers sure have it nice, Felix said enviously while closing the hologram. I wonder if Lady Sphinx would be willing to teach me her unique method of concoction. Felix wondered one last time before covering himself in bedsheets and closing his eyes. He needed to wake up early in the morning to not miss Madame Hala's concoction of his elemental potion. Sunday morning at the drop, 7 a.m., Felix could be seen returning to the apartment complex from the cafeteria. Anyone who walked by him didn't dare even greet him as his knitted eyebrows and lowered head were clear indications of having a bad morning. Felix truly experienced a bad morning since he didn't sleep a wink last night with all of the negative thoughts roaming in his head about the concoction. The first time he ordered this potion, he also experienced the same feeling, but thankfully the results were optimistic. No need to worry, Felix comforted himself. 49% is a high success chance and Madame Hala didn't disappoint me last time. Cluck. After entering his room and closing the door behind him, Felix laid on the bed and logged in. When he constructed his Androxa home, he waited patiently for a call from Madame Hala's assistant. Thankfully, The witches were known for their respect for time, and Felix wasn't left waiting for even a minute before receiving a call. "Hello, Mr. Felix. Madame Hala is waiting for you in her lab," the assistant informed politely. "Thank you." Felix nodded his head and inquired, "Is there anything I need to know before meeting her? I don't want to step on her toes without knowing about it." Don't curse, yell, get too close to her or ask too many questions. You know what? Just sit in the corner and watch," the assistant said. "I am fine with that." Felix accepted. "All right. Please enter Madame Hala's UVR ID in your bracelet and activated the synchronize feature," the assistant requested. Felix did as he was told and informed the assistant that it was done. After waiting a couple of seconds, the Queen informed him that Madame Hala had accepted the synchronization. Then, he turned on the ghosting feature and informed the assistant about it. "All right, just close your eyes and accept the invitation when Madame Hala sends it to you." The assistant said her goodbyes. After she was gone, Felix laid on his bed and closed his eyes shut. A couple of seconds later, the Queen told him about the invitation and Felix accepted it in a heartbeat. Chirp chirp, SZSSHH. Felix's body had reconstructed to the music sung by nature itself. As the birds chirped, the insects wheezed, and a hot summer wind blew on his face. Feeling refreshed by the warm and cozy atmosphere, Felix opened his eyes with a pleased expression. Immediately after, he was met with a wide-open window that had its curtains flailing by the wind and the sunlight reflecting on its glass. Before anything, he looked outside the window and saw plenty of pink trees that had their leaves blowing by the breeze, while small birds nested on their branches. Although he was merely a holographic body that was created by his bracelet and sent to Madame Hala's bracelet to bring him into the real world, he was still able to feel everything due to the synchronize feature. A small breeze touching his holographic cheek would be processed by the Queen instantly and make Felix's brain react to it like it had truly happened. Naturally, he couldn't really interact with anything like holding a cup or something, but Felix wasn't complaining in the slightest. Cluck. Alas, Felix's enjoyment in nature was interrupted by the window getting forcefully closed and the curtains getting pulled up, blocking every sun ray from reaching the room he was inside. "I will start the concoction process now." Felix turned around after hearing an enticing voice echo in the room. After seeing Madame Hala standing behind 3 tables filled with almost the same equipment and materials in Lady Sphinx scene, Felix smiled charmingly without commenting. Madame Hala started the concoction process by setting all of Felix's materials on the left table. But Felix didn't focus on them for now as he appreciated Madame Hala's breathtaking beauty that could give even the prettiest human girl a run for her money. First, she resembled humans immensely in her body shape and skin, as she was 1.7 meters in height and her skin was a bit tanned. She was well endowed with her physical assets, making Felix glance once or twice at them. Meanwhile, her face was somewhat like humans, but her ears were longer and bent down. Her eyes were scarlet. Her nose was a tiny button while her lips were plump and scarlet just like her eyes. She was wearing a wholly black uniform and had its sleeves stretched out, dangling by her elbow and exposing her forearm. In her right chest, there was a logo that was surrendered by some peculiar-looking inscriptions. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't see her hair fully, as she was wearing a pointy black hat that goes well with her uniform. Yet, before he could continue his outright ogling, he was surprised to see an extremely long thin tail emerge from behind her and start gazing at him from above. That's right. The tail's end was gazing at Felix since it was a huge scarlet eye surrendered by 5 black petals. It was as big as Madame Hala's head, and when it blinks, it resembles an orchid flower. So that's how Madame Hala's spiritual eye looks like. Felix was fascinated by it, but not stunned as he knew about its existence beforehand. It was common knowledge in the UVR that the witches weren't born from 2 parents but grew from special soil just like plants. That spiritual eye was in fact a flower that grew from the soil until it reaches 3 meters in height. While under the soil, the body of the witch gets created in a cocoon by itself. If Felix recalled properly, the spiritual eye opened up and started absorbing the sunlight in the day and starlight at night to provide nutrition to its body inside the cocoon. This process usually takes a couple of years until a witch emerges from the cocoon fully nude and digs herself upward. Although witches' origin was clearly from a plant, their bodies were still based on flesh and blood just like humans. They still need to eat, drink, and fulfill other biological needs. The only difference between them was that the witches didn't have a gender or a reproduction system. They sure appear as gorgeous as goddesses, but they didn't have any sexual orientation towards anything. That's why Felix was ogling Madame Hala before without worrying about being seen as rude, since she never considers him someone from the other sex. In her eyes, Felix was no different than a monkey just like every male in the universe. So, the Forsythia Witch Empire was truly filled with witches that were considered top-notch beauties, but in reality no male desired to live in such a place where they could only feast their eyes without having action. It was pure torture, and anyone who thinks otherwise was asking for a beating. "Are you done staring?" Madame Hala asked calmly, breaking Felix's thought process. "Yes, sorry about that." Felix smiled faintly while glancing at the materials that were fully prepared on the left table. Felix read yesterday that this table was called Preparation Table by Witches. It was meant for materials to be worked upon, like cleaned, extracting the essence from them, removing some parts, etc. He could see that the dawntree leaf was cut into 4 parts and placed on a small glass bowl. Meanwhile, the 2 voidling scales and the golem brass had been sparkled by the darkstar fly dust and placed together in a glass plate. On the other hand, the 20 purity fountain drops had been poured into a small transparent flask and placed on the glassware table. Lastly, the uncommon elemental flower had all of its petals removed and grounded together, creating a rainbow-like paste kept in a granite mortar bowl with its pestle. Those were all of the elemental potion materials that Felix had purchased and sent to her. 4.6 billion SC and 12 KGP were placed on that preparation table. Yet, Madame Hala's reaction was the same as someone seeing bread on the table for over 10 years now. "I will start now," Madame Hala requested calmly. "Please don't make a sound." Felix nodded his head and narrowed his eyes in focus at Madame Hala, who started the concoction process by opening the lid of a bronze cauldron that had its inscriptions brightened up. She poured the flask that was filled with fountain purity dropped inside and pressed on a button that was at the side of the circular table where the cauldron was placed at. Orange flames burst beneath the cauldron and started heating the room slightly. Even Felix felt that it was getting hotter. Madame Hala waited for exactly 5 seconds before throwing 1 slice of the dawntree leaf. She repeated the same process with the other 3, waiting exactly 5 seconds each time. After she was done, she closed the lid and waited silently and patiently for an entire 2 minutes before opening the lid again. Whoosh! A familiar fragment aroma escaped from the lid and drifted in the room until it assaulted Felix's nose, making him remember the time where he drank the elemental potion. Before he could bath in it, Madame Hala closed the lid again and waited for an additional minute. But this time, she was holding the granite mortar in her hand. Whoosh! When she opened up the lid, she quickly poured the uncommon elemental flower paste inside the bubbling milky white concoction. However, instead of closing the lid, she did the unexpected by bringing her spiritual eye up close to the concoction and froze like that. Felix went as silent as a mouse after seeing so. He knew that Madame Hala had just gone microscopic, and it was the most important step in a concoction that would decide whether it would turn into a useful potion or a useless goo.